Right, the deer dip right uphill to the right if you're facing west. There's smokes next to structures. We're going to have you address those.
West operations.
Operations, new location 5969 Yerba Buena Road, crosses San Romain Way. Directly behind this address, reports of a log smoldering.
Copy, break branch 7, did you copy that? Branch 7, west operations. Branch 7, west operations.
By 122 degrees 31.675.
Break, branch 7, signaling on command.
To the deer dip. Once you're in line with the deer dip for a dip, I'll describe where the targets are. It's the most north. The big one. We're in hover now. Okay, if you could just turn left 90 degrees. At 10 o'clock, the biggest little pond right there, that is actually the deer dip. Door. We're orbiting the deer dip itself. Then out your left door, you'll see the smokes below that shed. Address those, and then out your right door as you crest.
Branch 7, signaling us.
Signaling west operations, I'm on the phone with him right now.
Operation, stand copy.
Fox Golf, time on station when able.
Dozer 2544, 50 Lima on track. So why don't you bring 46 and start tracking up Frisian and sign with me when this upper dozer line comes in and start cleaning it up.
Elevation 104, pad 104 is ready to lift for cable check.
The 1540, 50 Lima on track.
104, lifting right now.
Elevation 5.2, all pad 10, ready to lift. I think we're going to house check. We can push a couple dozers further down the line, and I'm going to try to come in from the other side and see what we can do off those ridges. Lifting. 500.
Communications branch 9 on command.
Branch 2, Night Delta on command. Night Delta, Night Branch 2 on command. Yeah. Night Branch, Night Delta, just wondering if we had a plan for this morning. I'll place a call to Day Branch 2. I was under the impression that was already taken care of. Yeah. Yeah, negative. We haven't heard anything. We're all still out here.
Night Delta, Day Branch 2. I copy the traffic. I believe you transitioned with one of the other Alpha Strike teams for the day shift, and your guys are good to go. I got resources coming in to relieve you.
Night Delta, copy. We're going to clear the line then.
2.
Communications or San Helena, branch 9 on command 1.
San Helena?
San Helena, branch 9, I'd like to make a request for animal control. I got an address when you're ready to copy. I'd like the animal control to 6930 Plum Ranch Road for 2 dogs that are loose in the neighborhood. EN Division Sierra Sierra.
Copy.
That's 98 Charlie, is that correct? Stand by, sir. We'll come back around. Give you a hand. Okay, I copy. I know where you are, sir.
Nosy.
Operation Sinolina.
Branch 9, West Operations. Branch 9, go ahead. I need to confirm a resource identifier if you actually have it. It's 9174 Golf. Do you have them? Let me confirm and get back with you. We did not get... stand by. Yeah, 9143 Golf did not show in camp this morning. I'll confirm on the other. Okay, copy that. 9143 Golf.
Ready to copy. 98 Charlie, Glass Elko. 155 Summit Lake Drive, Inglewood, California, 94508. That puts you right at the edge of the vineyards. You can access that.
I copy. Thank you.
Over there, but it's doable. Charlie, Glass Elko, you're running. So you're assigned to the Summit Lake area. I was told 71 Charlie, 9271 Charlie was.
Operation Sinolina.
Finished scrubbing it out, but they're putting it out for you, and then we have to move kind of.
Aliso Court. Second caller, the spot is now threatening the structure.
And the second, it's the same area between the San Aliso Court and the other address you gave me earlier.
It'll be directly behind the first address given on Yerba. And then Highway 12 and Melita Road, they're reporting a spot fire.
Branch 7 has units en route to the first address, and then I'll get him to the second one. Break Branch 7, West Operations. West Operations Branch 7 copies traffic off of San Aliso Court. Additionally, copy traffic Highway 12, Melita spot fire. Have resources responding. West Operations. West Operations, do you have an address off the San Aliso? 5991 San Aliso Court. Copy, 5991 San Aliso.
Last Alco, go ahead, sir. I hear you right by the helicopter. What are your needs, sir? Repeat identifier and needs. Go ahead with your needs, sir. You bet, sir. 7 Delta Romeo is the blue and white aircraft. Should be working by the vineyard, by the big shed on the edge of the tree line. Break. Fox Golf is a green machine with orange nose and tail. That is working the northwest portion next to the home that almost got burned up on that same ridge line. Copy.
Red 2752, this is 0 Fox Golf on air to ground. Got you standing there next to the pool. What do you need?
Rosa Swampert 220, 98 Charlie on TAC 31.
Copy that, yeah, I saw your all work.
A really small slop over as a result of the rollout. If we can get one of those cats to bump up and then just burn the holy hell out of this road, I think we can pick up the slop over.
Copy that. We have some coming up this way. Let me check with Lima and see if we can send one up there.
Help County roads on St. Helena Road. Trying to open it up, and there's multiple poles across the roadway. They can assist with opening that up.
Do you have an address there, cross street?
It'd be St. Helena Road, south of Calistoga Road.
Sierra Division, Quebec, Command 1, Zone 2. Quebec, go ahead. I'd like to make a face-to-face with you at Plum Ranch Road and Calistoga Road if you have time.
Make your way back up there.
Affirmative. I think you were trying to meet with Papa a little bit ago. I'm covering the section of Quebec. I'll face-to-face with you there. Good copy, good plan.
A 7M Helibase, Glass Helco, aircraft request on command. Yes, sir, I sent you a text of the request, 347. House check, direct west side of Juliet using Idaho dip, working with 5 of Papa Juliet.
Helibase copies 347, working the west side of Juliet, house check out of Idaho dip.
Good copy.
Kilo, Division Papa on command. Kilo on command. Hey Mike, I got a water tender that pulled in here to staging. He's looking for a place. He belongs to you. It's Echo 224. Is there a good reporting location for you? Affirmative. Have him come all the way up Adobe Canyon into Sugarloaf Park. Copy. Adobe Canyon into Sugarloaf Park. He's on his way. Kilo, thank you. Alpha, you copy last.
20.
Branch 2, DINS Team 4 on Command 1. Branch 2, DINS Team 4 on Command.
That's what I don't want to do, is take you guys off task. I'm up at the giant dozer landing where all the dozers are working now, and there is some area, if nothing else, for a check line. I just don't know if it would be a check line or if it's all the way down. And I'm at the intersection of Candlestick Ridge and John Hoffnagel Loop within the Napa County Range. The 2,400 foot contour.
Traffic for Branch 2 on command.
Branch 2, DINS Team 4.
Go ahead for Branch.
Inspection just left an address, 945 Deer Park Road, with a tree on fire behind a residence which could fall if burned. I just wanted to make you aware, see if anyone can go over and extinguish.
Okay. Are we live? I think so. Alright, I'm sorry, friends. Just as I'm about to go live this morning, I go over and mess with the mic, and the entire microphone stand fell apart. I've been trying to reassemble it, and just struggling hard. It looks like all the threads are kind of stripped in the little, it's like connecting pipes. Good morning, yeah, good morning everybody. Oh, so I've had nothing but tech problems today, and personal problems where phone's ringing off the hook like, hey, do something. I'm like, well, you know what? I'm kind of busy. There's fires going on and stuff. They're like, really? Still? Yeah, really, still. There's fires going on. So this is kind of super glued together at the moment. I do have to buy a new microphone stand, so if I randomly stop talking or I just mute it, that's because it fell into pieces again in my lap. So anyway, enough about that. But hey, morning Rebel, morning everyone. Thanks for being here. We are listening to the glass fire chatter. I just muted it so I could talk, but that's the pilots of the glass fire. And if we see more tanker action going up at the Zogg fire, because look, this is some insane visibility stuff here. This is a 6-hour time lapse of the last 6 hours, just north of Calistoga, looking southeast over the ridge. So you see the fires continuing to eat away at the hillsides. But I just thought that was incredible. The dawn action here, with the flowing smoke and clouds over the top of the ridge. Wow. So I am struggling to find good webcams that show actual flames like right now, because the visibility is so poor in both areas. So mostly we're going to look at flight radar. But let me make coffee and get some water here and sit down and make sure this microphone situation is stable. Yeah, thanks everybody for being here. And we're going to check on the radio traffic of the Zogg fire as well. So I'll be right back. Here's the glass fire chatter.
Go ahead for glass Helco. Copy, sir. We'll try to get another and take a look. We'll advise you to see you.
Yeah, not seeing any work on the glass fire. Sorry, the Zogg fire. Don't see any aircraft on the Zogg. So we're gonna go back to Santa Rosa, or you know what? We'll take a look. I don't see one going on at the North Complex fire either, unless it's a scout plane. Maybe not. Then I'll put on some videos if they have any of the updates. Looks like, you know, the Zogg fire grew in size, but mostly to the west and a little bit to the south. So we will check that out. Right now there's a lot of helicopter action over here by Engwin, which is just east of Calistoga. And I'll try and get any sort of webcams pointing that way, but we don't have any right in here that I'm aware of. So let me go get a drink. Yep, and coffee. Yeah, good morning, Log Splitter. Good morning. And hey, Rebel, it's good to see you. And Rebel, what's the news from your end? This morning's been real hectic for me, so I haven't monitored everything like I should have. But do say hi. Do say hi. And then we'll go over. Nicole was saying that she's up there at a specific location, so I'm going to go and monitor the weather up there. And Nicole, I'm going to give you a special, you know, a special hard look at the situation there in the forecast. So oh my gosh, this mic stand is broken. It just, you can tell I'm having that kind of a day. Yeah, good morning, D-Dubs. As soon as I go get a drink of water and put the coffee on, I'll be back, and we'll look especially at the Zogg fire, see where it might be traveling or what their outlook is. Be right back, folks. Meanwhile, we're listening to glass fire helicopters.
that motor. Down the wall. Right on the end.
Dial Telco, still get your coordinates.
East Operations, St. Louis.
East Operations.
Operations. Telephone pole smoldering from the bottom at 130 Camino this cross of Viamonte in St. Helena.
Division Whiskey, East Operations, copy.
No other. Pilot discretion. Be advised. Guard 880 is 5 miles to the east.
Copy 880, 5 miles east.
Winds are calm, no observed traffic or hazard. Pilot discretion. Be advised, 880 is 5 miles to east. Grass Valley, resource, disregard.
Grass Valley, VFAR 21. We get engine 84 and engine 86 for a passenger vehicle fire, Dry Creek Road, Christian Valley Road.
Guard 880, your winds are calm. No observed hazards. Pilot discretion. Be advised, guard 806 and 807 just set off.
Looking for 806 and 807.
Branch 7, West Operations. For the Oakmont Group, 6359 Pine Valley Way, that's on fire in the community of Oakmont.
Whoa, now that was an intense voice. Sorry, I'm back, people. I continue to struggle with the breaking down microphone stand and juggling phone calls, etc., etc. So, here we are. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn down for the moment that pilot chatter on the glass fire. It's mainly a bunch of helicopter drops going on right now. I'm struggling to find good webcams. So this is the time lapse that we have just north by northwest on the hills or mountains above Calistoga, and so this fire has generally been spreading towards this webcam. But as it reaches, you know, the end, which is like current conditions like right now, it's just so difficult to see anything that I haven't really been spending too much time on it. Same thing, Rainbow Lake here. This is up at the Zogg fire. This is where the fire has been traveling west of Redding. Thank goodness not east. And so this is the time lapse we have from, excuse me, from dawn till later. So over here, this is over at the North Complex fire. So there was a flare up earlier. So let's see, 7:30 in the morning. Let's watch this playback. This is the time lapse. This is looking towards, in the distance, it looks like Grizzly Reservoir and Bucks Lake. From somewhere near LaPorte or east of Magalia, Flea Mountain. So you could see that it's still smoking up over there. But like I said, it's hard to get any like really clear webcam. It's just such a bad hazy day. So this is what we continue to monitor. So I'm going to do a special on the Zogg fire right now. So we do have Nicole who's up there. If you're still with us, Nicole, sorry it took me a while to fix this problem. And if you can alert me, the microphone's in a new kind of precarious position. If there's any weird sounds or if my voice trails in or gets cut off, go ahead and please alert me. It's pretty much held together by tape right now. All the threads got loose, and so if I even touch this thing, the entire microphone might just fall right into my lap. So if I abruptly cut off, that's what happened. So let's look at the Zogg fire. We're going to look at it and see if you know, one of our members here in the chat is at risk, or how much at risk, I should say. So Nicole Parrish, if you're still with us, and let's go examine the Zogg fire. How am I today? I'm knock on wood, I'm still vertical, so I'm good. Just trying to juggle so many things going on right now. So I apologize for getting the stream started late. It was a rough morning, and I will have to go a little bit later to handle a whole bunch of phone calls. But for now I'm with you. And I hope everybody else, I hope you, Elijah, D-Dubs, you know, Nicole, Log Splitta, Rebel, everybody else who's in the house with us, who has checked in, I hope you guys are all doing well. Yep, 5.7, Jesse Conover. You know, I'm just hoping and praying that all of us come out ahead through this unprecedented, probably once in a lifetime kind of historic, perfect storm. Alright, so this is the stuff, there's going to be movies about this in the future. Just mark my word. Okay, so we're going to look at the Zogg fire. We know that Rainbow Lake is a little lake west of Whiskey Town. And if anybody who's ever listening has an immediate need, go ahead and put that in chat, and I will definitely drop story time or drop something else to take care of your needs. So, looking back up at the chat, yeah, D-Subs, I'm just as frustrated as you, yeah. And we need to do many things to fix these problems. Many of the solutions here are just totally practical. Get them working radios. Instead of building a fire line when a fire breaks out, why don't we have pre-made fire lines that we just fall back on in the most fire-prone areas that protect the most historical and populated places, or the most special ecological places. Hopefully we'll have a proactive plan rather than reactive. So I need to find the cross street where we wanted to look, and we're going to look at the Zogg fire and see, check the weather too, and check the updates and see exactly what it's doing. So let's look back in chat here. Placer Road, North City limits of Redding. Okay, cross street of Cumberland. That's the place we should check out. So once again, if I'm gonna, okay, I'm carefully moving the microphone. Hopefully it won't fall right off the stand. So we got, it's got to be Shasta County, so that's Placer Road and Cumberland, Shasta County, California. So we'll go back to listening to the glass fire a little bit too, but for now we're going to look over at the Zogg fire, because I also have friends and family that live in Redding, and this has been nightmarish. You know, it's a deja vu of the deadly car fire, the 2018 car fire, which was just one heck of a horrifying disaster. I was watching that live when it happened. This is the fire history. So you can see this gigantic red swath here. That was the car fire. They had multiple small ones at that time. And while they're dealing with that, there was a spontaneous combustion fire. No joke. A hay wagon. Semi-truck carrying hay went over, I don't know if it went over the bridge, but it was high wind conditions. So the smoldering kind of combustible conditions inside of the hay bales hit the winds that often hit up here by Shasta Lake, and that lit that semi-truck full of hay on fire back in 2018. And so they just had multiple bad luck incidences like that. I mean, you can Google it. Haystack and hay bale fires, they can spontaneously combust if they have moisture in the inside that can't escape and dry. That's really weird, but it happens. So we know that much of the area is still burned up from the 2018 car fire, and the standing dead trees make it extremely bad if this Zogg fire pushes up into the 2018 car fire burn scar. There's just not been enough time to get rid of the standing dead trees, and every standing dead tree is a 1,000 hour fuel ready to just go. So if you have forests of those, acres and acres of those, it becomes less of like a wildfire and more like a gigantic lumber mill fire. That's a good way to think about it. So let me go down here. So I'm looking at the chat. If you have any sort of immediate need, go ahead and let me know. The first one, we're going to take care of our people here. I hope she's still with us. Nicole, if you're still there, this is for you. This is to see whether or not the Zogg fire will threaten Anderson and Redding. So welcome also Savage Land. Yeah. Wait a second. Alright, there's no politics, guys, and there's no conspiracy theories. That's if you look at the description of the video, that's not it's not allowed here. So what has been happening is it's just fire behavior, and I can explain to you why one house will be left standing and another won't. You know, I can go over that later, but first is the immediate need. Innocent questions like this looks weird to me. This looks odd. How can this be natural? I'll go ahead and address that. But we stick to just what we can verify here, and we stay non-political. My entire idea of this channel and other information pages is how, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, we've got to come together to fight these fires and prevent them in the future. And you know, the politicians and powers that be would like nothing more for us to just give them a free pass, go drinking, and say, oh, we can't do anything about these fires, instead of holding them accountable because this happened on their watch. Oh, so many preventable factors here have been happening on their watch. We as the people who are concerned and affected, have to unite for change. So we just stick to facts, and we troubleshoot, and we get a plan together. What can we do as people here to help each other? So here we have the Zogg fire. Now we know that the wind pattern from the Santa Anas, the wind came out like this. And what happened is we saw a strange rotating cyclical, almost like a storm, just rotating around and around and around. And I think two things were happening. One, which I know is laws of physics, is the constant high pressure push of the Santa Ana winds over from the high desert that we had a couple of days ago is constantly coming in here, and yet the wind doesn't have an exit because it runs straight here into these mountains. It would like to just go due west, but the Santa Ana winds hit the mountains, and so they Some of them can go through the narrow mountain passes, but the rest kind of move around. This is the end of the California Valley, so it's like a big cul-de-sac right here. Eventually they turn around like so and then go south, and the only two places in California where the Santa Ana winds can leave are out San Francisco Bay. And for the other ones that come from the desert down here, it's down here at LA, right in front of the Bobcat Fire. So I'm so glad they had such good work on on containment on the Bobcat Fire. Otherwise that would have been like, we would have seen different headlines like Pasadena evacuated, Pasadena on fire. We got really, really lucky with those mild Santa Ana winds that occurred the day before yesterday. Even so, I mean, lucky asterisk is a relative term. It blew up all these fires, and the two new ones that started, the Glass and the Zogg, just absolutely became huge overnight. So what we saw there was some incredible, if you look back at my other broadcasts, rotating cyclical action. It was in a clockwise, I believe. It was clockwise like this. And so that allowed yesterday the Zogg fire to expand in 360 degrees from the ignition source. So yesterday and the night before. So that was one of the first questions, is why did the Zogg expand in all directions? Well, it did because of that rotating wind. And also the immense enormity, the immense, huge August complex here fanned up and jumped the lines over here near Ruth. And that looked like a erupting volcano. I mean, that smoke column was so huge that it may have even sucked air from over here to reach it, because of the immense pyrocumulus cloud, I believe that's what that's called. Just like a volcanic eruption or even an atomic bomb, when a whole lot of heat goes up into the sky in one spot, the wind is dragged up into the sky and it gets sucked in from other directions. So I am not a trained meteorologist at all, but that is my theory, that we saw some of the suction and the rotation over here at the Zogg fire happen as a reaction to this thing creating its own weather over here. So let's go back to the Zogg fire and what has been going on. I'm hoping that InstaWeb finally, InstaWeb has a Zogg fire. Are you kidding me? There's no Zogg fire update. Alright, so we're going to go to CALFIRE. Next best thing. That's our federal website right there. How long ago did Zogg fire start? Wait, no, CALFIRE, not com. CALFIRE. It's not .com. That's a fireplace. It's fire.ca.gov. Okay. So let's go look at the Zogg. And this isn't going to have the best information, but it's got good information. So we have 7% containment right now, and where they've mostly tried to achieve containment, they've been successful, and that's been wonderful. Looking back at the chat here, right, I'm sorry, I'm not chasing anybody out, that this conspiracy channels abound. They're everywhere. I am the one person not talking about conspiracies, and so if I'm gone, who else are you going to depend on for just straight dope news? That's it's one of those things that, I'm only promoting a supportive community here in my chat. Everybody can watch. Chatting is a privilege. And so if a person isn't sticking to what we can verify and how we can be supportive of each other and just sharing information that helps the situation, or new ideas that help a situation, then I don't believe that should be in chat. I do not want victims coming here who are saying, is my house still standing? Am I in danger? To walk in on a chat where people are screaming about them, screaming at each other, saying this is a conspiracy and an attack and a laser weapon and all this nonsense. Most people that hold those kind of ideas just simply don't understand natural fire behavior. And you can challenge me, tell me to look at any specific like satellite image and I'll tell you what happened. Fire behavior is easy to understand once you get a little bit of an education. It's one of the things I teach here. I'm not a fire expert, but I have consulted with the fire experts, with the firefighters, and I'm passing on the info they want you to know in order to survive fires. So you can go ahead and ask me questions about that, and if you want me to poke a hole in a conspiracy, I'll be glad to do that too. So the more and more I educate people, they are going, oh, that can happen. And fire is scary enough. I mean, we're still understanding some of the stuff it can do. The old car fire here, right where the Zogg fire is, these people are traumatized up here by Shasta, Lake Shasta, because I think it was the first time in history a F1 or F2 fire tornado spawned in the car fire 2018, and it was witnessed by somebody who lived to tell the tale, and that fire tornado took out a house. And I believe the man who witnessed it, it was his wife and granddaughter inside. I'll have to go back and find that. But we're now starting to understand, like when one house is left and the other is gone, that's part of the fire tornado. You look at the tornado images by satellite, that's what tornadoes do. It's just people don't see fire tornadoes because what you see is that. You know, the fire tornadoes happen inside of that cloud cover and that smoke. And so all you see is the aftermath, and people who have conspiracy theories, you know, say this or that. But as more and more fire tornadoes are documented on people's cell phones, we do know that they exist. And they're just one of the rarest phenomenon that humankind hasn't been able to study yet. Just like we had no idea what goes on in the center of a hurricane until we flew into them. So very soon we'll have drones that'll study fire tornadoes. But until then, we just know that they happen. So yeah, an F3 fire tornado, 143 mile an hour winds. Yeah, absolutely crazy. So guys, you don't have to be afraid of a government. You can be terrified of this. You don't have to be afraid of a conspiracy. You just go ahead and be terrified of what what's capable of happening during wildfire. Sorry, so I don't know if we still have Nicole, but I'm going to write down the timestamp so that Nicole can come back here. I'm going to look specifically at the intersection that she told me at the Zogg fire and see what I would do if I lived in that area, and how I would plan to escape a wildfire and survive the wildfire. So that's what we're about to do. Let me get a piece of paper here. I'm going to write down the timestamp and then we'll make a highlight. So it's 11:50 a.m. the Zogg Fire Survival / Research Guide. And so I can't really slow down because we're going to go back to live monitoring. So this one was for Nicole. So this is the 9:30 Red Wednesday 4.0. 4.5 will be the other half of the 24-hour period. So it's for Nicole. And we have an intersection of a road. I ask people, don't give me the intersection that's actually where you live. Give a nearby one, you know, for privacy's sake. So we have a nearby intersection, which was Plaza Road and what did I just do here? Plaza Road and Cumberland. Okay, Plaza Road and Cumberland. And I actually do like it when conspiracy curious, I'm just going to say conspiracy theory curious people tune into the stream, because I don't care what your beliefs are. You can believe whatever you want. But you better know how fire behaves so that you can survive it, no matter what the ignition source. Think about that. The people who just say, oh, it's space lasers and there's no escape. Well, you're not going to have an escape. You're not going to survive if you don't know what to do. If you just look out the window and there's flames. So what I did, and the reason I do this, let me introduce this. I have a keen interest in studying wildfire behavior because I lost a family friend to a wildfire in 2017, just around the place near Paradise. And then I almost lost my brother during next year's Paradise Fire. And then just 2 months ago, I almost lost a different brother of mine in a different county because of the lightning fires. And my uncle's been evacuated like 10 times. So has my other family and friends living in the area, and just here in Oregon, when we had our crazy Beachy Creek fire, I evacuated several different family members from Marion County and Lynn County and had them living with me, and we were on pins and needles. I can show you some of my horrible, horrible photos, man. So as much as the average person, a lay person, can understand fire, I have made it my business to find out how it works. And I am not putting down my own opinion. Everything that I tell you in the public is what firefighters already want you to know. So I'm not a journalist, but I'm a writer, and working on history is my forte, so I studied historical disasters too. And in the future I'll be making documentary videos on mostly historical topics, but probably fire too now. I don't really like fire, but it keeps wrecking my world and destroying history and people and their lives. So here I am. All right, the new timestamp, I just 11:53 is when the video really begins, right? How to survive a wildfire with this example. So looking back at chat real quick. Okay, looking back. Yeah, I don't have any other mods online, so right before I launch into this, I'm gonna look at chat real quick. Yeah, you don't have to be afraid. If you have a plan, you don't have to be afraid. That's the cool thing about preparing for the worst, and I never BS people, so you're gonna hear the straight dope. I'm gonna tell you the worst possible thing that can happen. But also, once you've made your A, B, C, and D plan, you're not going to be afraid anymore. You're not going to be anxious. You'll be able to relax. If you can honestly tell yourself, I prepared and done everything I can do to prepare for the worst, that's when you can be relaxed. Vigilant, alert, but relaxed. But the people who just convince themselves that nothing's going on, I'll be fine, they're not going to be relaxed. So, education and awareness and no BS. That's the whole thing about how you can relax. So I'm looking back at the chat, and so the rules are that we don't talk about blame. Blaming doesn't do anything. Blame is the enemy. Blame is just an untrue expression of pent-up anger and rage kind of feelings, and blame is the failure to take responsibility for yourself. We only have ourselves to blame. No matter what, no matter who is at fault or what is at fault here, only we could have changed things, but we didn't. We didn't push for enough change, or we weren't awake enough or aware enough. And so, rather than blame ourselves and hate ourselves, we just say, well, all right, now here's the problem, but what are the solutions? Just pick the solutions and quit the blame game. There's nothing that's going to be effective. And so, There's no downer talk here. There's no anti-human hate. There's nothing like that allowed here. If whatever you say is not going to have a positive effect, then this is not the appropriate place to say it. We are here to support everyone. We're not here to bicker or argue. You can help me brainstorm with how to prevent these things in the future, just like everybody else. Let me fit this to screen. But you know what really somebody told me a long time ago who was wise, never indulge any thought or an emotion that's just not going to have a good outcome. Just switch it to one that will. So, Jesse Conover, welcome. Your parents live in Mark West, have them evacuated, yeah. So let's see here. Sorry, going back up, is there a theory as to how the fires are melting cars and leveling homes while leaving the plastic lawn furniture and stuff still green? Curious. Yeah, I can definitely get me a satellite image or a specific video. I'll debunk it later. Absolutely. A lot of it has to do with when fire is pulled up. Wind can go laterally, it goes against the ground, but at a certain point when there's so much heat rising, when the fire's big enough, air gets pulled up towards the sky. And so anything that's already on fire goes up, and the things that are not, on fire are not. So let me, lawn furniture doesn't ignite usually, it just melts anyway. Alright, so we're going to go, just behave in chat for a bit, guys. No arguing. This is, really now, we're going to start. This is 11:57 now. How to survive a wildfire at Placer Road in Cumberland. That was my challenge. So first of all, we'll go to the map. We're going to go to Placer Road in Cumberland in Shasta County. And this is looking at the Zogg fire. So where is this? I don't know that we're at the correct spot because they just took off CalTopo's ability to use Google Maps. So you have to now pay to be a CalTopo subscriber. Maybe I'll do that later. But let me go get that map up. So we're going to first examine, like if I lived on this street, what would I do? And then we'll look and see what the fire is doing at the Zogg fire. So we're going to go to Google Maps. Let's go to Placer Road and Cumberland, Shasta, Reading. Okay, so let's go put Google Maps there. All right, so Cumberland Drive and Placer Road. So here's Reading. We do know, and this is a kind of a sketch outline kind of a thing, that the Zogg fire is currently here as far as Google is concerned. We would listen, of course, to scanner radio. This is the first part of survival is one, be listening to the radio, not the news, you know, not Twitter, for example, the radio. So scanner radio is what you listen to, you are hearing in real time. For example, here we are in Broadcastify, like here's the glass fire, and I'll put that on a little bit later, and we'll be listening to the pilot chatter once we're done with this. But it's like disaster event, broadcastify.com will broadcast this, but in case you don't have internet or if you lose the power, what you should do is get yourself a radio, and I can link that in chat later. There's special radios, they're only 25 bucks. And you can have one and just sleep in shifts. If you're anywhere downwind or near a wildfire, sleep in shifts during your household so somebody's monitoring that thing 24/7. Because that's, my brother barely survived Paradise, but if he had had an actual radio, he would not have had to wait. He's having breakfast outside, and all of a sudden, running down the street is a sheriff screaming out the window with his PA system, everybody get out, the fire's on the ridge. You know, at some point, if you lose power and you lose a phone because the fire chews through the telephone lines, you are not going to have the ability to pick up the phone and call anyone. You'll be deaf, dumb, and blind at that point and in a panic. So scanner radio, though, you can switch that on at any time. If everybody sounds really cool, everything's okay. If they say it's jump the line, go door to door, that's your first clue that you should just get out, and then minutes are going to count. So where should you go when you quote get out? So what I keep telling people is my brother actually did the wrong thing. He left. He survived just by happenstance. People 1.5 minutes behind him did not. So where's my Placer Road? Hang on a second. Somebody's constantly calling me. Placer Road and Cumberland Drive. Sorry about that. So what do? If the fire is coming and they're panicking on the radio or things have gotten worse. So how? First of all, get on the maps. And it only takes about an hour. But you'll never regret doing this. This is your shelter-in-place plan plus your evacuation plan. It's A, B, C, and D. So A, B, and C are pretty easy. You find out where exactly you live in general, and you want A, B, and C route out. That's it. 3 ways out. 3 different directions depending on where the fire might come. 4th would be good. But 3 is basically what's best, at the minimum. And this is how you're going to determine your particular vulnerability. Are you sitting pretty where your location is, or are you particularly vulnerable? If you are particularly vulnerable, consider yourself at 1 or 2 levels higher than everybody else for your evacuation zone. And I'll explain that in a second. So if you're not particularly vulnerable, you live near many different highways and freeways. You're already on the flatland, and you may live in a not heavily populated region where there's more roads than people. Okay, you're sitting pretty. For a vehicle evacuation, also just consider the vulnerability of your location. Are you deep within fire country, or are you kind of like deep in an urban center? You know, that sort of thing. So right here, we've got multiple ways out. We've got this main highway, that main highway. Here's a main highway, here's one of the largest freeways in the United States. However, what we need to think about here is what is the population? Just think about your rush hour. How, if everybody here was told to leave at once, what would happen? Would you be sitting in traffic for 10 to 14 hours? Because that happened at other places like Fort McMurray, Paradise. Paradise had a population of 20,000 people plus 10,000 in the adjoining communities, and they all took to the roads at once when everybody freaked out. That took with calculations, most people sheltered in place at that point who weren't already gone. They actually had to drive to a parking lot and ride out the fire in a parking lot, like a grocery store parking lot. But the people who did get out, they counted the beans, and it would have taken more than 14 hours for everybody to evacuate by car. So think about that. This is Reading. What is it like during rush hour? This is going to be times 10. Plus, there's going to be stupid people wrecking their cars and closing down things. Plus, you're going to have multiple avenues that are going to be closed by down power lines and fallen over trees. Because this almost always happens during wind. But if you're at the edge of town like this and have multiple ways out to get to major freeways and such, also note where the bridges are. This is a better place to be than, say, over here. If you are in, like this whole area, like say this whole area is evacuation warning, evacuation level 1. If you are in a place that's, say, a top of a hill, let's go back to terrain here. This is how you tell if you're super vulnerable. Do you have just one way out? Do you live at the top of a ridge or where fire can climb up to you? Are you elevated? Do you just have one way out, and then when you get to another road, is there just one road to get to? And then is there just one other road that's the other way out until you finally get to a main highway? And is that main highway also the only one way out for the region? Okay, these are any one single fallen tree, any one accident can block you and you could die and get trapped here. So that would mean that you, like here for example, would be an extremely vulnerable place. And even if they painted a big brush stroke over here, like this region is at level 1, elevate yourself to the next level at the very least. And the best plan always is to leave before you're told and leave before there's anything that goes on that's wrong. Excuse me. Now, the other thing that you should think about when you're out there or wherever you're at is your shelter-in-place plan. Anybody out here with this amount of roads and such can become trapped. And we know statistically, most people die in their cars if they're trying to escape a wildfire. So the thing is realize this: escape by car is a window of opportunity that closes. And if you already look out the window and you see flames, it may have already closed already. Do not try to escape by car if you cannot know for sure that every single one of the routes in front of you is open. What I keep telling people that firefighters want you to know is that when a fire, let's go back to Calistoga, when a fire is wind driven, especially if the mountains and hills and tall trees are on fire, the burning embers, the little sticks, can blow in the wind, and the higher they started when they started blowing, the further they can travel. They can travel 10 to 20 miles as the crow flies, and we saw a lot of that. It's called long-range spotting. So if you look at the measuring stick on Calistoga, let's just say here's the fire going north, and we live here, or something. Let's just say we do. Let's just say we live here. And now let's make an actual road. Let's say we live like right here near Paradise Peak, and here comes the fire, right? So let's look at the measuring stick, measure a distance. Here's the current activity of the fire, and it's true. So here's where we live. So let's measure that distance. This distance is only 4.38 miles. Now, burning embers can travel easily from ridgetop across the valley. Just skip it, go all the way to the next one. Just like that, just easy. And so once a fire gets on a ridgetop and burns the trees off the ridge, then the embers can just hop a valley, start a new fire over here. And once they're here, and embers can drift over and start a fire over here. This is something you see a lot. And the maximum distance is about 20 miles. And we were seeing that occur in Oregon at the Riverside fire. So here we know that's what, less than 5 miles as the crow flies. So let's look at the 10 mile. So say you're going to use this road and this is your evacuation route. Well, what if it crests this ridge? Boom, and then here. Let's look at that. That's only 6 miles, and that can easily happen. So here you are driving. It's going to be like 10 miles an hour with the smoke. Don't think that you can tear down gravel roads and stuff. It might be 10, 15 miles an hour. So you may only make 15 miles an entire hour. It's going to be traveling faster than you. You can't outrun a wildfire, not by car and not by foot. So you can drive all the way up here, just to find out that the fire is here already and it's completely blocked your path. You turn around and it's here, and it's blocked your path. And that's one of the #1 ways that people die. They had no idea that the fire could outrun them and hop like that. So what is your next best option? Are you screwed? I mean, are you screwed if you live up here? Well, there's an easy way to tell. You just punch in your own address, and you go ahead and you look at your topo maps, and you learn some just simple basics about fire and its behavior. And then your shelter in place plan is the most important one, and in many cases, it's your best option. There's so many people that I found, I went to the scene where they died. You know, I went to the fire aftermath places in Paradise and others, and looked at the scenes where people died, and I just got so frustrating. I started this channel as part of the education. Most people died within 200, 300 feet, short walking distance maybe, of a safe place to shelter. Even out in the middle of nowhere, there's almost always a safe place to shelter. So looking here, I've already found one. So let's just say we live here, right? And the fire's coming. We can't guarantee that the road out is a good open line. Well, if I lived here, I can see already that this would probably be a good place to shelter right here. Grass Valley Creek, whatever that is. Wherever you see a road go over a creek or a river, or even like a culvert, you know, for a driveway, that's a good shelter. Culverts are perfect. They're a pipe. It's a pipe that they lay down in a creek or even a small river, and then they put dirt on top, and then they put the road on the top, and that ferries the water. Those are very, very good shelters. If it's not a culvert, then it's a bridge. And underneath bridges can be very good shelters, as long as they're not made out of wood, of course. So this road here goes over several small creeks and bodies of water. Now, one of the most frustrating things I saw about Paradise was, the other thing you can do is look for ponds and swimming pools, lakes and reservoirs. Yes, the most frustrating thing I saw about Paradise is my brother's neighbors. He didn't make it out behind him. That culvert that I found under Pearson Road was 9 feet tall and like somewhere 6 to 9 feet tall in height, depending on which one I was looking at. And you could have fit about 55 people in there, really. And there were smaller ones all adjoining the area. And you know, what people do, though, is they panic and they think they need to drive through a fire, just like seen on TV, right? Well, that's only the survivors you're seeing their footage. Most people actually that attempt that, you know, that's the #1 way to die. So the next thing that you do for your shelter-in-place plan is you just look around your dwelling. You just look around it. Here, we've got a big, what is that, a reservoir? And it's not just water. And it's not just a culvert. It's not just water. What else have we got? Let's turn on satellite. I remember one of the coolest things covering live the Paradise Fire was a whole area, like a whole neighborhood of retirees burned up. And it was, I'm sitting here crying on the radio listening to it. And at dawn, they found a survivor because he had the wherewithal to just walk out of his house. Your house is not defendable. Don't try to defend your house. Don't do the garden hose thing. It doesn't work. Just don't do it. Walk to a safe place near your place. For example, this pond would be great. This lake. You want to get up to your chin in water and just be kind of crouching there. You don't want to tread water, but just, you know, be crouching if you're in water. Take a wool blanket. That's going to be your best friend. A wool blanket. You throw it over your head, no matter where you are, and block out the smoke, and just crouch down and ride it out. Trap that good, breathable air near your face with the wool blanket over your head. Wool blanket also just resists embers. You're gonna have, if it's traffic jam time, it's already too late to leave, and you see flames out the window, just make your way to the nearest safe place with that blanket over your head, and take your cell phone, a jug of water if you can, like pour out the milk, get water, and just calmly walk there. You know, you don't need to be running or anything. The smoke's going to be bad. Just calmly walk there. You don't even have to get wet. The nearest places that are perfectly safe, where people sheltered in paradise, are dirt fields. Is there a dirt field next to you? Perfect. If it's, you know, plowed already, or there's nothing growing, if it's a construction site, if it's pavement, perfect. Or if it's green grass that's clipped down. So, like, these places are safe. This parking lot is perfect. This is safe. There's plenty of people that rode out the Paradise Fire in big parking lots. Where else? Golf courses. That's green grass that's clipped down. You drive over to the nearest golf course and wait it out. Drive onto the field if you have to, but, you know, try not to screw anything up if you don't have to. Heck, there's an airport. You know, the runway's not going to burn down. Don't sit on an active runway, and don't drive onto it, please. But you know what I'm saying. They always clip their grass. Where are the big box stores? You know, this looks like a construction site. Out here, as long as there's no tall grass, we're perfectly fine. Green grass that's cut down doesn't burn. It just kind of gets a little brown spot in it. You know, it really doesn't burn. So instead of everybody hitting the road and going crazy, you can always look at where you're at. And so where was our challenge? So let's look specifically about where I would go if I lived here. Specifically, my plan, now that I'm looking at things, is, oh, I got friends and neighbors with pools. Nice. So there are plenty of swimming pools to take shelter in. Jack the horse was the famous horse of paradise that survived, because he broke out of his stall twice during different wildfires, and both times he was found just chilling in a pool, like up to his chest. He just sat there chilling in a pool. So that's something that you can do too. Pool, body of water, just make sure you have access. Near the drinking water areas, sometimes there's barbed wire fence and that kind of stuff. They don't want people putting stuff in drinking water. Terror attacks, you know, prevention. But like that, here's a nice big lawn. Looks like a little park. What you want to look out for is when you're in a pool, a pond, or a park, is don't be underneath any trees. Kind of eyeball the height of the trees. Now, if they were to fall over, if they were on fire and they were to fall over, like, could that crush you in your little pool? Like, if this is a big tree, could it fall over, crush you in the pool, crush the house? You know, that's what you want to look for. All this information is how firefighters think already. And that gives you a lot of the, I shoot down a lot of the arguments about why did this house make it, you know, with the conspiracy theories. I get this information because this is how firefighters think. Many lives were lost before they made some rules about how to survive fires. Firefighters, they look around every time they drive their own neighborhoods. They have their own little firehouse. They have their own little area that they work with. Firefighters can look everywhere they go, and they make little mental notes. What's a defensible property for them? And they like to see, just the advice they give to everyone, no vegetation up next to the house. No trees hanging over the top of the house. Because dropping burning branches on a house is the number way the house will probably burn up. Because, you know, once again, you cannot defend a house with a garden hose, because burning branches and stuff on the roof, how are you even going to get to them? So they look around, they see lawn, like a green lawn or gravel that's around a house instead of vegetation. So no vegetation right up next to the house. That's a big bonus. The second one is, what kind of a roof do you have? Is it going to be tile or slate or something that's a lot more fireproof than, say, a cedar shake roof? If it's not wooden, that's much better. So next thing, is there a body of water? Is there a creek, a pool, a cistern, something, a pond in the back of that property? If so, great. Then they're going to dip their hose into it, and they're not going to worry about hydrant pressure. And they make these notes. They make these notes in their head, and then you can make all these notes in your head about looking at your neighbors. Of all the neighbors, which one is more likely to survive? And which one of these homes are the firefighters most likely to go and save? So my brother, he gets in his car during Paradise, and he runs and he drives through fire, gets his car damaged and partly melted, and kids screaming in the back, and it was chaos and trauma. And really, across the street, I mean, he obeyed. He obeyed what they said without thinking. He didn't have any of this training, and so this is not a criticism of my brother or anybody else in the situation. He obeyed authorities who told him to leave. But if firefighters had come down the street instead of that sheriff or police, whoever told him that, they would have not told him to leave. They would have said, come with us. And ironically, the firefighters did come down the street, because right across from him, that neighbor with the pool, that was the house they decided to save because it was defensible. Big, expansive green lawn all around that house with a pool and a pond and a creek in the back. Plus, there's a big culvert in the backyard, too. Right in the backyard, too. So here's my brother tearing off, driving through flames. Other people in other neighborhoods are dying and not making it out. Here comes the fire truck. Their own firehouse burned down, but they gathered up the people that they could, and what they will do is they shelter in place instead of driving to a fire. So they will pull up in the driveway with their fire truck. They will wet down the house. They will be drawing from the pool, pond, or creek, and they'll put their crew inside so they can rest, and then somebody takes turn on the deck gun, spraying down the area, and then the local people will shelter inside with the firefighters. That's how they made it through Paradise, and that's how you can do it too. You don't have to have the survival of the house. If the pool's a little bit away from the house, you can be at the other side, and you're going to be fine. Just mind the fact that some trees might be able to blow in there. It's going to be really, really intense. First of all, you're going to be cold. That's the ironic thing. But your face is going to be super hot, and your nose has to be out of the water. So throw that wool blanket over you, if you can be hanging on, for example. And you'll trap that breathable air next to you against the water, and all you got to do is just wait for the fire to pass over and pass by, and wait. Usually at dawn you'll come out and you'll be fine. If you're hypothermic because of the water, that's what the wool blanket's going to do, is it going to keep you warm throughout the night too. Ironically, that's the condition they found some of the survivors in, is hypothermia the next day at dawn after the first wave of the Paradise Fire. And if everybody in the neighborhood's in the pool already, still don't panic. Everywhere that any street goes over any sort of a creek, you switch back into the different mode, like here. You go to topographic mode, and you'll see more creeks labeled than you will on Google. And you can see other spots here where there's obviously some sort of a creek going under here. And so it may be a short drive away, but you could find a culvert or a bridge, to go ahead and shelter it. So where was that road? It was Placer Road, Redding, California. I'm dreading going back and looking at chat. I hope you guys are all behaving. So here's Placer. Yeah, and it goes over, where's Cumberland again? Cumberland Drive. Whoopsie. Let's go zoom out. Right next to, okay, we're right next to it. Here's Buenaventura. I'm sure I got that right. Alright, so over there's a creek that would be going underneath the road there. So there would be a culvert. In fact, right there too is probably a bridge here at Placer Street, because we get a different map. That one's terrible. The kid drawing map. Also, we're MS Paint here. Map Builder Hybrid. Yeah, these creeks may or may not still exist, or might be seasonal. It's hard to know when they funnel things, but just take a drive around and verify some of these people have their pool that is still not filled in, because you're looking at older images. We're always looking at older images. And Let's go back to TF Outdoors. But everywhere around you, there's safe places. This one right here might be interesting to look at. Where is that creek? Or a seasonal creek or dry creek or whatever it was. Because rain runoff, they'll still keep a culvert there, whoopsie, because of rain runoff. So the Rainier Drive in Cumberland, I would be looking at that spot right there. There may be some sort of a culvert because during heavy rains, even if it's an old creek bed, the water is going to follow the same channel. There actually may be that looks like a ditch. There could be a culvert under here or something else that goes into the sewer system. So it really depends, but there's still more people out here too with the pools everywhere. Yeah. But that's another part of the, I hope that answers one of the questions that was asked. Why do some houses make it and others are not, making it? The firefighters in the middle of it are doing something called triage. They're going to save the defensible structures. The ones where people actually followed their advice, kept vegetation away from the house, kept the trees from overhanging the roof, had some sort of a body of water in the backyard like a pool or a pond, kept their lawns green and mowed down, all the vegetation trim. It didn't have any tall pine trees or anything like that that could fall over and crush the house or, do anything like that. So the firefighters know, you know what? Don't even need to go down there. I totally forgot. This park, this is fire safe right here. You just park right here or just sit here. Look at the green grass. Look at the tennis court thing here, or a basketball court. This is a safe place right there. Just be right here. I don't know if you're still watching, Nicole, but this would be, if this was my neighborhood, I would just sit right here. Just relax. Just relax. That's what I'd be doing. So let's look here. Everybody else will probably be on the road. It'll be honk, 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 desperate, this and that. But evacuating something like Reading, I wasn't there when they did it before during the car fire. But I know that it was really intense and took a long, long time. Look at all these people all taking to the roads at once. This would be hours and hours and hours of traffic jam. So just look around you. Baseball diamonds, track and fields, schools, parking lots, parks with green lawns, the baseball diamonds, the big store parking lots, just wherever there's no tall tree to fall on you. The dirt roads, dirt fields, construction sites, anything of that sort, you can just shelter in place. And if it's too late to evacuate by car. So evacuate by car before you're told to leave, before there's danger, and before there's a traffic jam. That's the number one best thing, is to just leave the vicinity. But once it's too late, once you have recognized now that it's too late to evacuate by car, when there's A, a traffic jam, B, you can't guarantee that the way out ahead of you is not blocked, C, you see flames already, you see a fire in the distance, that's already too late to flee by car. You can't outrun it. Just make your way calmly and slowly, but methodically and immediately towards the safest place near you. Do not sit in your house. Do not try to defend your house. People have died trying to defend their house over here when they could have walked over here and been completely safe and lived. That kind of stuff is just not right. So let's see what the Zogg fire is going to do. As far as we can tell, with what the information we have on it, and what the current weather forecast is. So the Zogg fire is managed by CALFIRE. I'm going to go ahead and put an end timestamp of 12:26 there. If anybody has any other questions, another tip I have there is, it's listen to the scanner radio constantly. Know before anybody else. And also take your neighbors, your vulnerable neighbors, check on them. Check your vulnerable neighbors. Don't just, pack up and leave and not talk to them. Especially if it's the middle of the night and you hear on the scanner radio, oh no, it's jumped the containment lines. Honk your horn in the middle of the night and just tell your neighbors about stuff. Offer people a ride. Tell them that this is happening. Tell them what's going on. And who cares if they got mad at you, if their life is more important, we saw so many people get left behind in Paradise. Their neighbors just packed up and they just left on their own. And people that didn't have a TV, like the elderly, and didn't have the radio on, peered outside their window saying, where's everybody going? They picked up their phone, and the phone line was dead because the reverse 911 call failed. That system failed because the phone lines had been chewed through by the fire. And so they were just kind of looking around and not knowing what to do. So tell your neighbors what to do. Tell them what's safe and where they should be going and what they should be looking for, and just come with me. You know, offer people a ride. But do listen to that radio. If you're anywhere near a fire, don't go to sleep without somebody listening to that radio in your household. Sleep in shifts. We just saw people perish in the North Complex fire. We just saw people die in that because they packed the car and they said, oh, it looks like 50% containment of that bear fire. And they called and said, we'll leave in the morning if it gets closer. And in the middle of the night, you know, they went to sleep in the middle of the night, woke up, got in their car but didn't make it very far, and then their car was overwhelmed and they left the car trying to outrun it on foot, and of course that doesn't work. Ironically, Brush Creek and Berry Creek had plenty of places where people could have sheltered in place too. I see people who are victims drive right past things like over here with Calistoga. Let's go to Berry Creek and Brush Creek. Let's turn off fire activity for a moment. Right here, Madrone Lake. This is a reservoir. People could have taken a lot of shelter right here. Perfect. Most of the town is below here, but most of them drove up this road and here was the fire station with the ponds in the back. Ponds in the back for their refilling their water tenders, I believe. People drove right past this because they didn't see this. This is only visible from the map, not from Google. So it's just this is why I do what I do. I try to educate people. If you want to think, if you're already on the road and fire's in front of you and behind you, look for little guardrails. Little guardrails usually are there right where there's a creek going underneath the highway to keep people from pulling over the shoulder and tumbling off, you know, the ravine, because it's not really a shoulder wherever they put a culvert or a bridge, right? So look for little strips of guardrails that are very small, and you might recognize that in your vehicle. So I just see this time and time again. People are dying again and again of the same reason, right next to the same shelters, just being unaware of them. So that's why I teach this. So I'm going to go back and look at the Zogg fire. We're going to see what do we think it's going to be doing now. So the report here on CALFIRE is not very good. It's very, here's evacuations for this county, that county, here's the centers, and that's pretty much just like basic, oh no, there's been another fatality. Oh. It's just basic info. It's just really, really basic. InstaWeb has the outlook and the reports. So we're going to go to the Twitter of CALFIRE SHU. So looking back up, that's a lot. There's no moderators here in town. Help. That's a lot of chat for me to go through. So let me just look at that real quick. Hey, Daniel Morg, welcome back. He's you're ex-firefighter, right? Welcome back. Let's see here. Hi, Dub J says, oh man, like a while ago. I'm so sorry. I actually did answer that question, I hope. But if you, Dub J, if you have a specific image, like a satellite image for me to look at, I'll look at it and tell you whether or not I think the fire behaved this or that way, to leave this structure standing or that one or not. Yeah, Michael A says, is anyone here by the fires? Hey, Mr. Aviation, welcome, welcome. What happened to the stream last night? I didn't run it last night, so I was messing around with the computer, preparing it to be rebuilt, and so this morning I had issues with the complete collapse of my microphone stand, and but I'm juggling a lot of personal matters that I left on the back burner, plus a whole bunch of my family is now near this Zogg fire, so constantly being on the phone, trying to coordinate with them, and still, you know, pay my bills on time and do everything's been pretty difficult. So let's see here, going down chat. We'll be listening to firefighting aviation again once I'm done analyzing the Glass and Zogg fires and the North Complex. We're going to look at current conditions, but it's really bad visibility. We've only seen copters working the Glass right now. So looking over here, looking at chat, does anybody have the creek, not the town, which, yeah, a friend up in Reading says, hey, informant, welcome. Worried that the fire could jump Clear Creek and get to the west side of Reading. So far, that's holding steady. So, looking back, and that's what I was telling, I hope she comes back. We'll have the timestamps for her if she does come back. Nicole was talking about not wanting to evacuate quite yet, and gave me a general area to analyze, which I just did for survivability, and I think there's plenty of little parks and swimming pools near her for a shelter-in-place plan. So if anybody has any questions about the A, B, C, and D plan, your A, B, C are 3 different evacuation routes in 3 different directions on 3 main roads, and D, your shelter-in-place. Not in your home, shelter in a safe place near your place. That's don't try to defend your home. That's not going to work. But a culvert, little bridge, baseball diamond, track and field, parking lot, those places can be perfectly safe. So here we have a map, and I don't see that this is the border of the fire. Currently it is, okay. So that's the county line, and that's 36. Okay, I had to correct myself. I thought it jumped 36 because I misinterpreted the yellow line on a different image for being Highway 36 as it goes in that direction. So it looks like it jumped the county line, but it's holding steady at 36. So that's my major correction. Sorry, some of these are really hard to read with the fine font. I can't click or do anything to enlarge Twitter on a desktop. So I was really hoping that we would have an InstaWeb for the Zogg fire already, and I just don't understand why it's not there. I mean, Zogg, where is that? Just where is it? Not there. Just what? This is supposed to be the national one-stop shopping for wildfires. It's been going on for days now. It's like, what? So it's got the lightning complex. It doesn't even have the glass fire either. I'm throwing up my hands. But anyway, that's the straight from the horse's mouth official, kind of thing here. So let's go. They have a press briefing, so we can go ahead and watch that. I believe that's the fire map. The operational update. Great. So let's see if we can watch that and see what they say about it. Okay, it was 3 hours ago. Is everybody ready to watch, or does anybody have any immediate, an immediate need about something right now? What woman is out of her mind? This woman is out of here mind. Which one? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? All right, so yeah. You should evacuate when you are told, yes, and you should evacuate yourself before being told. That's better. Just because you made your own common sense assessment of your own vulnerability. If they could, they would go on these maps and they would say, oh, everybody in the hills here is at evacuation 3, and everybody in the flatlands is evacuation level 2. Everyone here in the city is evacuation level 1, and it would make it a little detailed thing. Considering all the topography, but they don't have the time. They go evacuate this zone, and they just paint with a broad brush the entire part of the map. But if you're up higher, If you're on like a dirt road, a dead end, top of a hill, you're way, way more vulnerable than anybody else. So evacuate before you're told if you're super vulnerable. Get out before the traffic jam. Get out before anybody else. Take your vulnerable neighbors with you. You know, go visit friends. Go visit family. That's number one best thing. And number two is obey evacuation orders if you have time. When they come knocking or when they come telling you, do that. You know, don't disobey. But three, if it's panic mode, and don't expect the police and fire and stuff to know, just like my brother said, you know, to know best. My brother listened, and a minute and a half behind him, the people that hesitated that long, they all got trapped and died. So if it's panic mode, go to your nearby safe shelter. If you see flames, if they're really, really upon you, if you know that it takes a long time to evacuate your densely populated area, it is not time to panic or go along with the herd. Stay in your safe place and don't leave it. If you're sitting pretty in a baseball diamond next to your house and somebody tells you to leave and it's all a traffic jam, just don't move a muscle. Don't move a muscle. Nobody can make you do anything but you. So you have to look after you. You have to figure out, you know, what is the best thing. The police don't know as much as the fire crews do. You know, so my brother did the wrong thing and he barely made it out. By the time that stuff hit the fan, the firefighters would have clapped him on the back for putting his family in that pool or in the pond or in that culvert. They would have said, good, we gathered up the rest of the neighborhood and we brought you here too. So let's look at this update. Let's look at the Zogg fire update. It was at 9 a.m. I'm going to try and make it so you guys can hear that.
Good morning, everybody. Chris Waters, Operations Section Chief for the Zogg incident. Here to give you an operational update on Zogg fire. Starting up in Division Alpha. Division Alpha is up in the Mule Mountain area, just south of Whiskey Town Reservoir. Fire has secured itself along Clear Creek. There's still a potential for the fire to get across. For that reason, we're starting a contingency or continuing a contingency north to tie into a contingency that's going to go across the north side of the fire. Fire is laid down. It's pretty quiet, but there's still a chance to cross Clear Creek. Get down south of Igo, down through what we call Division Charlie, all the way down to the county line, with the Tama County line. This area right here is a mop up the patrol, and then we're going to start to provide calls for service to community members. Moving down into Division Foxtrot, which is on the south side of Cottonwood Creek at the county line and Highway 36. Firing operation is continuing and trying to put that piece of fire to bed and then start to transition to mop up the patrol. Coming up the west side of the fire, up through Division Hotel, Division Mike, where it ties in with Division Pop, but this part of the fire is in mop up patrol and then doing tactical patrol to make sure that all the hot spots have been cleaned up. Division Pop, I got fairly active last night. Down canyon winds, early morning hours, 4 a.m. or so. Started to push the fire around into the Cottonwood Creek and Jerusalem Creek area and Rainbow Lake. This part of the fire is going to start to move towards our highest priority. Division Yankee, everything from Rainbow Lake up to Kanaka Peak. This part of the fire is still very active in heavy timber and also brush. And again, this is also within the fire scar of the car fire. Fire, however, continues to present significant challenges due to difficult terrain. Lots of dozers, hand crews, and fire engines are continuing to work direct. And then if you look out here on the outside of the fire, we're starting to prepare a contingency in the event that Division Yankee and Division Papa start to move in a northwest fashion. Thank you.
Okay, so that's good. And they're in mop up at least part of the area. I like hearing that. So up here, like they were just saying, I don't know how well the audio was for you guys to hear that. Clear Creek here is what they're trying to hold as the fire line currently, to keep it out of Reading. We know that Rainbow Lake has had some pretty intense action throughout the last couple of days with the fire heading up towards that way, but I don't believe that's anything but sparsely populated, especially when compared to Reading. Over the last couple of days, we've seen a lot of airdrops down by Highway 36, And the Global Supertanker, for example, made a couple of retardant drops there. It was really cool to see. We had some MD-87s and DC-10s and S-2s, all kinds of aircraft. And by the way, let's check out the aircraft. Let's see if there's any new aircraft out there right now. So we know that there's a bunch of Bambi bucket drops sort of things and monitoring going on at the Santa Rosa / Calistoga glass fire. We listened to a little bit of that pilot chatter earlier today. Angwin, Deer Park, that continues to be devastated, and they still continue to try to hold the line over there. And the fire, the main bulk of it, seems to be going along the ridge tops from Angwin over here, over towards this webcam, which is kind of located up here. And every once in a while we look back at this webcam. We have this incredible time lapse from dawn with the sun rising. Calistoga would be over to your right down in the valley. But incredible. This is looking south by southeast. You know, Calistoga is out of view. And then every once in a while there's just huge flare-ups. But we can also look at the current conditions there. And really, there's such poor visibility, I don't particularly stay on that webcam. Here's a time lapse from Rainbow Lake up at the Zogg fire. It froze, so let's redo it. But Rainbow Lake continues to see a lot of just hazy stuff too. And if we made let's just make a 12-hour time lapse. During the night, we saw some of the night vision action right before I went to sleep. And yesterday had a lot of action on that cam. It was really impressive with orange flames and creeping fire in the understory and in the pine needles, just moving around very slowly last night, but the night before last at near dawn. And it was because of the wind dying down after the Santa Ana wind event all of yesterday and the night before. You know, it became more of a creeping kind of a fire within the last, you know, I would say 24 hours time period. We're going to check the current conditions as soon as this is done. But Rainbow Lake, I believe, is more of a campground kind of area. I don't know if that's a community, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong up there by the Zogg fire. So let's look here. I'm just going to fast forward this. Yeah, during the day, part of this area already burned with the some of the fire sweeping through, with most of the trees living. In the background, there was the standing dead trees back here. So yesterday when we time-lapsed, it was an incredible whoosh of the dead trees going up, but the living trees in the foreground, they didn't burn to the top. You know, it was just the leaf litter down there. So this is pretty much the current conditions over there where the Zogg fire is currently spreading on the western front of itself. So we'll continue to monitor that one. Over here, this was looking at the North Complex fire from Flea Mountain, which is kind of by LaPorte, looking east over at the Grizzly Reservoir / Bucks Lake area. And so there's a lot of activity during the night, but I do believe that it's still holding. They were really trying to make sure that it didn't jump Highway 70. They don't want it back in the Feather River Canyon. That would just be a nightmare. So looking at this, it's really hard to see what happens, you know, via the webcam. So we should go and look at the North Complex fires and the latest info on that. So, boom. I mean, that's a lot of activity. That was at 10:36 in the morning. So let's duplicate the tab and see the current conditions over there at the North Complex. Like I said, not much to see. So let's look back at, let's see, this once again is North Complex area, looking for, it looks like the Paradise Burn scar, I believe. Still not that much to see. Let's, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So here we are looking towards Oroville, and I don't believe you can see much of the North Complex fire here either. This one would be looking at it. Here. This would be our window towards Forbstown. And other than a tower coated in bird droppings, I mean, or paint, whatever that is, white paint, bird droppings, whatever that is. Other than that, with ash all over the lens, we can't really see what's going on at Forbes-town either. So we will continue to monitor that situation. Now let's look at the current conditions at the Zogg fire. What the weather outlook is, I don't believe it's changed. We can go to weather.gov for that. We can go to Redding, California. And it's 91. They're in the middle of that horrible heat wave. Humidity is only 15%. But there's like no wind. It's coming out of the north, so it's blowing south-ish, I guess, if it does blow at all. It's kind of a dead calm. The widespread haze is going to be this afternoon's forecast. Sunny and hot, high near 96. Calm wind becoming west-northwest around 5 miles an hour. Tonight, it's just going to be more haze, areas of smoke, partly cloudy, low around 70, with northwest wind about 3 to 6 miles an hour. And then Thursday, patchy smoke tomorrow, sunny and hot, high near 100, with northwest winds 6 to 9 miles per hour. So northwest wind means it's going to be blowing to the southeast by Thursday. But tonight, northwest wind going 3 to 6 miles per hour. It's just really not that bad. Knock on wood for the forecast. Hopefully they can just use this window of opportunity to really reinforce the dozer lines and perhaps get some retardant. So as far as the heat wave is concerned, it just keeps going. This week, all the way into next Tuesday, it's probably going to be in the 90s to upper 90s. Brutal, but hopefully, fingers crossed, they don't have any more wind events. So we're going to look over at the glass fire. Let's go look at Calistoga. Calistoga weather forecast. Hello? That is a town. Calistoga. Alright. St. Helena. Weird. Heat advisory. Hazardous weather conditions until the 1st at 8. So it's only 70 at Santa Rosa right now with a humidity of 64 degrees. That's much better than normal. South-south winds, 3 miles an hour. Great. I mean, we know that it's going to be higher up on the ridge tops and such, but, I mean, knock on wood and fingers crossed there. Highs of around 100 today. Yuck. Widespread haze and smoke, just like we saw in the cams. West wind 6 miles an hour, becoming calm in the evening. So we just keep the fingers crossed there. And the only thing I saw about this concerning the Zogg fire that crossed my mind is the winds are forecast to blow to the southeast. They're coming out of the northwest, blow to the southeast. So if you want to just understand fire behavior, it's pretty easy. Fires obey the wind, and they go where the wind's pushing them. Unless they're doing a non-wind driven kind of spread, which is called backing or flanking, and that's when they're just kind of like one bush is next to another that's on fire, which is next to another bush. If they're all touching, then of course as one bush goes up in flames, so the one next to it, the one next to it, you know, that's just running around either backing or flanking or creeping. Those kind of words are for like things on the ground and just not being, you know, flanking and creeping. My bad. Flanking is just like when the sides of the fire just kind of slowly expand out sometimes because, you know, it's not where the head is or the rear of the fire. It's just along the sides because it's just lighting stuff on fire where things are touching. You know, that's what that is. How's it looking over there? Looking back at the chat. Malcolm Marzos says going through compartments filled with smoke gives one respect for being trapped in a fire. Oh, yeah. Davidson is right. Go to a safer place and forget the property. Yeah, Malcolm knows. Malcolm knows. Yeah, and also Malcolm had a good thing to say. Navy firefighting school intro. There's a quotations. When you are out at sea, you can't call the fire department. You're it. Yeah. So during these massive events, remember, self-reliance is so important. You have to groom your property before the event occurs. Get rid of the vegetation next to your house. I don't care how pretty the flowers are. Move them. You know, if that's a nice tree, sucks, but, you know, is it going to drop burning limbs on your house? Are you in fire country? Cut down the firs and the pine trees around your property, anywhere near the house, and put some oaks there. Something fire resistant at the very least. The pine needles no matter how much you rake them off your roof and get them out of the gutters, the moment a wind event happens, those will go straight onto your house, catch fire, and you're going to lose your house that way. Green grass, if you can't afford the lawn sort of a thing, or the water, you can have decorative rocks and paver stones all over your place and have a really cool design pattern and have it look really good. You know, you can order special rocks like quartz crystal white rocks, you know, and those will gleam in the moonlight, shine in the sun, and colored paver stones. You can make mosaic patterns and tiles, but don't have a wooden deck wrap it around your house. Just get rid of that. It's paver stones, you know. Make a non-flammable stuff. And also shutters. Sometimes when a fire is on the outside of a house, it's just, say, burning up the rose bush outside the window, for example. We've watched heartbreaking footage of you know, the webcam where the fire burns down their house live, and it came in through the window. So there are snow shutters on a lot of homes in the mountains and such, but having just iron shutters to close can really help because your window can't tolerate too much heat before that glass shatters. But a lot of times, like the siding in the house kind of resists fire for a bit, and if the bush was just going to go whoosh, if it doesn't make it up under the roof eaves, you could be okay a lot of the times. However, if it reaches the window and shatters the window, a lot of times the fire just creeps in and finds the curtains, and then little bits of burning stuff goes in through the window. There's a lot of little things you can do to really help your property survive. And if you've groomed your property well like that, you can feel much better leaving it. A lot of times properties with the correct grooming, they just make it. No firefighter ever had to even do anything. The fire may just move around it, especially if it moved quickly through the area and there weren't any tall trees nearby to drop on the roof. Sometimes the fast-moving brush fires just move around your property, and the property saves itself in that kind of condition. You know, it's happens a lot. So just don't, your presence is not the thing that helps your property survive. It's what did you do to it before the fire? You know, how well did you think ahead? So looking at log split, it's all around Calistoga. Yeah, it is. It's all around it. So we can go back there and look. And then we're going to look at Clear Creek. I just clicked on the GO-17 satellites. There's no new hotspots apparently near that Clear Creek. From what we can tell, that's holding right there. So fingers crossed. We're going to switch back to listening to the Zogg fire and the glass in a minute too. So let's go back and look. It's up on the hills here where the webcams are, up by Calistoga, but not on the flatlands north of Calistoga. It's up on the hills. And they've been making lines and such all over the place. But Angwin and Howell Mountain, there's a lot of fire in here, especially individual properties where it has spotted, and the wind has kind of moved some of these spot fires this way. I suppose some of those could be actual firings to contain it. You know, some of these could be fires lit on purpose to get in front of the main bulk of the fire. So if you look closely here, this is where they drew the border last time they updated the map of the actual fire. Seeing spots in front of it and around it is very possible that they fired that on purpose. We would just have to listen back to chatter and see what they're talking about, unless they've given us a video update like the Zogg fire. So I would like to get a handle on that, but you can see here that this is the path of where they've been using the helicopters. I haven't seen any fixed wing on it today yet because that visibility, well, speaks for itself, you know. This was dawn. Would you really want to be flying in that exactly? It's just awful. Just super awful. So Chaotic Liquid says, that's bad. I live in the canyon off in between Calistoga and Larkville, so it's scary right now. Larkmead is what Log Splitta is asking. We could look at that specific spot. What you should do is have Broadcastify on, even when I don't have it on for the glass fire. Because instantly, like as we were monitoring yesterday, the fire's on this street, the fire's on that street. We just got a call about the fire going over here. You know, a tree's on fire over there. Are you under evacuation orders? Because I thought all Calistoga was supposed to be out of there. The canyon in between Calistoga and Larkfield. I'm not familiar with this area. So we could go and look. We could go and look at Santa Rosa. And then I have to go for a little bit after this. Whoops. And so there is... let's look over canyon between Larkfield. Is that Napa Valley, California? I haven't heard of that. Is Larkfield a road, a main road, or a neighborhood? Maybe Google would know better. Oh, Wikiup? Larkfield Wikiup. Okay, understand now. That's where some people were pretty antsy about before. So that looks like a neighborhood. Over there. So you're on the Santa Rosa side. Okay. There's Windsor. Yeah, we had some concerned people at Windsor and such. Some people are saying, is the fire going to go here or there? And we saw that the winds, like 2 days ago, were going south. They generally go south to the San Francisco Bay when there's like a wind event. But just like I kept telling people, during a wind event, new wildfires can pop up anywhere because power lines can go down anywhere. You know, an idiot can lose control of his car and crash and start a fire anywhere. Or just a hapless person, an unlucky person, I should say. So, it doesn't really matter if the wind's blowing south, like here was where the fire was. Anyone at Windsor could suddenly be in a dangerous situation and should have an evacuation plan and get ready anyway. Because what if fire starts at Grant and just Windsor's in the path of that direction? So I keep telling people anywhere could be in danger during a wind event. And when the wind's not blowing, then it's pretty mostly simple to predict where a fire would be moving. But that's only if the weather doesn't change. And boy, does the weather change. So don't at all think that the weather forecast is like my safety forecast. It's the best guess that anybody can have of where wildfire will be moving. And they make preparations for it as much as they can. The firefighters do. But when it changes, that's when everything changes. That's when their containment can drop from 50 or 75% to zero. Like we saw with the North Complex fire. I mean, the North Complex fire was just, let's look at the hot spots. We got hot spots here in between St. Helena and Santa Rosa in the last 10 minutes. But you're going to get those heat detections. We had a lot of burning up in here the last few days. And while they have put out most of the little spot fires in this region, little burning stumps and can keep coming back. So we do see that there's some hot spots over here north of Calistoga. But what I was saying though is, always be prepared no matter where you live, have this plan. It's going to help you rest easy at night. So if we can find an update for the glass fire, that would be great. So where were we before? Here's CALFIRE Shasta Trinity. I'm going to play that video. We're going to look at, we don't see any aircraft right now above Santa Rosa. Let's go look at the Zogg real quick too. But just looking at these cams, it's a bad aviation day. Unfortunately, Mr. Aviation, yeah. I wanted to see more action too. sometimes I do think they take lunch as well, so that might be going on. Yeah, let's just keep it looking on over here. But Deer Park just keeps getting slammed. Over here by Calistoga, the main worry seems to be Angwin, Deer Park. It's just getting slammed, getting slammed, getting slammed. So let's take a look and see if we can find a glass fire update for today. So glass fire update, community. I wish it was InstaWeb. They make some really nice. They put a lot of very good links to videos and such. In fact, I don't see any aircraft. I'm hoping that there's no problem over there. That's the airport. It's a beach barren. Yeah, we don't particularly have aircraft over here. Did you hear about that crash yesterday? That must have been right before I went to bed or right after or something. The mid-air refueling problem. Holy mackerel. I bet all the aviation guys know, but witnesses reported a parachute over by the Salton Sea. And they did rescue the pilot, but a pilot that was refueling in midair during a training exercise, he had to eject. It's a midair collision that was minor, and the fueling plane made an emergency landing. That was yesterday's excitement. So, how wonderful. Cron 4 says senior living community in Oakmont saved from the glass fire. That sounds so good. SOCO emergency. Let's look at what we want is a glass fire update from the actual officials and get what their plan is. Because what I want to know is this purposeful firing action to try to contain the fire? I'm not sure if it is or isn't. But we do know Rattlesnake Ridge was one of their containment type things. A kind of a ridge line above Calistoga, higher than in the elevation. So let's go ahead and see. There was an 11 a.m. briefing, live streaming on the Facebook page in English. County of Sonoma will be live streaming County of Sonoma on Facebook at 5 p.m. too. But that was Tuesday. So what about the rest? What about today? So we can go to CALFIRE's Facebook page, I suppose. See if there was a morning update or an evening update. So here's a general update published, 33 minutes ago. Perfect. Let's listen to that.
I'm Scott McLean, and welcome to today's Fire Situation Report for Wednesday, September 30th, 2020. As the wind conditions improved yesterday, crews brought final containment to the Fox Fire up in Siskiyou County. There are still over 17,000 firefighters working to gain ground on the remaining 26 major wildfires across the state. Crews across the state also responded to 26 new wildfires over and above what we're dealing with now, with only the Candy Fire in Riverside County growing beyond control of the initial response. Since the beginning of the year, 2020, there have been over 8,100 wildfires statewide that have burned well over 3.9 million acres in California. Keep in mind, back in 2018, the record then was 1.9 million acres, and now look where we are at today. Sadly, 29 fatalities have occurred to date for the year 2020 due to wildfires, and over 7,200 structures have been destroyed. Let's move over to the fires now. With the August complex, we're looking at over 949,000 acres burned to date with containment of 43%. Moving on to the North complex, which I just came off of yesterday, we're looking at 314 plus thousand acres with a containment of 76%. This being the Highway 70 corridor right here is giving the firefighters the most challenge. It is bumped into actually Highway 70 and is staying on the south side. It's about a half a mile in length, but it's still remaining on the south side of Highway 70. There is a lot of work being done on the north side of Highway 70 as well. A lot of contingency lines, a lot of dozer lines, a lot of folks are involved in that. Plus we have some extra equipment that is staged in case something does take place. You'll also note a small spot fire that took place there that the Forest Service was able to catch as well. This down in this corner has been taken care of. That was in the Forbstown area. Did a lot of hard work for several days, and they were able to catch that and actually take out that fuel out ahead of that fire in that particular area by burning operations. Very successful there. Very rugged ground, as you can only imagine. And up here, there's a couple of challenges as well, but overall, it's looking pretty good. Moving on to the Zogg fire in Shasta County, and now it's actually burned into Tehama County down here, as you can see. We're looking at 51, almost 52,000 acres burned to date, 7% containment. So we're starting to get some containment moving. We're still having some challenges up here as well as down here. So they still have a long way to go, but they're gaining ground. The next one, the glass fire. NAPA, started in Napa County. Started with 3 fires. The Shady Fire, the Glass Fire, and the Boyson Fire. They've all combined into one now. So we're looking at over 48,440 acres to date. It's starting with some containment numbers too at 2%, but that is a start. Still a lot of work, still a lot of fire activity taking place in that area as well. We're looking at the Creek Fire. The Creek Fire has burned over 305,000 acres and is about 44% contained. We were unable to get the map for today's show, but hopefully we'll get that tomorrow for you folks. Still work to be done there as well. Moving over to the SQF complex. Again, down in Tulare County, still a lot of work to be done. We're looking at 61%, burning over 151,000 acres, but still, there's still a lot of work to be done by those firefighters. So we want to move over now to the weather. There's been elevated temperatures and low humidity levels continue across much of California through this week, but we're starting to look at a cooling pattern starting maybe Saturday, Sunday into next week as well. Unfortunately, a fire weather watch that was going to be in effect in the beginning of this evening in Monterey County and the North Bay is now predicted to be a red flag warning. As we can see here, this will now be a red flag warning instead of a fire weather watch. That has the potential of affecting the glass fires you can only imagine coming up from the bay, and you can see the glass fires right in that particular area. Again, locally gusty winds could cause erratic fire behavior. Those winds will also be experienced in the Sierra and associated foothills and Southern California mountain regions. As I explained earlier, a cooling trend is expected to arrive over the weekend, lowering temperatures. But let's go take a look here at these temperatures per se. We're looking, it's not too good. Now keep in mind, with the smoke conditions, that has a tendency to lower those temperatures as well. But we're looking probably in the north part of the state, upwards of 100 degrees this coming Friday. Again, smoke conditions will pretty much dictate that. Humidities are still going to remain low though. So as you can see here, Redding today, 99 degrees, Eureka 69, Fresno 95, where the Creek Fire is, the Bay. So we're looking probably 80s, 90s in the glass fire area. Moving over to the wind gusts. So we're looking until through 5 p.m. on the 2nd, which is Friday. Eureka's looking at 10 to 20, Tahoe same. So you can see pretty much throughout the state we're looking at 10 to 20 mile per hour winds. Granted, that is much slower than what we had to deal with when some of these fires took off recently, but it still is a definite factor that has to be weighed during these firefights. Moving on to minimum humidity. Again, we're looking at today, Redding 11%. We're looking at Tahoe 14%, Fresno's 22%. Sacramento, where I'm standing right now, is going to be 16% today. California historically experiences some of the most devastating wildfires in the months of September and October. That was the rule of thumb. But look at what we've been dealing with in 2018, 2017, this year especially. It's been pretty much year-round. Do not let your guard down. We all need to work together to get through this. Keep in mind, 95% of all wildfire starts are human caused. So we need to pay attention to our surroundings and we need to be prepared. You need to have those go kits ready to go. You need to pay attention to the weather forecast. You need to pay attention to the red flag warnings. And when those red flag warnings come and those evacuation orders come, please leave. So I ask that you visit our website, readyforwildfire.org, for further information on all that, and also fire.ca.gov to keep updated. Have a safe day. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a good update there. I was hoping to get a couple more specific ones, but maybe CALFIRE has that, or the individual communities have that. And so what I would like to point out is that he's talking about, I believe, the weather, and it wasn't exactly like today's weather. So if we go to like, so we're at Santa Rosa. I got a little confused there, trying to look at chat plus pay attention to that at the same time. See, we only have a heat advisory. What he was talking about was like the next week, I believe, the wind's coming in. And that being a red flag kind of a watch. He was definitely talking about October. And so what we see here is we don't have, more than a forecast in general past Sunday. And that's why we're not seeing it, even though we did check the weather. That's the same thing. We are both looking at weather.com there. What I want to do is kind of figure out exactly when that's supposed to occur. But it looks like they have a window of opportunity here where it's high heat and such, but the high wind conditions, they are not forecast as far as this is for the immediate future. Like the next couple of days. Who knows after the next couple of days. But so we will be watching carefully about how much they can get a handle on things. Like here is the area forecast discussion. So as of 9:15 a.m. Pacific Wednesday, the main update this morning is to upgrade the fire weather watch to a red flag warning for breezy northerly winds and critically dry conditions. Actually, it is from late this evening into Friday morning, but then didn't he say Santa Rosa? Didn't he say Santa Rosa? Why didn't we see that in the last page? Okay, so breezy northerly winds and critically dry conditions for late this evening into Friday morning. When I looked down there, he was looking at October. And so I thought he was talking about, it is almost October, but I thought that was the next week. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. That's not, why does it say heat advisory here at Santa Rosa? And yet when you click on that little detail, it says red flag warning. Okay, all right. So winds will not be as strong as our most recent red flag events. For complete details on the red flag warnings, please see the fire weather discussion below. Okay, so is there some sort of a reason that was split there? Otherwise, as per Fort Ord Profiler, the marine layer has gradually compressed all throughout the early morning hours, with ceilings along the central coast just under 1,000 feet as of this morning. Visibilities across the Bay, Shoreline, Salinas Valley, and Santa Clara Valley are down to owing to fog and stratus, while a mixture of fog and stratus and smoke is apparent in the North Bay valleys. Expecting most of it to quickly clear out this morning, no. Allowing for locations in Salinas Valley to rapidly warm up. Maybe the fog did, the smoke didn't, that's for dang sure. So yeah, they're talking about King City southwards, and maybe it's just in the pocket that technically doesn't have the red flag warning, but of course that would affect the glass fire like he mentioned. So in terms of air quality, elevated smoke from the North Bay will continue to bring up concentrations across Sonoma and Napa County. Elevated smoke has been affected more northward due to onshore winds. However, they are seeing some loop back to eastern Napa and even Contra Costa County, owing to anticyclonic winds aloft, so may see elevated concentrations there as well of, smoke. Locations in Big Sur can also expect elevated concentrations to disperse along the southern Monterey County. For more information on that current PM concentrations of a given area, be sure to consult AirNow. For other air quality products, blah blah blah, refer to Bay Area Quality Management District. And so the wine country is north of the Bay Area, but connected enough in weather for it to be very, very reactive of what's going on in each place. So here is mentioned Santa Rosa. As of the previous discussion of 3:50 a.m. Wednesday, overnight satellite imagery shows a marine layer that is a little better established than previously forecast. Ord Profiler still shows a rather compressed marine layer less than 1,000 feet. This is at Santa Rosa. But inland penetration is still pretty decent, with clouds in the North Bay Valleys, Santa Clara Valleys, and Salinas Valleys. The compressed marine layer overnight has led to some patchy and dense fog on the coast, including Santa Rosa. Despite the damp, cloudy conditions over the lower elevations, conditions above that marine layer are still mild and dry. Satellite imagery still shows heat signatures for several wildfires across the state, including the glass. Forecast focus the next few days will still remains on heat concerns and fire weather concerns. A long wave pattern continues to indicate a very large and robust upper-level high pressure, extending from central Mexico northwards to eastern Alaska. Oh boy, we don't like that. The air mass associated with the upper-level high is very mild, and 850 millibar temps, scratching my head, in the middle 20 degrees Celsius range. For today, expect low clouds and fogs to dissipate inland, but to linger on the coast. Blah, 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 blah. The hottest areas will be Salinas Valley, Monterey, San Benito counties, blah, blah, blah. Thursday, we'll see a few degrees of additional warming pushed even more interior locations into heat risk concerns. As with most heat events in the Bay Area, the battle zone is near the coast and the Bay shoreline. Temperatures on Thursday are no different and have a bust potential for sure, especially the city of San Francisco and some coastal communities. Some high-res models keep the onshore component, which could put the current forecast in jeopardy. Yeah, like I said, you can read the weather forecast, but anything can change. One change on Thursday was to expand the heat advisory to all interior locations, giving the forecast a new heat risk guidance. Another factor aiding in the heat risk concerns are the overnight lows in the hills. Current forecast has mild overnight lows in the 70s and the 60s. Some cooling begins on Friday, but mainly near the coast, as the interior ranges will remain above normal temps. The large upper-level high will flatten and weaken over the weekend, bringing widespread cooling to all areas, maybe a little bit of relief. Temperatures will ultimately return closer to seasonal values by the end of the weekend and into next week. After the heat ends, the next item to keep an eye on will be the remnants of the current tropical storm Marie. Operational models and ensembles continue to show some moisture advecting towards California as the trough digs into the Pacific Northwest. Tropical storm Marie, huh? A few of the models even generate some QPF over NorCal, including parts in the Bay Area. Obvious impacts would be big. Confidence is low, though, and it's still several days out, so stay tuned. Okay, so it's either going to be horrible red flag and hot and dry, or there's going to be a lot of moisture with a tropical storm, and they really don't know which. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what QPF is. Let's look. Quantitative precipitation forecast. A spatial and temporal precipitation forecast that will predict the potential amount of future precipitation. Interesting. So, yeah, let's pray for a tropical storm Marie to come by. All right, looking back over at the chat, that's one of those things I'm scratching my head at. Like, where is the red flag warning here then if it's not on Santa Rosa? I'm just kind of scratching my head. So, let's look back. Let's go back with a NOAA weather forecast. He was looking at maps, you know. So weather.gov, I thought NOAA might have some weather maps. I want to know exactly what he was looking at in the video. So oceans and coasts, satellites, focus areas. It's mainly weather.gov. Weather.gov. So we can go to, like, you know, California. Let's just see California. Yeah, USA. Maybe there's like a California update. Oh, it just randomly takes us to the San Joaquin Valley. Okay. Yeah. Forecast graphical. All right, now we're in business. Now you'd think here it would show exactly what's under red flag, and why wasn't Santa Rosa there when I read the weather. I do know what he was showing us was the Monterey area, and that's not exactly right next door. So here's the temperature. So is there a fire weather? Critical fire weather map. The valley. Wow. So, but we go into the next days. I don't see the pink extreme fire weather on the coast like he was showing on his map. So let's let that update. I'm looking back at chat. You just posted it, looking back up. There's a lot of chat. Hope we're well rested. I'm getting there. Thank you very much. Does anybody know where the Candy Fire is? Yeah, we can look at that in a second. Red flag warning until 6 Friday. Critical fire weather conditions over the Dolan and grass fires. Periods of moderate northerly winds will develop early as Wednesday evening and last through Friday. Okay. Ron Koenig, welcome, says the incident update from this morning is on the Facebook page of the Angwin Volunteer Fire Department. Thank you. Let's look there. Excellent, thank you. The wind event will not be as strong, yeah, as it was before. That's what they're saying. Fingers crossed. Especially during the overnight hours when the humidity tends to drop on the ridges. Okay, the National Weather Service in San Francisco issued a red flag warning, which is in effect from 1 p.m. Thursday. The fire weather watch is no longer in effect. So, northwest winds arrived Thursday afternoon during the peak of the burn period. Why in the world, though, is Santa Rosa, just like we saw here? What? That's not hazardous weather conditions, heat advisory, and that's it. I'm just kind of scratching my head. I mean, this is very important information. So, okay, just kind of shrugging. That's that sounds very bad that they haven't put that on here, unless Santa Rosa isn't technically in that pocket. So let's go look at the update, and from the Nixle alert updates by the hour. Good, I should have that going. Critical fire danger, glass fire for the Nixle site. Yeah, let's do it. The Nixle alerts Santa Rosa. I had that up as one of my millions of tabs before. So, okay. So we've got advisories, Sonoma County Fire District. Is this the one you were looking at? Because here's Santa Rosa. Evacuation orders. Community and advisory. Yeah, red flag warning. 1 hour 57 minutes ago from Sonoma County Fire. Why is it not on weather.gov? What in the world? Huh. Alright, so I'm going to put this in the chat, guys. I'm running out of places. If you're near Santa Rosa, there you go. That's your Nixle. NIXLE. And I shall keep referring to that. Because here I thought I'm at the official weather source, right? National Weather Service. Refresh. Here it is. It's not there. There must be just something going on where they haven't updated it. But why is there a gap of 2 hours? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Alright, so it was on the Facebook page where again? Ron Koenig says the Angwin Volunteer Fire Department. Okay, so let's look at that on Facebook. So, Facebook, Angwin Volunteer Fire Department. I'll have 67 tabs open by the end of the day. Angwin Volunteer Fire Department. Alright, so let's take a look at it. The red flag warning, we see that. We see an incident update sheet of paper, but do we have a video? That's what I was really wanting to look at. So here, we've got the red flag warning, right, critical fire danger, containment 2%. Oh boy, guys, 2%. Better than a poke in the eye. Good morning, Angwin family. Evac still remain with no change 7 hours ago. Fire is holding pretty well in our area. It slipped over Friesen Court out towards the end of the road, which they're working to contain. Everything else has had little movement. We know the map is a little hard because even though there's red in your home area, doesn't mean that the home is gone. We've had little if structure loss. Typo. On the west side. We are hoping to put more eyes on things today. Crews, all units except 218 are back in England and are staffing our station. 218 is attached to Strike Team 2200C and today is assigned to the Sonoma side. Everyone please stay safe. Good. All praise for our firefighter heroes here and our first responders. So 46,000 acres, 2% containment. I was hoping for a fire update video. Wow, fire whirls?
Yeah, we'll meet up with him at that location.
Sorry, that was really loud. Yeah, they're like mini dirt devils.
Yeah, we'll meet up with him at that location.
Yeah, it's a... You guys see that? Let me make it full screen. Let me turn off that sound. Right here in the image, there's going to be a tiny fire whirl. Wow, right there. That's what I was trying to talk about, is sometimes when there's a lot of heat on the ground or in a specific spot, the heat rising is pulling everything up in an upward direction. I don't want autoplay. And so the same thing is, that's like a miniature model kind of a view of like a fire tornado, how that's going to start. The fire just has to be a lot bigger for that to start. But I just don't understand this. Here's elevated critical and extreme fire levels on the National Weather Service map, and we don't see anything like he was showing us. I'm just not understanding what's going on here particularly. Refresh. I just turned off ad blocker, but thank you for the tip there about the Angwin Fire Department. Sometimes there's an actual glass fire, like here's our community briefing. InstaWeb had a lot of those. This is what's going on today. This is what we're focused on, that sort of a deal. So let's look back at the aircraft. Is there any aircraft there on the ground? And we're going to look over at the Candy Fire too. So right there at where they're fighting the fire, I don't see any aircraft over there. And so I'm going to look at the Zogg fire too, but the Candy Fire is also of concern. We know that it's holding, knock on wood, fingers crossed. Bear Fire is holding, has not jumped 70 so far at Bucks Lake. So good, good. We have very little craft out there. We have some work on the August. We have some work on the August complex over here by Covello. We know that they did a lot of firing here before, in the weeks prior, to keep the August fire away from Covello, where a lot of people are taking shelter. So we can only hope that that stays there. And we got a lot of helicopters in a Black Hawk that's out there too. So let's look real quick at the August complex, and we're going to read that update as well as look at the Candy Fire. So looking at the August complex, you know, the northern end is beyond, towards the west side of Reef Valley now, and just kind of chews through the landscape here. But we do want to make sure that Covello is safe. So here's Covello. We've got a lot of helicopter activity up here. So they could be doing firing operations now to continue to protect the area. We're just not sure. But I don't like to see southerly spread towards Covello. So let's look at the Candy Fire and the August complexes. So at least the InstaWeb is good for August. Candy Fire we can look at too. Let's go and look at that from the Zogg fire. The Candy. Alright, the Candy Fire. Riverside County Fire Department, which we can go right click and look at, is 227 acres burned with 95% containment. Yay! Yeah, that one just started, what, less than 24 hours ago with immediate containment. I like that. Good job, everybody involved. That's looking great. So that's northwest of Lake Elsinore. Haven't heard of that. So sorry, it's like 20 minutes after you asked about it, somebody in chat, but here it is. The fire remains at 227 acres, 95% contained. They'll continue to mop up. Perfect. And that was what a difference a day makes. Great. So cool. The fire is 25 acres burning in light flashy fuels. Excellent. They had an air attack response. 3 helicopters were on it, 18 engine companies. Yeah, 4 tankers, 5 fire crews, 4 water tenders, 2 bulldozers. No displaced persons. Sweet. No need for American Red Cross. Excellent. There's a good bit of good news there for the Candy Fire incident. So let's put that under 2020 fires there as a bookmark. Nice. Alright, so let's go to InstaWeb and look at the August complex and see what they're doing, and maybe we'll have a video. So it's updated an hour and 38 minutes ago. It's almost 950,000 acres. That's California's largest fire, and this was all caused by lightning. In fact, most of these fires are caused by lightning. It was somewhat of an inappropriate or misleading thing that the fire official, I can't remember who he was explaining about the CALFIRE update. Yes, technically most wildfires are human-caused, but if you think about it, that's only because humans build power lines, for example. Today, right now, the fire is burning in California. The vast majority, like up in the 90 percentile range right now, is lightning from the August 17th dry lightning storm that lit more than 8,000 fires in the state. That's what's going on here. The entire August complex was a whole series of lightning. Went pew, 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 pew. All over here at the Bear Fire, pew, 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 pew. The Sheep Fire, all of that, the Claremont, it was all lightning. It just swept through the state. Just every once in a while that happens to the western states. It's a dry storm without precipitation. And so they were all trying to get a handle on that. They had somewhat mild weather for a while, and then the wind event of Labor Day happened, and it just blew up any of the lightning fires that they hadn't put out or contained. They blew up into monsters and merged with each other. So that's the vast majority of what's going on in California. And the Bobcat Fire is under investigation down by LA for being a power line fire caused by SoCal Edison. They are cooperating with federal investigators. But that's currently what the investigation is doing into the cause of that fire. We won't know for certain, of course, till the investigation ends. But really, people haven't really been starting these. People, other than, power lines, and failing to get a hold of this when the lightning event occurred. Plus, they wanted to put out those small lightning-struck fires immediately, and COVID meant that they had reduced manpower. So some fires have been burning since August or since early September, and just now have people on it for the first time, including the Devil Fire up there. They saw it ignite somewhere in Klamath National Forest, I believe, or near the Klamath River. They still don't have the manpower to put anybody on it. That was the case, 2.5 weeks ago, when we saw it, and every time we clicked on it, it said unstaffed. I mean, absolutely unreal. So while human beings do start the majority of wildfires in some years, it's not this year. It doesn't apply to this year. You really can't compete with Mother Nature starting 8,000 of them, 550 of which became, pretty serious incidences. So let's look at the August complex, and we have an update of 2 hours ago. I was hoping to get a video update. Caused lightning for all the different fires that merged there. And so 47% contained, almost 2,000 people working on it. But this spans 5 different counties. This is what, maybe 6? Was it Shasta, Humboldt, Tehama, Mendocino, Lake? What other one am I forgetting? I can't quite remember. But that's a whole bunch of different, it's so huge that there's different climates depending on how far north and south you go. So there's some tall grass fires in the south, chaparral, which is, you know, manzanita type bushes, which are up to 6 feet tall, and timber, which is litter and understory. That's towards the north. That's towards where it becomes a national forest. So significant events. In the north zone, active fire behavior with single and group tree torching along with uphill runs. Fire established north of Highway 36 is becoming problematic with limited road access and steep terrain. The fire will continue to spread in the 1987 Plume Fire, where fuels are conducted to rapid fire spread. I don't know what the 1987 Plume Fire was or what exactly that means. Are they saying just over to where the fire happened before? Because that was a long time ago to be concerned about that. In the south zone, interior fuels continue to smolder throughout the area. Fire behavior has been minimal. Or is it just like a road name? Is it like 1987 Plume Road? Maybe that's what it means. The current weather. A large area of high pressure continues across Northern California for the week. Like I said, a high pressure system is a shield. Other things like other storms that want to bring rain or anything else like that, or cooler weather, this will result in dry conditions and much above normal temperatures. Winds will be light with low humidity around 10%. There's a potential for areas of thick smoke. So what we're talking about is not the Bay Area at all. Just so that people are not misunderstanding. This is a whole lot of road here. This is a whole lot of different latitude changes. So up here at the north end of the complex, the August complex, they're talking about the high pressure up here and the calm winds, not necessarily down here. So the red flag weather warning is now down here by the Monterey and Bay Area type areas. But up there, they were, as far as that is concerned, they were forecasting, you know, just hot conditions with very mild winds. Hopefully they can get a handle of that and use it as a window of opportunity before high winds come back. Because we know it's the season for the Santa Anas. Just like we had them the other day, they can come right back. All it takes is high pressure right here in the eastern Oregon desert, southwest Idaho desert, you know, northern Nevada desert. Little change with the jet stream and boom, we'll have Santa Anas again. So you'll keep fingers crossed for the weather to be better than they're predicting. Going back over to the right, let's look at the rest of the fires. In fact, you know what I wanted to know is what was their outlook and their plans. Yeah, we'll read their planned actions. So looking over to the right, Honey Thunder says 67 tabs open. Sounds like my brain. Yeah. Plus Nixle is very detailed in its updates. Yeah, I'm starting to like it. Is there a Nixle app, you know, or something like that on the phone? I would like to know. Informant says, I actually don't like watching the fires burn because I feel so helpless to do anything. Yeah. And I hate it when reporters walk through someone's burned out home as if they had the right. Yeah. That's also, when I go and tour the devastation, I try to be as sensitive as possible. It's very difficult to know what to do. You know, you have to show that people were affected, but doing that for money is different than doing that to help, you know. Like, it's a very, very hard thing. The outlook on the, and I'm trying to keep fire activity to a minimum other than monitoring the situation and having situation awareness. I don't show a lot of aftermath videos because the PTSD factor is pretty real. I haven't even watched the new documentaries of Paradise that have been coming out because, A, I think they'll get the story wrong. They'll make it about some other random issue than what happened there. And then B, you know, Seeing a place where I spent a lot of my childhood, just like that, has been hard. So outlook. North Zone, continue point protection around the structures in the Ruth Valley, Ruth Lake, and Post Mountain and Forest Glen area for the August complex. Potential impact of the Zogg fire will be assessed as it approaches the August complex. That's what we were looking at yesterday. South Zone, continue mop-up around the Lake Pillsbury area. Yep, the South Zone is looking better at the August complex, and it's many hours drive away from the North Zone. I can't stress that enough. The North Zone of the August complex is several hours drive away from the South Zone, like 6, depending on what kind of mountain roads you're on. North Zone, closure of the R Wild Spike Camp will be completed ahead of the approaching Zogg fire. South Zone, moderate potential for growth remains a concern. Remarks, PNW Team Number 2 assumed command on Wednesday, September 30th. So they just had a shift command change, excuse me. So burned acreage is split into 3 counties there. If you wanted to read this, it's on InsaWeb. So let's see if there's been any video type updates. I would like to look at that. I can't remember which Forest Service has the video updates. National Incident Management Team, Department of Agriculture. This is an old one. Visit with U.S. Army. That's the 15th. But what I want to know is, where is this hosted elsewhere? Is this YouTube? Is this YouTube? This gives you an idea of the kind of, when they say chaparral, that's what they mean. This is the 6-foot tall bushes. It's kind of scrubby, some of those dry hills. Wild soldiers watching for spot fires. And God bless firefighters, the volunteers, and the military too, and everybody involved, the pilots and all the first responders. And it's really steep terrain, really hard to get a handle on. So let's see where this Mendocino National Forest, let's look at their, see if they have a YouTube. New fire west of Plymouth, CALFIRE circling the area. Okay, let me look. Plymouth, California. Rings a bell. I can't place it by Placerville. Hotspot. Okay, there's a hotspot. Alright, Rancho Moreta. Different live oak than the one I'm familiar with. Willow Springs. Okay, so the county here east of Sacramento isn't this Placer County over there? Let me look which Plymouth, California. What is the county? Amador. Yeah, Amador County. So let's see if there's just news. Amador County fire. Breaking news is what it would be. 25th, a 15-acre wildfire burns by Highway 49 east of Jackson. News break, Jackson News. Let's just look at local news. What the heck? Oh, news break, sorry. Today's local fatal motorcycle accident. Amador Fire. Let's just look at their Facebook. That's September 7th. The last time that they made a post. August 31st. Amador Fire Protection District. So we could say that's 20 miles from where you live. CALFIRE is circling the area. Let's go look at what CALFIRE might be doing. That hotspot was of the last 10 minutes. If you want me to look back at it, we can. So what we're investigating right now, if you just tuned in, is there's a hotspot near Plymouth, California, east of Sacramento, detectable from space, large enough to be detectable from space in the last 10 minutes. So it's by Willow Springs in Plymouth. So we should look over and see if the helicopters are there. We know that they're working Helicopters now working by Cavello in the August complex. So let's go back to move there. All right, guys. Yeah. So we've got an Orion. Isn't that the OV? The OV-10s are Orions, right? Okay. So I do see what you're saying. I'm going to turn on the radio chatter. I think that's the glass fire we're listening to. I don't think the glass fire will talk at all about anything over here. But I'm going to go and look for an Amador County scanner radio feed.
Dozer 1442, Division Juliet on TAC. Hey Nils, would there be any way to have you come back over to this candlestick side, and even if we have to just crawl past some of the bad stuff, open up some of this line that you previously put in, just to give those guys a shorter distance to have to take care of? About division uniform.
I got bits and pieces just confirming their firing operation got approved and they're going to commence shortly.
It sounded like from the top all the way down towards St. Helena.
So I haven't switched yet. I'm going to look now for a scanner radio by Amador County.
Branch 5 on command. Catch you on TAC. Inquiring if there's any other water tenders that are going to be able to come into the division.
Check with Mike and see if he can give his up, and I put the request in for a few more.
Kilo, kilo.
Branch 10, Branch 5, command.
And Branch 10.
Yeah, I copied all that information. If you could just give me a heads up.
Okay, so I do see 97 listeners are listening to Amador County, so let's switch. So we have California, and we have Amador, I'm sorry. We have 97 people or so that were listening to El Dorado and Amador County Public Safety. Let's just tune in, see if there's anything on that new spot fire there.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
All right, we'll wait. AutoZone commercial. Tanker 102 and T83 were there 20 minutes ago. Just started a few minutes ago. Okay. What about Nixle? Right. Nixle. All right, we got traffic. Let's listen.
At the moment, negative, but we will contact them as well. Right now, we're dispatching medical. 10-4. We'll be en route. So a little bit of slow going, dusty roads and log trucks. Copy 13.
All right, so this county doesn't have Nixle, so.
Have a possibly associated police. Washington, Boy, Ida, William, 3638.
Maybe there's going to be some Twitter. AEU, Amador, excuse me, El Dorado. Hey, they've got pizza.
route to the copper incident. 9 souls on board, 1 hour 40 minutes of usable fuel with an ETA of 15 minutes on a heading of 217 degrees. Advised we have AFS.
I'm adjusting the volume up. Sorry, this is going to be really difficult when they keep speaking higher, lower, softer, lower, you know. So looking back, Sherlock says stay safe, everyone. You got to go. Remember, like and subscribe. Yep, like and subscribe. And you'll see me more often, you know, when I do come back.
Lockout at 7141 Silva Valley Parkway, the Rolling Hills School, 1353.
The Rolling Hills School.
Camino.
Go ahead.
All right.
EDSO and 024 are en route. Do you have a vehicle description on that Washington plane?
Yeah, Rosa, new dark gray.
All right, we do continue to monitor the glass and the Zogg fires.
Alpha 9, Nora Yankee 47, 1354.
So, looking back at Roderick Freeman, I hope I say your name right. Can you see the fire or anything like from where you're at? Because we do see a lot of tankers and helicopters and such converging on it, and like you said, there were other tankers before, so we do see the hotspot from space. So what we have, if you're just tuning in, is that there is some sort of a new fire that has broken out. Kind of by Rancho Murrieta, Carbondale, Plymouth, if that means anything to you, east of Sacramento and Amador County.
I want to give you a quick rundown of what's all assigned. Fire attack 440, tanker 83, tanker 102, officer 517, tanker 83, tanker 89, and yourself, that's Alpha 7.
I hope they repeat that. I caught air attack 440, tanker 102, 83, and 89, but there were a few more that are going to be assigned here. We're now listening to Amador County, the new fire that has just broken out southeast of Sacramento, going towards the hills and Plymouth. So can you, McClellan Airport in Sacramento is where the planes are landing and taking off from, right? So can you actually see the fire from your vantage point at all, Roderick, or you just heard the aircraft? How did you first become aware of this? Because this is kind of breaking news stuff. I don't see any news articles at all on the media about it yet.
Okay, the copter is at the pond, working towards the head.
It's fire.
And also, I do have EDSO responding to the campground area, campground area, so make sure you're, I'm not sure how close you are, but that's where they're responding.
Copy, probably the best.
up the second half of 102's route.
Frank 517, if you can hold at the pond, you'll be numbered. 517 will be holding at the pond.
So you first became aware of this fire near you because it got really smoky. That's pretty, plus all the aircraft you heard fly over. Well, that's weird how aircraft can be coming and yet nobody's personally notified you about it yet. We'll continue to listen to Emmett. Unfortunately, that's unintelligible, so I'm trying to mute it when it's just... Yeah, I'm gonna mute that until that's better, because that's kind of rocking our world right there. So we've turned aside from the glass fire, which seems to be mostly holding steady, knock on wood, over by Angwin, to cover this new fire, which is affecting one of the people in chat. So this is breaking news here.
5 closest any type, 3 of those 5 CALFIRE, 1 crew, 2 water tenders.
Tankers and copters are converging on a new...
Good line, right up against the burn, load return. We'll call in break 517 including.
Left the course and you got tankers 2-2 on their way in.
I also heard 8-9, I think, from this way. Are you aware?
I'm going to put this information here. I keep getting interrupted. So
Monitor 12 o'clock, right where the pickup is.
hopefully people can see that now. Alright, so yeah, you heard the aircraft fly over, and that was the first time that you became aware of this. That's it's one of those things where I tell people, and monitor your scanner radios. That's the first you're going to hear about something happening long before the news. I don't think the news media has picked up on this yet. Long before the news or anybody comes to warn you about something, long before the knock on the door comes, you need to scanner radio during fire season and during fire danger days. That's going to tell you. Just tune into your local department.
510, air tactics 20.
Tune into your...
510, go ahead. East, 3,500 feet. Okay, 510, altimeter 3011, air tactics 3,000. Bryce, CDF TAC 2, 1401. 1401. On there. Zero, in contact with copper air tag, switching over. Copter 510, made a copy, working on you.
Excuse me, folks, gotta take a call, but we continue. We continue to monitor a new situation here east of Sacramento. Let's listen to the pilots.
Number 1 per Tinker 89.
1403.
Confirm spot. $233. Both units, contact Copper IC, CDF TAC 2. Break, other you know, with traffic coming up. Tender 5236, water tender 6140, water tender 5116, vegetation fire 21301 Copper Hill Road. Contact the Copper IC CDF TAC 2, 1405.
For air attack, Tinker 102, 12 miles. 102 got 12 miles, turn to 301, air attack 3,500, now Tinker 89 out ahead of you, and 2 copies. 3011, 2500, Tinker 89 in front of us, 102.
With USA.
Rover, you'll see where we almost got that shoulder. Now it's the left shoulder of the fire where there's a few spots out ahead of it.
One spot on the dirt road and then one just beyond it.
Affirmative, you have a white pickup truck? Yeah, that's the pickup truck. Just start right in front of the pickup truck and go closely to the spot. Clear the movers.
Wait, let me do one more pass over it.
Okay, you got one more pass, 517, you're cleared in. Cleared in, 517. 90, you'll be number 2 behind 517.
now we have the smoke in sight. We're 1,200.
I'm going to drop one tanker, then have it come in after the tanker drop.
All right, you got it. Hold me 1 mile, then we'll take a lap.
And it's going to be tanker drop.
510. Left of the copper today.
Coming on scene, I have 8-9 in sight.
Probably about wingspan.
Okay, back over, but starting in the same place.
Now you're going to have to move over. Across the Tulip Court and Sugar Shack Lane, 1409.
Downward.
Camino prevention 272350.
For 8-9 now. The line, like the angle, good just further to the right?
You need to go about a wingspan and a half to your right. Go direct on the fire.
Okay, 8-9, base to final.
Should base final, third drop. Okay, 9, that doubled up your first drop. 170 cleared in, 510 cleared. To 112, 1411. Take that full left side, covers level 3.
Okay, yeah, just like in the middle of my drop, but bend it to the right a little bit and follow the fire line.
Yeah, so if you see where your drop is, and then I had one S2 come in and kind of go midway in your drop and go direct along. At the end of that drop, there's a dozer.
Okay, let me come over and take a look real quick. I think I have them up at the head.
Yeah, the dozer's almost to the head. Front of the dozer, and just kind of work that whole left side up to where the helicopter just dropped.
Unit en route to the vegetation fire 21301 Copper Hill Road, cross Highway 16, confirmed response engine 5223.
in the midst of my drop. I got it.
Okay, they'll get hold of the ground crews. I got 510 there to stay in orbit when they get everybody clear.
Contact copper IC, CDF TAC 2, 1412.
Visual just walked upstream back to the day use spot, trying to figure out if it's the same person or not. I'll get back to you. Just say he was the owner of the Mercedes.
Confirming, he said he was the owner of the Mercedes?
Yeah, that's affirmative. So I'm just trying to figure out if it's the same guy or not. Almost thinking it's not.
Copy.
Team.
Okay, 1413.
Okay, 102, he's trying to get somebody to move his truck. So we'll kind of keep an eye on what the helicopters work for a little bit.
Okay, I can go across. 102, hold.
You're here, right? Look at your crew.
We're going to do it side of the road, air attack for 510. I got some power lines in a field here. I'll be just south of where 517 just dropped. We're on short final.
Is there anybody in that truck?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can tie it in, but they're getting spots around that truck.
Okay, let's go ahead and make a drop over there. You'll be number 2 behind 517 and 510. Hold on the ground.
Of course, I'm on the wrong side, sorry. Dozer, I'll just start just on the outside of them where that spot fire's taken off.
Out of the fire and bend it back towards the freeway. On the ground, 517.
Okay, thank you.
You got fire coming up behind your truck. I'm going to make a drop.
Resource 64, Kilo.
Jackass 512, turn final, clear to ground.
Tanker 102.
02, sorry about that.
Copy, we'll cancel medical and continue the SO and 304.
I copy.
tied into that. I got them working on trying to clear that.
Okay, I can go across the head too if you want, whatever you'd like.
Yeah, just onto a funky little spot up there in front. And with the freeway still being open, I don't want to get any retards across the cars.
I understand.
Scene, repeat your identifier.
Kind of start right past that big flame on the mid slope and work it back. And make sure I don't drop on the road.
Actually looking at kind of the same direction we've been dropping on the left flank, but do you have the visual on the dozer on the right flank?
Let me come over and take a look. I did at one time, but I can drop the other way as well. No problem.
The units en route for coverage. Confirm response engine 5111 to station 112. Cover station 48, 1420.
You're clearing 2,500. Have tanker 102 and 2 copies.
Yes, I see where the turnout is for tanker 101, and there's that white truck there.
Yeah, affirmative. About halfway down, back towards the keel, there's a dozer underneath the trees. Let me know when you have the dozer.
Okay, I think I have the dozer.
Okay, if we can, I would like to hit that large amount of flame that's there, but not hit the dozer working the right.
Okay. Let me double check.
Engine 603, you know.
And we will now be back en route to Placer train station.
Station at 1421.
Mute them for a second. If you're just tuning in, we are listening to live outbreak of a new fire east of Sacramento in Amador County, which is a little bit located near Plymouth. So immediately there was a response of air tankers right now, and they're trying to drop water near a dozer, but not on it. So this is live breaking news. It's not even a named fire yet. It's over southeast of Sacramento. Let's just listen to the pilots.
Drop. Okay, cleared to maneuver.
Zero offsetting B number 2.
That's A3 at scene, and A3, what I want you to do is you can kind of look at the head of this fire where it's gone across that 2-track, see if there's any way that you can kind of pick it apart in the trees.
I'll take a look.
Hey.
110 Circle Way at the Life Fitness, 60-year-old female fall.
Five 510, you guys are cleared in time. Tree drop along the hedge, it's underneath there. Kind of getting a little tight with the cars there, and I'll have you come back and over as well.
Sounds good. 102.
Okay, it's your attack. Got two copters. Is there anything you can do up there? Underneath the tree.
Figure it out.
Whenever they're working now, you can see where the copters are dropping. That's really the only priority along the highway. We don't want anything to jump across the highway.
318, engine 6234, engine 5223, engine 351, still en route.
Copy, and is that engine 318 the Sacramento engine, because they're at scene, or is there another 318?
High into the road about where the old CALFIRE engine is, and buried across the head.
Yeah, affirmative. It's hard for me to see underneath the scope what exactly needs to be done.
At 2,000 feet.
I'm A3 at 2,000 feet, and I got 510 making a jump.
It's 5223, engine 351. And engine 6233 already at scene.
Right, pick up.
Coming on the dip.
Ready, you can bring up the last guy in, and I got the drop. But I don't see any active fire in there, but I can put a line in.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for, how the spots are. And you'll be number 2 behind 517 that's coming in for a drop now.
Yep, 510. Got 102 guys in trail.
Tinkeray 3, you're approved, right traffic 2,000 and below.
Medical, Sierra Oaks Apartment.
I'm looking for a webcam. We're now watching what I believe has been named the Copper Fire. It started, or at least came to my attention around 1:50 p.m. It's east-southeast of Sacramento, over as you drive towards Plymouth, but west of Plymouth. So I'm looking for the webcams right now, but we continue to monitor the aircraft chatter as they immediately put water on this, and somebody came in the chat saying, hey, I hear helicopters above my location. So that's how we first heard about this, but KCRA News and such still seem unaware. So ironically, here we see some eucalyptus gasoline trees in view, but I'm trying to figure out if we can actually get a live webcam view of the fire, because there's a lot of tanker drops on it. I mean, there's 5 or 6 tankers, a couple of helicopters. They were talking about perhaps evacuating people in individual cars. I really don't it's been chaotic to hear their chatter, but I don't know if this is a smoke column or anything like that. So what we're just trying to do is see if there's any sort of, you know, live image we can have of the area. You know, it's so smoky, it's hard to see in the haze, but it's east of Sacramento here, and that's got to be old, west of Plymouth. Not that anybody's heard of these towns over there. So this is looking in the correct direction, but the visibility is so poor. Rancho, over here to the left would probably be where the fire was, but the camera's not pivoted that way. It's by Jackson and Ione Road. Rancho Murrieta. We'll put back on the chat. Let me look at the different webcams. We'll listen live to the pilots now.
Copy code 4, 1429.
Unfortunately, that's about all we can see. We know that they're working in really, really bad conditions. It's so smoky. This has got to be very, very dangerous flying.
Medic 17, conversation 21, 1430.
If you do drive down there, I would suggest putting, first make sure it's safe, make sure it's allowed, and put your...
I got you there.
Put your cell phone record on the whole time, the whole drive, and so you can focus on driving and not filming. Just put that in the phone holder, put it on the dash, let it go, drive, and then focus on your safety and whether or not you're allowed to be in this area or if you can get a vantage point. But yeah, that would be amazing if you got any images or, you know, boots on the ground kind of a report. Just your safety comes first, and please don't, you know, break any laws, of course. But getting a better idea of what's going on in your own neighborhood can really help. This is the time, too, to alert your neighbors that this is happening. And get the community...
CHP for lane closures both directions and or the duration.
There's roadblock info.
The hard closure, Old Sac to Ione.
Alright, so they just decided to close down 16 in between Ione and Old Sac. Horrible sound, sorry. But work on situational awareness and not filming. That is my advice.
On the outside of the hole.
Hi Theta, welcome. Let me go and check that real quick. Let's see here. You're in America Canyon, Napa County.
Load and return for 102.
Let me take a look.
Load and hold for you right now because we're kind of getting tight with the big aircraft.
Totally understand. 102. Load and hold.
If you're down there by the casino, that's where people have been evacuating to. You know, if you're down south of Napa, that's a good place to be. I'll show you where the fire is. Anyway, here's the new detection here. The copper fire, they're calling it, in between Sacramento and Plymouth.
3 engine 4 command.
Let's go back to Santa Rosa. See, you're very far away. You're very far away from it, Theta. Sorry, there's some horrible static coming from that radio.
South and Leone.
Let's look at current wind conditions. All right, so the wind, they're talking about getting other units involved now. We do know that 16 is closed in between Old Sac and Ione Road, so please don't head out there unless you are an actual local trying to get a grip on the situation. You know, let them arrive. There's units coming from Sacramento and other places that need to use the roads right now. Do not fly a drone either, like please don't. So we see the hot spot is spreading here towards the east, and so that's following the wind. So Willow Springs and Plymouth would be directly in the path of this fire if they can't get a hold on it. Amador City and Jackson as well. So now is the time to be alerting your neighbors in the area, like make sure they know about things, tell them to turn on scanner radio, put the app on your phone like scanner radio or police scanner, and tune into Amador County. That's what we're listening to right now, and live you'll hear the pilots talk about where it's going. So if it follows the wind, it would be heading towards Jackson right now and Willow Springs. So those places I would say should be alerted right now. Let's listen to the pilots. And thanks for your report, Chimp 6. Chimp 6 says there's a base housing was evacuated. There was a Camp Pendleton Marine Base in San Diego, but it doesn't look like it's very much here. So yeah, and you're so welcome, Theta. I'm so glad that you're safe. So that's good to hear about that, because we don't know about this intensifying situation east of Sacramento. Once again, I was gonna go and this is the motherlode country. I was gonna go film all these old towns for my historic documentaries that I'm supposed to be making. So my heart's just breaking. Not another one of these. And for all the people in the way too, and the animals and the landscape. This is just, you know, the good news is they put an aircraft on this immediately. There's multiple tankers on the scene. They're dropping retardant, and they are constantly chattering about working the fire. That's one of the quickest air responses I've ever seen. And so we keep getting new aircraft here. We've got everything from the MD-87 to, we've had Marsh S2s.
Retardant in there, it's really right up against the road with traffic coming through. I'm afraid I'm going to hit a vehicle.
Yeah, they need vehicles and traffic off this road. Get off 16, please. Just turn around if you're going.
On the road, if they can get some water, I'm going to start knocking out some of the heat. We'll eliminate a lot of the spotting.
Because they don't want to drop retardant on cars. That could make a car wreck. And so they're really, really trying to be careful right now. I think the helicopters have water, and I believe the fixed wing has retardant, and they're coming out of McClellan Air Force Base, as far as I could tell. So, like I said,
1437.
The wind is blowing to the southeast. It's blowing towards Amador. Go ahead and alert your neighbors if you haven't done so, and if you're in the area. Make sure they know about this. Get them ready to go. Just think about safe places to shelter in place if you needed to, if it came to that. But right now, just think about leaving those general areas depending on what happens here. Prepare before you're told to. That's always what's best. And check on your elderly neighbors and the people who don't have vehicles, people who are vulnerable. At least make them aware of things. And if you're going to leave, offer them a ride. And get them
517's right behind me if you want to leave in, or let them know where you're at. It's tough to see you guys down there.
Get them monitoring the same kind of channels. The local Twitter for the fire department, Eldorado/Amador County. Get them listening to this. This is Broadcastify. I have the information here on the screen.
Engine 5634 Camino, you can cancel your move up.
Just generally, you know, let them know what's happening. The sky is so smoky. Don't count on people looking out the window and noticing the fire.
92720, 1438.
Let's look at the current weather conditions over there.
Steelman.
I'll do it off screen and just read it.
5634 Camino. And 6232 staff, you can cancel your move up. Remaining quarters.
I'm inbound with the other unit with traffic.
Alright folks, I'm going to read the current weather conditions. I'm not... Oh, that's roaring in my ear. You guys can't hear it, but I still can. I'm going to read the weather conditions, and as of yet, the media hasn't particularly picked up on this yet.
Stuff off line 12.
They just said it's still burning down there, stuff off my 12, whichever one of the pilots it was. So we got multiple tankers on it right now. This has been an immediately quick response, just absolutely amazing. I mean, it happens to be right next to the major airport with all the tankers ready to go anyway for other fires, but I believe what they're calling this is the Copper Fire so far. It's just by Willow Creek, so it's west of Plymouth and southeast of Sacramento. So looking at the current wind conditions, and we can see live hot spots spreading.
0 feet, go ahead. I was dropping another spot fire over there.
It would be blowing towards the Willow Creek area, Willow Springs area first, and then perhaps Plymouth, Amador City, and Sutter Creek, and Jackson. So all of those places, if you know people in those areas, I don't know if they are aware of this fire yet, but now would be the time to make them aware and tell them to prepare just in case they have to leave. And we have a lot of tanker action on here, but we still don't know, you know, what could happen in the future. And preparedness is never a bad thing. So we do see the winds aren't very high. There was
7 was working on, so just let me know what you need.
They're like 10-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the most or below right now, but they are facing that direction, going towards Jackson. So I'm going to read you the weather, and I'll turn on their chatter if it at all matters. So let's go over to El Dorado Hills, California. That's a nearby place. So the current humidity there... Wait, that is the wrong place. Click. Okay. So the El Dorado Hills over here.
Spots that are on the west side of the freeway. Staff personnel retarding all the way around it. There was another little spot out at the head of it in the grass, but that is contained by the asphalt and the dirt road. Those are lined all the way up the left flank, looking really good. Should be able to tie this in quickly. I put tanker 22 and tanker 102 on hold.
Yay! They're battling 97-degree weather right now. Humidity is 14%, and those north-northwest winds, which are blowing south-southeast, are 13.
We got lots of retard in there. I still have 2 S2s that are going to be over the fire, and I got the 2 helicopters working that area. And we have a lot of ground resources that are right at the main part of the fire where it bumps into 16.
Oh, that's wonderful. But just don't let your guard down.
Off
to the
It's one of those things that's not out till it's out. So the humidity is 14% there.
5 acres, 20% contained.
Great. 35 acres and 20% contained. So they have a good outlook on this, but just like we know, weather can change in a moment. So awareness and preparedness is never a bad thing. Humidity is only 14% there, and there are winds of 13 miles per hour. So we are happy to see the immediate slam by the tankers with the tanker attacks, but it's still, you know, fire danger weather here, just like we know. California is just having a bad year for that. So this afternoon, the high is going to be around 94. Winds out of the northwest around 11 miles per hour. Tonight is going to be a low of only 71, with winds still being around 10 miles per hour, becoming east after midnight. So after midnight, the wind direction will change and move towards the west, as is forecasted. But they've still got a heat wave going on with highs in the upper 90s, looking for the rest of the foreseeable future. So at least until like next week, it may be below the 90s. So that's the current conditions that's for that area. Is of course, you know, heavy wildfire smoke in the area too. So looking around here, I don't see any particular red flag warning or any of that sort on the bulletins for the general area, so that's a good news. At the coast, it's looking worse actually for the rest of today and tomorrow. The coast is going to have red flag warning conditions over by the glass fire. So this is, I don't want to say the word lucky, but it's happening in a less dangerous area at the moment, and they're so fortunate to be right next to the airport where all the tankers were parked today. So that's a wonderful response that we're seeing here, and they're optimistic. So right now they have a 20% containment on whatever wildfire this was. We were told by somebody in chat, we were alerted to it and immediately tuned in. He says there's helicopters over here, and so hopefully Roderick will come back and give us a local update. But they were trying not to hit cars on 16 and on some of the other roads. So we do need people to avoid the area. Highway 16 is closed between Old Sacramento Road and Ione Road in that general area. So
22, engine 6330 to cover station 60, 1446.
Yikes, sometimes it's very unclear like that, but they already have dozers and such out there. So that's been wonderful. Part of the time I had to take a call and had to take my headphones off, but as I've been catching back up to the situation, they are optimistic about this one. They had 20% containment.
Cleared by fire dispatch, en route to station 87. 85, 1446.
They dispatched multiple engines earlier, so they got people on the ground. They got air attack, and they've got multiple tankers, multiple helicopters.
Dozer 3, Camino.
But like I tell people,
Barney incident returning to Camino.
Dozer 3 at 1446.
like I tell people, containment percentage isn't like safety percentage, and it means pretty much nothing until it's 100%. And weather can change. So right now the wind is blowing towards the southeast, and so those communities should be alerted, I think. And if you know anybody near that, it would be a good time to let them know that this is happening if they're not aware already. I would encourage people to tune into Firefighter Radio. I have put it up here. It's broadcastify.com, El Dorado, Amador County Public Safety. This is the first place you're going to know about if anything is wrong or getting out of hand. You'll know it first and live, and don't have to wait for that delay time for the media to pick it up or somebody to knock on your door. So we continue to watch this situation. The feed is really, really crackly right now, so I just muted it for you guys. But they pounced on this fast, and that's something that's so good to see. And the winds are only about 13 miles an hour blowing to the southeast. So the community that would be impacted next, if it were impacted, would be Willow Springs, and then we'd be looking at perhaps Jackson and Amador City in those areas. So if you know people in that area, I would let them know, give them a text, say, hey, do you know about this, whatever you have to do. But right now they should just be alerted rather than, worried, because this is quite a massive response and rollout. So the situation, though, we just have to continue to monitor it, because we've seen time and time again here in California where a fire looks like it's almost out or almost under control, then boom, winds come out of nowhere. Like we just learned that hard lesson 3 weeks ago with the 3.5 weeks ago with the Bear Fire, tiny lightning strike fire in the middle of the mountains, and people were almost down by Oroville, suddenly perishing and having their entire town aflame, and when the fire crept through in the middle of the night. People didn't leave. Sometimes they looked and saw 50% containment, and that's far away from me. I'll think I'll just go to bed and not monitor live radio, and that's been such a terrible mistake. So it's always better to err on the side of caution and be more cautious than less so, and to always have a plan. No matter where you live, have an evacuation plan. You have your A, B, and C evacuation routes planned out, and your shelter-in-place route. Your shelter-in-place plan. That's even more important. And that can be a swimming pool or a pond nearby.
All the way into Highway 16. So that's all contained on that side. It looks to me like forward progress has been stopped, but it's kind of shaky up around the head underneath the trees where you still have some heat coming out there for a potential spot.
I'm going to try to find this place on Google Maps. Yikes, sorry. I'm so sorry, it's so hard to get this volume.
South 16 of Division Tango, they're all staff, ground resources. I don't see any more smoke coming up. But they're not requesting any more drops from the helicopters, so with that, I'm assuming they're looking really good. Load and hold. I have 8-9 overheads, probably got 15 minutes. They got to go in for fuel. Wait for A3 to return. One pump is going out for fuel and be out of fuel and return.
Your own email. EDSO's on scene. They're requesting a med check. Bring engine 28 cancel. Engine 28 remaining quarters 1450.
Working. I have approximately about another hour. So within about 30 minutes, we should know whether or not. Copy. We'll have you come in. I'll see what 301.
Fingers crossed. They said they had 20% containment.
Fuel now. You got what? Probably 10 more minutes.
And it's about 230 acres in size.
Take your overhead for the next half hour. So if you get fuel now, we'll have you switch with E3 when you return.
Sounds good.
Medicaid 5 is 1450.
Okay, roger. Actually, it might take me a little bit longer because I'm going to have to shut down to fuel hot fuel from his truck. I can't do that.
check.
Report.
Copy code 41453.
Available station 60.
Where at? Where are you looking? Seen anything yet, but I can take a look.
If you go to your 6 o'clock where the dozer line is, right there to the left shoulder, I can't tell if it's shadows that are in the retard or if it's actual burning of the dozer.
Across the dozer line here, and is in the retarder.
Operations air attack near the ground. Yeah, we have a spot across the dozer line. It's held up in the retard, and it's not moving very fast where the helicopter's dropping now. It's on the green side of the dozer line. We'll have to get somebody back to take care of that.
Operation 510, there is a crew a couple hundred yards from it. They just saw me drop. They're moving that way.
Upper IC, Camino.
Reading that a second until that calms down. Alright, so they are not requesting any more retardant drops at the moment. I think Tanker 83 was cleaning it up.
Corner 510 on air to ground.
Some of them are going to refuel, and then they're going to reassess whether or not they need some in the near future. So this continues to be a pretty exciting situation southeast of Sacramento, in between Sacramento and Amador City, or Jackson, whichever one you're most familiar with, if you are familiar with anything in this area. So they are looking, they have a bright and sunny disposition, is what I could,
on air to ground.
well, I could describe it. They pounced on this immediately, and we are just anxiously waiting to see if they'll be able to contain it soon.
You want me to hit that heavy one time and go and move the guys out, I can.
They have ground crews, dozer lines, engines, and tankers.
Copper air attack. Air attack, Camino.
Camino, copper air attack, like to release Tanker 22 and Tanker 102. They're both on a hold of McCall. Tech is confirming ticker 22 and ticker 102 release. Well, that we can pull off for the little.
All right, you got it.
Man, these boys made fast work of this thing, huh?
I love hearing that. To show you whereabouts this is, you can see that it's sort of just rolling hills, but not too hilly over in this area. It's a little bit on the flat side. We got oak trees and grasslands, and looks like there's a golf course nearby as well, but
Go wide out there.
gives you an idea of the terrain.
To get rid of 200 gallons somewhere before I land.
On air to ground. 16, it's going to be a light drop. We just need to jettison 200 gallons. Contact Copper IC, CDF Tech 2. Pull the folks on the spot fire, just make sure they're clear.
Monitoring, I can do a couple wingspans to the left.
Side of the freeway there.
Sounds good.
Camino, engine 333, changing locations to 61's response area.
South of the Highway 16. North side.
Barney SC, Ranger 1 on Forest 22.
Mile clear to drop.
Go ahead.
Patrol 15, Camino.
Getting quarters out of service, Pioneer.
Patrol 15, 1504.
Okay, you got a spot burning in the grass that shoots to the retardant. There's one guy with the hose there. If you want to clear him out of the way on that north corner, I can probably take care of that for you.
Service Corps, Camino. Let County Dispatch know that we're code 4, they have one detained. Affirmative, copy, code 4, one detained, 1505.
Two 517510 on air ground. The farthest northeast corner, if you follow that dozer line around, and then it's just kind of shoot to the retardant. There's one guy with the hose. That's all that's there right now, and I'm heading that way. Texas would be my last bucket to be into Rancho Murrieta for fuel.
Okay, last time we made a pass over those spots on the south side, it did look like there was some active flame on the farthest western spot, but looks like about 3 inches. Once we get this little spot tied up on the grass side and the x-ray, we'll send a helicopter back over there as well. Yeah, you just kind of keep an eye on that spot on the south side of the freeway. They are getting ground resources into it. Just keep an eye on that. And 517, you're going to be working on a spot on the south side of the freeway. Just right about your, just be about your 8 o'clock now.
San Marco, please. 504 San Marco Place, across of Beckett Drive, 1508.
Myself and Resource 526 are out of service. Have a good afternoon.
Resource 522 and 526 at 1609.
Spot fires south of the freeway. Yep. Response, got a gate 5. Gate 5. Female, possible CBA 5010.
Alright guys, I just put the headphones back on, checking back in. How is it? We have any new updates on any new containment or any new outlooks? Or has it just been that? I'm really impressed by how quickly they got air tanker action on this fire. I mean, we just became aware of it around what, one...
Clear. EDSO's en route to the jail with that subject.
Wait, en route to a jail with a subject?
Clear report, Camino, copy, 1512.
That could be regular police action, because we're on a general emergency channel. But that was weird. It's been kind of quiet.
2710, 1513. Camino, make an anchor emerge multiple returning. Return to 1513. 603, Camino. The road, copy 517, aerogram.
Okay, well, the quieter it is, maybe the better the situation is.
Cover, hold up at station 25.
Good, good. Then I hope they're getting a handle on things. I'm looking at the local news like KCRA. They're saying nothing about it. Breaking news is something about coronavirus. Okay. Sign up for a newsletter. Here's current conditions. It's like 100 degrees out there. List of cases by county. That's what the breaking news feed is. That's what the breaking news feed is on local news.
Copy 517 air to ground.
Let's listen.
And myself plus one en route to the forest fire.
Switch to Eldorado stand, just confirm your response to station 43.
Okay, finally I hit on some sort of a headline. I'm waiting for it to load. Wow, it's a 5-year-old article. A grass fire burned more than 300 acres near Rancho Murrieta, and it says 5 years ago. So 5 years ago they had a fire.
Your vision X-ray, your left flank is looking really good. Dozer line all the way around it. With the dozer working on the south side of 16 Hill in Division Tango, I'm starting to feel better. For me, I got about 45 minutes remaining, but I think I'll cancel that as well with fixed wing being released. And then I can probably just turn this over to 517 for opportunities once we get to that time. CALFIRE attack. We got a dozer on the south side of 16 working the spots that were my concern, so I will cancel the release air attack for the copper incident. And tanker 89 is at McCollum getting fuel. I'd like to release 89. And then I'll get back to you with release information for A3.
Air attack 1517.
Give me the ETA to
1530 ETA.
Well, so there could have been an actual different fire earlier in the year in August.
I didn't see any spots here or any, the only structures I saw were towards the heel of the fire on the left flank.
So, helicopter 517 now.
Air check.
Auburn Lake Trail, gate number 3, off of Highway 193.
All right, whenever I talk, they'll talk right over me, but looks like in August they had a different grass fire. Oh. Jeez. Never fails, does it?
traffic collision. Highway 193, 3467, Highway 193 at the Auburn Lakes Trail, gate number 3, across the Sweetwater Trail. First unit is going to be the Trails IC, Wildfire 25. Bridge, Division 7703 with 7704 on the call. You can cancel 1519.
Okay, we haven't heard the pilot chatter for a little bit, but we know that dozer crews are out there working, and the order is to assist them. They're kind of flying around them and trying not to drop retardant directly on them, of course. And so now that they've got a handle on the road closure, they were able to do a little bit more. But some of the tankers are on the ground refueling right now. Some of that means, you know, filling up the retardant, which can take a good amount of time. It's complete static right now that I just muted for you guys. Oh. Some of this radio chatter is real harsh. I'll turn it right back on in the moment that they start making sense.
Went to fuel, they're going to return maybe about another, I don't know, 45 minutes or so.
CALFIRE attack, 1521. Camino Division 4404 is returning, available. 4404, 1521.
Gas station 141.
22. Engine 6332, you're clear for quarters, 1523.
Thanks, Elijah. So, did they say that, or are you looking at a different... Are you looking at a different website right now? I've been trying to find some media that's covering this, and like pretty much nobody is.
Intersect at 2,500, 1,500 below.
We have an update on the glass fire, a 2% containment on the glass fire. 80 homes destroyed at least. But I'm looking at, CBS Sacramento 13 and KCRA. They're not even mentioning this fire whatsoever. Like they must be aware of it, but they don't have that up. So I'm going to look at other Sacramento news. Excuse me. And looks like dominating the headlines is stuff about a stimulus check on Fox 40 Sacramento. It's all about COVID-19 on KCRA, and CBS 13 is talking about stimulus checks. Aha, finally, here we go. CBS 13 Sacramento is talking about the copper fire. So, as of 2:50 p.m., the Amador County Sheriff's Office has issued a mandatory evacuation order for Longgate Road due to the wildfire. According to CALFIRE, the wildfire has been named the Copper Fire and has grown to 25 acres. Flames are moving in south, firefighters say. 2:30 p.m. update. The fire is approximately 25 acres, moving in a southerly direction. Highway 16 is closed between Ione and Sacramento Road, like I reported earlier. Stay tuned. I will paste this.
Join 517 with you guys on that side, so I've got something. Join the party unless you got something else.
I just pasted it in the chat, so one of the people here on the stream says, I hear helicopters and I think there's a fire here. So that person was over there by Plymouth, and so we looked for webcams. We can't actually see the fire here, but it's sure enough. We look over at Flight Radar 24, and there was a big collection of tankers that began to circle. We're talking even the big ones, the P3s, the Lockheed P3, the 4 propeller engines. And, of course, the Orion scout plane. We had a bunch of Marsh S2s dispatched, and the MD-87 was out here. And then they talked about dozer crews, and they requested engines. And right now it's unintelligible pilot radio. I'll turn it back on if they make sense. So, but what they're talking about is they've been fighting this for several hours. It was about 1:45 in the afternoon when I was alerted to this, and we tuned in about 1:50. And so far, Roderick is not back with his report. He was going to drive a little ways to see if he could observe this. But they closed Highway 16 between Old Sac and Ione Road. And that's like a brushy, scrubby kind of a grassland dotted with oak trees. And, of course, people's properties. So they talked about some trees going up in some areas, but they already have dozer crews out there. This was a super fast response, just immediate. I think most of the tankers were like ready to go for McClellan when the call came out, but I really don't know how it started. But they have just pounced on this, and it's been wonderful so far.
Drop.
All right, they're coordinating a drop. Wait, are you saying an OV-10 is not an Orion? Because that's what I've been calling them. Yeah, I'm muting that for a second.
I got folks down here on this spot with their different spots wanting to drop.
Oh no, I got it mixed up. It's wind direction is going to the southeast, blowing to the southeast. So I got it mixed up. The OV-10 is not the Orion, it's the Bronco. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed about that. And here I am learning about things. So what is called the Orion? Is there SI-82? I can't even hear what they're saying. I'm going to mute that. Is a T-82 base to final clear to drop? The one says the A440 is an OV-10. Okay, that's a Bronco then. The OV-10s are Broncos. Alright, got it. Doesn't really look like a... Oh well. I don't know how they got that nickname. But we had the Lockheed P3 was out here. We had S2s. Most of those are out there refueling. And about 10 minutes ago, they had a 45-minute ETA to come back to the area. But they're pretty satisfied with the work right now. They're saying that things are looking great. There were some funny congratulatory kind of comments like, "You boys knocked this out quick, huh?" So that's good news so far. Good news. But I can show you the wind direction is, let's refresh it. Going towards the southeast, it's out of the northwest, and we see no new red hotspot detections for the last couple of minutes. That hotspot detection color code is 10 minutes to 60 minutes old for the orange one. Oh, that's rocking my world with some angry radio static in my ears. So they are pretty confident with it right now. That doesn't mean that Jackson and Willow Springs shouldn't be on alert. Willow Springs would be the next impacted community, or Plymouth, but they are doing a pretty good job. They've only evacuated people on one road so far. So I've just let me relink it to you in the chat. This is the one the one news article I can find about it so far. So the P3 is the Orion. Okay. Orions are wind challengers. Okay. Thank you. I'm learning my fire aircraft. So let's go back to here. Yeah, the P3, the MD-87 are all out. They were about to say something. Let's see if they say something. Yeah, okay. Ugh. Sorry for the noise, guys. It's hard to know when to unmute it.
30 seconds out for the drop on the main spot.
Within quarter, station 132. 6332, 1533.
There's a Diamond Twin Star, a DA-42NG. Not at all familiar with that one. I mean, it even says like flight training, but they contract out sometimes, rent out their planes, or work with firefighters sometimes.
Fire with 517 and not having air sac overseeing?
Oh yeah, no problem at all.
Okay, copy. Break 517, you're still comfortable with the fire? comfortable working together with ground resources, all our contacts.
Right, but they could be contracting with it to use it for scouting or some purpose like that. I've seen that sometimes, but a lot of the PC-12s, for example, were with flight schools, and they were like, yoink, and then they became something to track the wildfires with. So it looks like we're waiting for those tankers to refuel.
Copper, I see. Copper air attack on air to ground.
I'll just shut up for a bit. How about that?
74, 1535.
Copper, I see. Copper air attack on air to ground 3. Copper air attack, air to ground 3. Copper, ground 3.
Okay, good copy.
To ground, just the fire by themselves. Do you have any additional need for the air attack? They're up on air to ground for ground resources, and they're just hitting targets off the shooting. Ground feeling comfortable with you. Air Shack 440 is released, be returning to Columbia, ETA 1555, 1555. Camino, Copter 510, 517 are going to remain at scene working with ground crews, and they'll come back to you with the release information. Copter 517, Air Shack 440 is released, we can head back to Columbia. We've been released by EDSOs and been terminated. Available in quarter station 122. $15.39.
Yeah.
$40.
$15.41.
Engine 5141, 1541.
Down with the bucket. Anybody needing some assistance? You can leave the end.
Drive 10.8.
In the quarters.
$43.
10 copy.
Releasing 6420, 5368, engine 91. They'll come up to you when they're clear.
Required Lewis Street. Required 3025 Lewis Street, across of Crescent Street, 1550. divert medical 6831. Correction, 6840 Oak Lane, process Forney, 1552. Engine 91, 1553. All stations and field units, Camino, stand by for afternoon fire weather forecast. Break. Continuing dispatch area discussion. High pressure over the region this week will bring very warm afternoons, cool nights, and light winds. Smoke from the California wildfires may lead to periods of poor air quality through early Thursday. Locally, gusty wind possible tonight into Thursday morning in the eastern foothills and mountains. Humidity will remain low with poor overnight recoveries on mid and upper slopes. No signs for wetting rains through at least the first week of October. Break. Tonight's weather, mostly clear, hazy and patchy smoke. Minimum temperature 62 to 69 lower elevations, 49 to 59 higher elevations. Maximum humidity 29 to 41%.
Winds, valleys, lower slopes, northeast winds 8 to 14 miles per hour. Ridges, upper slopes, northeast winds 11 to 18 miles per hour. Break. Today's weather, mostly sunny, hazy. Maximum temperature 88 to 93, lower elevations, 75 to 85, higher elevations. Minimum humidity 8 to 13%. Winds, valleys, lower slopes. East winds 8 to 14 miles per hour, shifting to the southwest, up to 8 miles per hour in the afternoon. Ridges, upper slopes, southeast winds 6 to 12 miles per hour. Break. Minimum temperature 61 to 69, lower elevations, 49 to 59, higher elevations. Maximum humidity 29 to 44%. Winds, valleys, lower slopes, northeast winds 5 to 11 miles per hour. Ridges, upper slopes, northwest winds 6 to 12 miles per hour, shifting to the east 5 to 11 miles per hour after midnight break. Friday's weather, mostly sunny. Maximum temperature 86 to 91, lower elevations, 73 to 83, higher elevations. Minimum humidity 8 to 18%. Winds, valleys, lower slopes, east winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, shifting to the southwest 4 to 10 miles per hour in the afternoon. Ridges, upper slopes, east winds 5 to 11 miles per hour, shifting to the west in the afternoon. Break. Camino continuing with actual indices for today. BI 54%, PALD Delta, adjective moderate, ERC 92%, IC 41. Predicted indices for tomorrow, BI 62%, PAL Echo Victor, adjective very high, ERC 96%, IC 54. We are at a high dispatch level. All burning is still suspended. This concludes the afternoon fire weather forecast at 1600 hours.
Well, I'm not finding any evidence on the map, so far of any new fire. So Elijah was saying that there was a new fire in between Chico and Sac. I'm trying to verify that. So let's see here. There's a new fire somewhere between Chico and Sac air attack going out from Grass Valley and Chico. Looking at the satellite detection, I don't see anything detected in the valley right now with the GO 17 other than the one we were just monitoring. So yeah, if you can, we can look at aircraft and see if there's anything else going out there. Do you have a specific plane that is on this?
I'm clear of last incident.
In this area? Oh, by Loma Rica? Are you kidding me? Oh, man. Okay.
I copy, thanks.
Would it be this, Elijah Hunter, this new one? This brand new one by Loma Rica? Holy mackerel, that's a different county. So we might want to switch to monitoring this, which is a different county. Oh, wonderful. They had a devastating 2017 fire. This is near the area where I lost my family friend to wildfire.
Yeah, will you show me in quarters at Amador?
Let's see what's going on here. how cursed are these spots on the planet? Alright, we know the old one, the 2017 Cascade Fire, was started by downed power lines because of Pacific Gas and Electric. So we know that the power lines in this area tend to be pretty weak, and I don't know how much they ever did to fix or replace them. But I am very interested in this new development. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Elijah. I know this area very, very well, going out here to visit the family friends I used to have. So let's, I'm gonna check some resources. We're still listening to Amador County.
Yeah.
For the moment. In fact, let's switch. Let's switch to, away from Amador County. What is that, Yuba County? Believe so. Yuba County.
510 should have a little more. About 15 minutes before home. I'll go over to the airport and refuel and pick up my crew and then head out, so I'll give you a call.
I'm going to switch away from that right now. We're stopping El Dorado in Amador County. That seems to be not under control, but well situated, whereas we might have a new breaking news kind of a fire up there by Loma Rica, 1 county north. So we know that it could be, it technically is the Foothills. I don't know if it would be Foothills Fire Dispatch. Let's just randomly click on these and see if we can hear anything related to these air tankers.
Let's talk about dreams. What's your dream?
Which are near
Pay
Loma
off your
Rica.
debt, remodel your house, maybe a new car. Advantis Credit Union has been in the dream business for 92 years.
Well, I'm going to turn that down. But they sure are circling something right there. So we've got we've got a little March 2 tanker, and we've got an OV-10, a Mustang, and I'm learning the lingo. So that one's either Scout or Air Command. Yeah, Air Attack 230 is in the Mustang, and then there's a Marsh S2 over there. So I'm trying to figure out if this is live Foothills Fire Dispatch. I wouldn't think that that's it, but I am quite concerned about whatever that is going on there. So we can go back to what else is in Yuba County. We know the major incident is covering the glass fire. Here's Linda, which is not the right town. We're listening to Foothills Fire Dispatch, and they're not saying anything. I could go to Yuba City, Linda and Olivehurst Fire. Let's just let's click on that.
I'm pretty sure our new house might be haunted.
Alright, commercial is going to play, and we'll just see which one of them squawks. We're technically listening to two at the same time. Okay, commercial's over. We technically listening to two channels at once, but both of them don't really say much, so we'll continue to listen. I'm trying to figure out if we can listen to any pilot chatter. That's the first fire over here that we were monitoring in Amador County, but the newer one is over here at Loma Rica. So we have a Air Attack Command, Air Attack 230, and a S2 tanker who have been in the region. So that would be at Loma Rica Road, just west of Loma Rica. So I know that area very well. So we will continue to monitor that situation. I will see if we can get any information about it over here from the news media. So give me a moment. Just typed into Google, breaking news, CALFIRE, Loma Rica Road, and I don't see anything coming up new. September 9th, they had a fire in the area, but that's a while ago. So let me check the, news break doesn't say anything's going on. It's still 100 degrees out there, just as bad conditions. At least it's not too windy. You know, 10 to 15 miles per hour. The air attack has gone away, has broken off. I don't know if they need to refuel or what. There's a Cessna headed for the area, but this would be quite concerning to myself in particular. Although we do continue to monitor as well what's going on over here. With the Amador County fire, but it looks like they got a really good handle on it. Last time I heard it was at least 20% contained, and it only had broken out 3 hours prior. So that's more of a grassy kind of a country, you know, golf course in the area, kind of, you know, little seasonal creeks there that have copses of willow trees.
Any unit on McGowan, 1534.
Oh, let's listen. This may be covering what's over by Loma Rica. So we're listening.
43 is the airport. 1022.
Okay, they were talking about somebody going to an airport, but this concerns us. This also is, this is one county north.
Confirming clearance, CIC.
That's my area, firm.
Yep.
All right, that wasn't much information.
I-42, Kenny.
42.
Can I have you respond to call 173? PG-21 dispatch.
42 copy.
You know what? I have people in the area. Let me make a few phone calls.
County Team 20, all unit 97.
10-4.
I won't be able to dial directly the first responders, but I know they're a family. So let me make a phone call to see if I can figure out what's going on at Loma Rica. Somebody might know. Hang on a second. We're listening at the moment to Yuba County Sheriff, Wheatland Police Fire, and Foothills Fire Dispatch. So we'll be right with you. We have no information on this other than there could be a new fire here.
County 553.
23.
The 10-8 and the Spiders, that's going to be McGowan at the track.
506.
506.
10-7 courthouse.
County 537. At local 29 on a Becky Stallings. Becky Stallings, clear local. 10-4.
King 20.
King 20.
10 only residents clear and we're good for.
Copy, go for. Lockdown 8, copy.
County 220.
20.
Medical station, you clear, then we're good for you.
10-4.
County 5.
5-9.
The roster's in the box outside the door.
10-1. I-23, Kenny.
10-23, copy.
Tower.
Geico presents Monster Counseling.
Dracula, tell me how you're feeling.
No one understands how lonely it is. No one will even let me into their house. I knock and I knock, but they ignore me.
Uh-huh. What else?
I look in the mirror and I don't even see myself anymore.
If you don't see yourself clearly, can you really expect others to?
I'm having a breakthrough.
It's not easy to be a vampire, but with Geico, it's super easy to switch and save hundreds on your car insurance.
That's Town 4. Control 34, yeah. It's been released from the Fork incident and will be returning to Georgetown.
Until 11, I'll be available from the conference center.
Point 5. For your clear for quarter. Engine 5111, 1625.
Heads up, I'm showing about 4 on me, and then I'll be heading for fuel, same as 517, and then back out to grab my crew, unless you need something else.
We're in Cooper's Placerville District Office, released from the Barney incident.
Dozer 3, Camino, copy 1633.
28 Medical, Holly Drive. Holly Drive, cross of Trotter Lane and Creekside Drive, 1635.
All right, friends, I am back for just a moment, and thank you so much for holding down the fort, Elijah, with all that information. Thank you so much. So, fire is contained, and they're releasing air attack. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Is that the one at Loma Rica then? Perfect. Yep, so the video name is still, we are back listening to El Dorado and Amador. So they still are moving around this area, correct? So I never did change the video. The video title is still correct, so I can just amend here so that people know what we're actually currently looking at. What I have to do is take a short walk to the mailbox, and I got to deal with the issue over there. But I will be back in just minutes, so you guys will maybe you guys can brief me on what just happened, since I've been juggling the telephone calls left and right here. So I will be back in just a few. And right now we're still looking at the Amador County here situation that was on Highway 16. But looks like they have gotten much more of a handle on it. In fact, let's listen 1 second. I thought they were going to say something, but looks like they've gone pretty silent. Yeah, when I get back, I'm going to switch this back to looking at the glass fire, perhaps. Phew, sigh of relief that the one at Loma Rica was put out quickly. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Alright, so I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys, and we'll switch to glass fire at that point.
and 28 Medic 89, commit emergency pulse.
28, 1646.
Entrance 122, emergency pulse.
9, 1649.
14, are you available to call dispatch?
Yes, I just returned to the district office here.
Copy. Give us a call, please. 1582.
Copy 517, I'll come out of the dip, probably 2 minutes out.
Dozer 540, utility 2733, 17 Drive.
So. Seven copies, yeah, it's about probably 30 feet closer to where that dozer tractor trailer is. Seconds out. Go.
Yeah, I'll give it a slow flight over.
I am a 517, and it looks like there's still spots. I think they're working.
I see 517 air to ground. Seven air to ground. Don't have anybody currently on them on the eastern flank of the fire. We're going to put a couple buckets on that just to tidy it up.
I'm back, friends.
Meow.
Yeah, you can show us leaving Union Valley Reservoir and route back to the city.
Engine 964, 1709.
Okay, I think if I hazarded a guess, I think maybe this one's wrapping up over here, I hope, in Amador County. We did hear that it was a minor event over by Loma Rica, thank goodness. I called my people and they hadn't even heard of it. I didn't reach any of the first responders, but the relatives of those first responders shrugged it off as not a threat to them. So, phew, whenever it happens in the area of people I know, of course, it makes me a whole lot more anxious, just as I know for all my listeners here and everybody who's tuned in. I know how anxious it can be just watching from afar as everything's still standing. So that's what this support channel is about. It's we can support each other and, you know, just be there for each other and get all the information that we can as it arrives. So we'll leave this area for the moment and go back with let's go back to the blast fire. I do know that there is more situations, of course, more to be played out here. It's not out by any means. I can hear pilot chatter. The reason I didn't come back in 5 minutes, like I said, is here I am at the mailbox and a bunch of fire engines go by. And so I was curious about it, and I went over to take a look. So it ended up being just a medical call. But I thought it was something worse because an incident command vehicle rolled by first. So thank goodness, phew, just a medical call. But I'm on pins and needles too that we're back in a heat wave in Oregon at the moment. So I'm just looking at the peachy, weird pink sky with the sun. It's kind of an orange color, saying, man, can we just have autumn and winter already? Man. So I'm going to switch the Broadcastify feed away from El Dorado and Amador County. I'm going to go back here to monitoring the glass fire with Northern California major incident. So I do know it's very active right now, and it looks like some tankers are back. So here I'm going to turn that on.
The attic is cursed? No, its eyes are just very lifelike.
I'm just gonna mutate that. I'm gonna mute that commercial. So let's go back here, and then as soon as that stupid commercial stops playing, I'll turn it on. So we do know that. Oh, you have a time-lapse Payne's Peak camera. Shows the start and end of that 3-hour time-lapse. Thank you so much, Falling X Rhythmatic. Well, let's look at that camera. That would be, and we'll switch to the Calistoga camera soon. As soon as I say anything related to, I gotta move this. So let's do listening to Northern California major incident glass fire. Alright, so let me move that down. Alright, so let's look at the different, that's a live image there, and this would be the glass fire. This is a North Bay camera at St. Helena South. So that's one right there. Let's refresh it. Wow, that's a good clear view of that. So it's above Santa Rosa, just north of it, north of Calistoga too, and looking over. But I definitely want a time lapse of that. That's pretty dramatic images right there. So yeah, they update about every minute. Holy mackerel. So let's go back and play a 6-hour time lapse of that camera. Earlier today it just looked like this, but we can see that the camera changed position and it looks very different. So that'll give us a good eye view of what the fire looks like just north of Calistoga in the hills and the mountains here. Now if you just are tuning in, hey, I'm getting, that's another trophy. That's another trophy comment. Now I'm being accused of being part of the PsyOps military. Cool. Maybe I got promoted in the military. I didn't realize I joined, but awesome. Can I be like Minister of Propaganda or something? I collect trophy comments. I like those sorts of things that either say I don't know what I'm talking about, or I don't care about the climate or random stuff. But being part of the PsyOps military, dude, that's a new one. I'm pretty flattered by that one.
Evacuations in place for Etna Springs, down to the south all the way to, and Pope Valley Road all the way to Howell Mountain Road.
1449 E187, stop for a sec. Let's cut this one more time off my dozer because
that is affirmative, and I believe I took it all the way to Charles Pope Valley Road and lower Charles Pope Valley as well. I copy, and to the north, have we gone at least as far as James Creek? Etna Springs, but I can confirm with East Operations. You want to push it all the way out to either Bus Canyon or the turnoff to the estates? Affirmative. A copy. Have your conditions deteriorated coming over the hill and pushing down? Yeah, affirmative. We're starting to get some spots coming off of the Candlestick Ridge. It's starting to threaten the line that we're trying to push down off Summit Lakes. We're going to keep working it a little bit more, but in all reality, we're probably going to have to start considering our line coming off of Summit Lakes down into Anchorage. 4 copies.
So they are having difficulties. They're talking about Etna Springs being evacuated. So I think right now my #1 duty is to see what the new evacuation zones might be. So anybody in Etna Springs, I don't know if anybody is located there.
Branch 4, East Operations, on command.
They're wanting people out.
Branch 4.
I copy that last traffic. I will call operations and check and see where we are on those advisories or orders.
Branch 4 copies. East Operations, operations.
East Operations.
Are you able to place phone calls?
Hey, firm. Stand by.
So we switched back to covering the glass fire, which is still pretty grim and looking more grim with the high wind red flag warning coming back. So we are seeing some pretty dramatic footage. This is just the last couple of hours. This is only a 3-hour time lapse. So this is the mountains / hills above Calistoga, and above just north of Santa Rosa. Let's listen to the pilot chatter, and then I'm going to read if there's any new evacuations.
831, winds are calm, no term traffic or hazard, that's discussion.
And last close up for 810. Yep, start 810, running down for landing, 2 knots Wildfire. And 115, still information?
Arctic inbound, that's discussion.
Landing in our present, we'll search for that traffic, start 810. Okay, 810 is #1, and the other aircraft are still behind us and have not checked in yet. And 150. Do we have information on the fill for the last air attack?
Last air attack signal, you'll have map 6, map 4, map 1, Taker 912, Taker 944, and a Type 1 out of Fresno. No identifier.
Catalina, Kanaka lookout, out of service.
Copies, Type 2 unavailable.
I continue to play time lapses of the area, and we're listening to the pilot chatter over at the glass
7
fire.
Alpha Charlie, Elko on air to ground.
We'll look at the Zogg fire next. I'm just going to catch myself back up to speed with this.
6 Alpha, Elko, air to ground.
With the glass one, but as far as I know, it's holding tight, so we'll look at it. But that's old information, so we'll take a look at that too.
Branch 9, Sierra Sierra on command.
Zulu, engine 1666. We
We are right next to it here. We're keeping an eye on it. It should be fine. We'll be able to catch it if it does go into the vineyard.
Yes, sir. Find what you're looking up in the code.
I'm going to do one more bucket, and unless you guys see something that I don't, I personally think it's good.
They were talking about making sure everyone was out of Etna Springs.
767 for the Helga. And you were looking for, but you're not actually looking at anything that you need to turn on.
E31 is 1 minute inbound for landing at 11.
31, your winds are calm. Be advised you have 5 Juliet landing and 2 guards inbound for landing. Positive AFS touch.
We got 2 guard ships inbound for landing, and guard 831 is just to the south half mile. We got 5 Papa Juliet in sight.
So this is our evacuation map, and I do believe they did this quite a while ago. But we do see that the Etna Springs area is under mandatory evacuation and has been so. So they were just inquiring. Everybody's out of Etna Springs, right? So that could be indicating that they're having a problem over by Howell Mountain. So they were trying to get an eye on things last time we heard. So we do know that there's helicopters and some planes in the area, but it's really terrible visibility. So let's look back at the aircraft. And right now we've got air attack, 501 in a Mustang, and other planes and helicopters were hovering over that area a little bit earlier. So some of them are on the ground here. But I do want to check on the Zogg fire too while we still listen to the glass fire.
Dozer boss strong.
Yeah, Crystal, what you should do is give a cross street that's somewhat near your location. Don't give an address since you're probably female. So yeah, that's just not one of those good things to do on the internet. But if you want to know about a specific location, pick a couple of streets away, a couple blocks away. Give me a cross street and we'll look at that. But we do know that Redding was, they were holding Clear Creek. They were holding Clear Creek. That's the only real threat to Redding. So let's go look at that right now. We're going to peel away from here, back up towards the Zogg fire for a moment. And see if there's a Zogg fire update. Promising. The latest hotspots are nowhere near Clear Creek up here, which is great. This is their line.
Dozer boss strong.
I think it was drawn before at the car fire, so they just had to refresh it, I think.
50 Lima. Last air attack, air to ground.
But we're going to make sure.
Division Hotel, glass air attack, air to ground, City of Tech 20.
Air attack, go ahead.
Want to confirm all
lines are de-energized on Division Hotel. Please, and information, we're going to have checking in here shortly, and that's what ground crews are aware. We'll be working basically tying into the vineyard of the valley floor. To the big bluff, rock bluff, just above the S.
Okay.
That's Bravo 71, correction, it's 14 minutes out, and that's for 6300 Fox. Around that.
Yeah, so the latest updates for a civilian who was severely burned in the Zogg fire has succumbed to their injuries. That's the fourth victim here. 6 hours ago they had an update. I don't believe we saw this, but CALFIRE Shasta Trinity was live, so we might want to take a look at that. Let's see how long the duration is. That's 18 minutes. That's a whole 18 minutes though. I'm going to link this in chat. So, but I have not heard of anything jumping Clear Creek. So let's look at the area that you gave us. And it's not just stalking, it's these videos. These videos of mine are going to be up here for the public record until the end of time. So your address or whatever might be searchable on YouTube for the next foreseeable kind of decades, you know. So if we delete the comment afterwards, you know, it won't be there, but that's why I say no actual addresses, you know. So Trinity, Alps, Vista Road, and Bland. Okay, so let's first go there in Google, so then it's easier to do that. Trinity, Alps, and Bland. That's over there, and that helps me to get a handle on where then. Let's listen to the glass fire while I orient myself. Okay.
911, just Department McClellan, en route to the August Complex West incident. 20 minutes. We had 3 calls on board, 3 hours of fuel, off normal.
Guard 840, currently 8 minutes out. 912 or 914?
It's 911, you know.
There's a clutch here, you guys there? Give me a minute, we'll...
So it does look like it's within the devastated area, but we just, of course, don't know which structures are standing or not.
Commander on Nashville. Do you have you positive there, sir?
We verify I'm in the correct spot. Bland and Trinity Alps, so it's right there. That's the fire line that they have hand drawn. It doesn't mean that that's up to date. Usually once or twice a day they'll hand draw, you know, the perimeter of a fire.
42 1540.
But as far as the GO 17,
you almost did, but I'm going to bump down with you guys.
I'm gonna mute that for a second. As far as the GO 17 satellite, we don't see any new detections right over there. We see it up here. Like like this is where the fire's at Rainbow Lake, you know. So we have very limited ability to see, you know, like what's going on right now. We can look at something called the Sentinel Pro, and we can put that under false color burn and see if the Sentinel satellite has gone over the area anytime soon. And then you can then you can see if the ground has been burned up with this satellite, but it depends on when was the last time the satellite was here. That was the 29th, so it was yesterday. So what's partially, I could sort of train you a little bit on how to use this. Sentinel Pro is one of the sliders, and the red is like hot, you know, disturbed ground. It's usually something that has been burned, and that doesn't tell you whether or not a structure has burned, but it gives you an idea that they made the fire line on these roads here, and it stopped there. It stopped there and there. So if we were to look, we could still see little pockets that were not burned as far as when this satellite passed through the other, you know, yesterday at an unknown time. So not everything is burned up here, but that's pretty much, it's just outside the line. Okay, zoom in as much as we can. All right, so let's try that. Let's try that right here. Let's see if we can make this less, hey, where was it? Sorry. Bland and Gold Diggers. I love these street names. And Trinity Alps. Okay, so is this where you wanted me to zoom? Because then you can do this. And it looks like Bland Road held right here as far as this little satellite here is concerned. So the other place that I would encourage you to go to is the Sentinel.
Incident, 30 minutes ETE, 3 hours fuel, 3 souls on board, ops normal. How copy?
Do you have copies of files? Have you positive ASS? I'll lose you in a second, but I'll keep an eye on you.
Last air attack here to ground.
There's a specific website. I'll talk in between the pilots. Looks like they're taking a lot of tankers over to the August complex, which is nearby the Zogg one. They're trying to keep the Zogg from joining and merging with the Zogg. So apparently I can't at all spell. So there's, let me get you the actual website, and there's a whole bunch of different sliders where you can look. Where is that website? It's the Sentinel.
A couple hand crews underneath the power lines, base of the hill, where the work area for the fixed wing are going to be. Probably not the best location for the crew, just they could clear out underneath the power lines.
So here, if anyone, I'm going to mute that a second. If anyone's ever worried, like, is my property still standing, blah, 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 wait for the Sentinel satellite to go over it, and this is going to be one of the best ways to tell if you can't get any, official sources to tell you. Although CALFIRE does a good job with their surveys as soon as they feel it's safe. So you hit Explore Hub here, and it has all kinds of amazing different imagery things. Go to like Sentinel Playground, press on the playground. A couple of days, actually 2 weeks ago, I explained how to use this. I don't know all about it, but you go to, say, IGO California. Let's just see if that will take us there. There we go. And that's the weird thing, you can't just press enter, you have to then, you know, select, hang on, there's a correction of something.
Taxi Marina.
Oh, that's Chester. Look at this. That's the August.
Identify a new IP, St. Helena IP, numbers when you're ready.
Well, you click.
St. Helena IP 38.
All right. That's just some sort of a correction on a thing that pilots need to know. So you go and you look at things like false color urban, for example. But you then have to read the code. So for every different type of light spectrum that this satellite deals with, there's a different, like a code. What does red mean? What does something else mean? So for example, if you get a natural color, a lot of times you get the cloud cover and the smoke, right? And then you can go to like geology kind of things, but they're all going to be different. So like false color urban, for example, looks like that. Let's see where we're at. Are we? Wow. So there's our Zogg fire right there, and you can see the moving seat of the flame. I believe this might be current. Let's see when was this taken. So here's the Zogg fire. There's Rainbow Lake, and we saw a lot of this. This is either today or yesterday or the day before. And you can see the flare up down there. The flanks, they did pretty good jobs, you know, with containment efforts, and it's like two different sections, the south and the north. And so up here they were trying to contain the line at Clear Creek to keep it away from Redding. But it's been trying to climb into the hills by Whiskeytown. It's been climbing rather than like going east, which has been so wonderful. And these, hang on a second.
Has been completed. Lookouts have been identified. Escape routes have been validated. Communications are in place, and they have valid safety zones requesting permission to continue with the operation.
Talk about the glass fire one moment.
Stand by one.
I may be able to superimpose this so we can see airplanes flying over, but if you...
Glass operations approval given. Proceed.
Okay, so that was an...
And then proceed from there based on the results.
Okay, glass operations.
Alpha, Division Mike on command. Charlie on pack.
That's a current condition in the hills above Calistoga. So it's the fire's up in the hills, and we want us to stay up there rather than going down towards Calistoga. So they're talking about a little bit of a threat to Etna Springs right now, and they're also
Sierra Charlie, Telco on the guard. 2255 Alpha Division Mike on command.
And that's a live image. I want to go back to the Zogg fire in a second. Yeah, this is all free, Sherlock. The Sentinel. In fact, we can go look at the glass fire too. So that's the Zogg fire. I just don't know which date this was taken. Oh, it was the 30th. No, 29th. Sorry, it was the 29th. So, sorry. If you look at here, the there's a little calendar, and so the images have updated. So let's go back to the 21st, and then you see nothing here. There's no fire here, back on the 21st. So when did that start? On the 26th or something? Nope, there's still nothing there on the 26th, 29th. Boom. And let's go to the glass fire.
Summit Lake. What I'd like for you guys to do is to just make sure you're 10 minutes.
That totally broke up. That wasn't me. I had no idea what he said, but they're moving.
On the green, all the way down to the valley floor, you got that structure mid-slope with the green roof. We're going to paint that, going to box it in.
Disregard.
So I'm muting the pilots for a second. We still have tanker action over at the Glass Fire. We do have some tankers headed on over to the August complex as well. And so right now at the Zogg, I don't see any tankers, but that one's tanker 9112 at DC-10. Woohoo! We've seen the P3, the Lockheed, I think that's the Orion that was working the Grass Fire. Oh, tanker 914 is in the house as well, and tanker 911 heading on over to the the August complex. So you can see that they're swirling out here in the August complex. This is the beast. You know, this is the beast over here at the largest California wildfire ever recorded. So the Zogg complex has some helicopter action watching over the Rainbow Lake area, it looks like, but they are swarming and converging on over in the Ruth area and the Cavello area, it looks like, to protect those zones. So yeah, we can cheer them on here. They already slammed wham bam, you know, all over there at this grass fire east of Sacramento that we covered. Around 2 o'clock is when that broke out, and most of those tankers happened to be on the ground, I think, over by McClellan, and they just said, oh, there's a new grass fire, and they just went over here and went splash next. So that one's doing very well. So we had some tanker action too, put out a very minor grass fire at Loma Rica while it stayed minor. Splash next. So we had poor visibility early today, but this is now pretty awesome that we can see so many tankers in action. The big guns are out and the big boys are here. So tanker 911, tanker 114, McDonnell Douglas DC-10. We've got a turbo tracker. We got a whole bunch of those S2s in the house. We've got a bunch of Mustangs out there who are you know, monitoring the situation. We've got tanker 102, the MD-87, which is also making an appearance. These are all aloft at the same time. And the mystery craft that says blocked for some reason. But I would love to see the global super tanker. So far, I don't know that that one's out. So let me look for it. Let's turn on the glass fire update. But it's also, we're also...
Can I get a helicopter to Sharp Rock Road, or correction, Sharp Road, Division Zulu. We have some fire bump in the line. I'd like to take some heat out of it.
Now I must make a note here. What we're listening to is pilot chatter going through 3 different fires. The Glass and the Zogg and the August, and they're all in this general area here on the west side of Northern California. However, we hear the pilots talking about, you know, coming and going and which fire they're going to. But when we talk about, you know, there's a fire here, there's a fire here, it's mainly the Glass fire down there. Etna Springs is in danger, Calistoga, you know, they're continuing to battle it mostly up there. Up in the hills just north of Calistoga. We have some scary images, you know, like here was one of the webcams where the fire's approaching the webcam, and you can see poor visibility, and then bam, as it clears up, some pretty intense images over there at the Glass Fire. So this is looking southeast from a position high up in the mountains, just north of Calistoga. So that is our this is our current image right now, north of Calistoga, where the Glass Fire is being fought mainly by helicopter drops right now. They've moved a fixed wing up to the August complex, and so we're going to monitor that as well. And then I'm going to go and look for the time lapse of the really small fire that we saw break out, and it grew to 250 acres, but boom, they absolutely slammed it earlier today with some coordinated super smooth attack. They went buttery smooth down here by Folsom.
This is west, there's like a little clearing. You could come and point to where the heat is all.
Some of it's unintelligible, but that's...
Sierra Charlie, Helco on command.
Oh, what's the super tanker's registration number again? I misplaced it.
We're off McClellan, en route to the Glass Fire, be 20 minutes en route. We have 5 hours of fuel and 4 souls on board, requesting AFF check.
Okay, I hope that clears things up. Where when we hear about fire spotted on the ground, that's basically over there by the glass fire. And when we hear souls on board, we're going to go en route. You know, that kind of stuff is the pilots just saying where they're going. So what's the Global Super Tanker's registration number again? It was November Super. You think I'd have memorized by now? Wasn't it? November 744 Sierra Tango. Was that it? Was that it?
Command, go ahead.
Ah, let me find it. One moment.
Fire, 5 minutes. Hey there, Glass Air Jack, can you repeat the ETA?
1823.
Air Jack, copy. Tanker 401823.
Looks like I had it right, but it's on the ground. So hopefully that will take off. Come on, Super Tanker, take off. You are needed. But everything else is in the air at the moment. There's almost too many to track. So let's look at the bigger guys. Let's find the Orion. That's got to be somewhere around here. But pretty much everybody and their mom in firefighting aviation is aloft right now. So let's see what else is around. We got copters. Don't ask me why they look like airplanes. And
Later back up top to the vineyard. Everybody's off the line.
I wish I had more zoom control. I just really can't. So yeah, we've got nice tanker action. Finally, the skies have cleared up. Ooh, there's Tanker 911, our favorite DC-10. So everybody's out here. Let's focus on the tankers rather than just the lead planes, because I can only select 6 at a time. Okay, that one's a lead or a scout.
51 Charlie, 9162 Charlie on command.
Yeah, there's the MD-87. Let's listen.
9161 Charlie, go ahead.
Can you move some of your resources down?
Yeah, affirmative. I'm a little ways away from him. I'll try and make contact with him.
I just realized there's 2 different MD-87 planes, Tanker 912 and Tanker 102. Wow. No, wait, sorry. Tanker 104 and 102 are the MD-87s. Tanker 912 is the Douglas DC-10.
Flat Hell Base, Helco on command.
Pardon me. Who else do we see? I hope nobody minds. I'm looking for the big boys. We know the S2s, they're really, really helpful, and so are the blue yellow submarines, you know, those little 82s, crop dusters. Everybody's helpful here, but I do like to know where the big boys have gone. I should say big girls. Airplanes are female, right? Yeah, the big girls.
1743 engine 60. We're not going to pump from there. We're going to pump from the bottom where that is below. We're just going to drop those off right here.
4 and Tanker 944, ETA 1810.
Name the link, Glass Air Jack, copies map 4, Tanker 944, 1810. Command.
Eagle last fire incident. 4 souls on board, $5 of fuel. 15 minutes in for West ASM check. Team 6220 Charlie, 9161 Charlie on command.
Copy. I'm with 1540 where it's going to compromise the line first, and my engines are staggered out along Summit Lake. Where exactly would you like me to meet you, sir?
And we'll bring you down here. You can leave your engines in place and for defense right now.
I'll be drive time from 2625 someplace.
I'd like to order 2 S2s, signaling to IP 5500, contact Charlie 3 air tactics.
To the announcing on IP 1751.
Now they said Tinker 944, and it's not even found when I type it into the search bar, so I'm not sure who is Tinker 944. It might be that P3 Orion, the Lockheed P3 Orion. That was out earlier today in Amador County. So looking back at the chat,
Last air attack, air to ground.
Sounding 6 says howdy howdy and hey. How have things been today? We've had multiple outbreaks of new fires today, but thank goodness they're so prepared. They've pounced. So let me listen 1 second. Had completely crap early visibility today and had some incredible time lapses of how messed up that was earlier. So I don't know if any of them are still in existence because I've changed stuff, but it was a strange marine layer that just had like a fog blanket over everything today, with only the top of the mountaintops kind of showing. And then later stuff got real. Now there's a red flag. Now there's a red flag warning. So let's listen. Tanker 911 just said something.
910, command on that.
Camino's 912 coming off the glass fire. Load return, we'll call in. ETA at 5 minutes.
Be positive AFS.
So we're coming up on dusk. They're doing this.
1442 TAC. Go ahead. What's your location?
These may be
Up here on that wide silver line. Right now. We were just above you. I can see you coming.
Yeah, copy that. So a little bit more. We were pushing brush there a little bit ago.
Yay, firm. Back them up in the flare.
Did I save any more old ladies today? No, but you know what? I went to the mailbox and a whole bunch of fire crews went by. So I was like, I'll be back. I gotta get the mail. And 5 minutes. So whenever I save 5 minutes, that means I'll be back in an hour with a story. Hang on a second.
Center tag, assailant, map 6, ETA 1805, and your S2s will be Tinkers 85 and 86.
Copy, map 6, 1805, 8586 for the fill S2.
Okay, those were the Marsh S2s. I remember now that he ordered. They were doing great work over there by the miniature fire that, well, it wasn't so miniature. We had a mini fire break out at Loma Rica a little bit before then. Around just before 2 in the afternoon, it was a big grass / brush fire broke out east of Sacramento, but west of Plymouth, over there in the Motherlode Gold Country. And so that was along the easily accessible Highway 16, and apparently a bunch of the tankers were just sitting there going, because all morning we had poor visibility, and I can only imagine it was like, wake up, beep, take off, we got a new grass fire. And so they were ready to go, and all of a sudden DC-10s, MD-87s, Marsh S2s, and 4 different helicopters slammed that mini grass fire and made it to about 550 acres, and then all of a sudden, they were saying 20% containment, like within 2 hours. But so far, our friend who reported that to us, it was somebody in the channel, and I think I was covering it before the media. It's only because of luck, really. You guys keep me informed. I can't tell you. So what occurred then, he's like, there's helicopters and stuff. I just looked at flight radar and there's tankers. So he went out.
Move down towards Sharp.
3 engines from up there down the Sharp Road. If you guys go back out to the Y, I can meet you there and guide you over. Just go back out the way we came in and hang out there.
Okay, they're just talking about moving, moving people around on the ground. So, yeah, so we watched that live, and I was like, there's a new fire. And, wait, what's going on? Sherlock, wait a second, what's going on? Tanker 944 is the global super tanker. Yeah, we, that's okay. You know, you just have to tell me once, and I do look back at chat, Elijah. Oh, calm down, calm down. It's okay. If you actually want to catch my attention, you should do an @ mention. So you should do @ my name, and then it'll highlight it in orange. And then that will catch me out of the corner of my eye. I have 2 monitors to look at here. So, but yeah, the spamming me won't exactly help. But thank you. I mean, Elijah's been very helpful today. So, yeah, it's okay. I think he gets the message. So, but thank you, Sherlock, for being on top of things. Yeah, do @ Catherine Davidson, like when you hit the @ and then type in a capital K, my name should like pop up in a little thing. And if you click on the pop-up of my name, it's like click with your mouse or your finger on my name, then that will alert me. It highlights my name in orange, and I go, oh, people are talking to me rather than amongst themselves. So anyway, what happened with that grass fire is it's gotten a name now. It's called the Copper Fire, but they slammed it so hard with retardant. They were still trying to shoo away civilian traffic from Highway 16. Like, unless you want red all over your Mercedes, you might want to move that. Which was kind of pretty funny. And they were worried about smashing their dozer crew. So immediately, out of nowhere, like poof, you know, like a magician, you know, put a magic wand on the map and went boom. And then all of a sudden, there's like 8 major tankers over the area, dozer crews, and several engines. And so that was a magical thing to watch. I was starting to get worried for other towns like Amador. It's not out. It's not like everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. It's not out. Santa Ana winds can come, but right now, today, that's looking like a good situation. They did the same thing, an immediate slam, boom, by Loma Rica, which almost gave me a heart attack to see the tanker circling it, because of the Loma Rica fires where my friend died, a 2017 Cascade Fire. But it was taken care of too, thank goodness. So now what we're having is the last run of the day. Looking outside, it's getting to be dark within probably 45 minutes. But a lot of the tankers are running up to the August complex, and they are trying to protect Cavello, which has a lot of refugees and a lot of the cattle and the whatever they could round up. A lot of the livestock are sheltering in Cavello Valley right there. And so, wow, there's Tanker 911, 914. Alright, let's listen to the glass fire. But we've got everybody in the house. The MD-11s, the DC-10s, even the P3 was out here earlier. I'm just looking for Global Super Tanker.
West operations, west operations.
Those are 187 visitors, those are 187.
It's in the air. Sorry, I just choked.
Operations, west
It's in the air. It's in the air, boys and girls. It's in the air. All right. All right. So, yes, thank you for the info, Elijah. It's Tinker 944. Let's look here. Yeah, you're totally right. Tinker 944. Let's, can we just zoom in? All right, I'm going to switch modes, guys. Sorry. Nat V default. We're just gonna ride this. We're gonna ride with the Global Super Tanker and just see where it goes from the cockpit's eye view. Are you guys ready for this? Because this is great. This is the 3D view of the Global Super Tanker. Everybody stop the presses, make your phone calls. The Global Super Tanker's in the air. Global Super Tanker aloft now. Pilot pilot's eye view. Sweet. So let's go and make sure that that is visible. Yes. Hey, we even got the little map today. Oh yeah, this is...
I copy. What's your ETA back to you?
Attack Command 1 Tone 15.
They may be headed to the glass fire.
Hella Base, information, Helco returning 7M Hella Base, TFR route 3500, direct to 7M, information, relief Helco, 1745.
Although I don't think so. That's mostly a helicopter thing in the ridges, but we'll see where it goes. What a beautiful thing. The world's largest retardant dropper tanker.
Glass air taxi, copy the traffic. Release Helco, 1745.
Oh, don't worry about Elijah. No worries.
Copies you. Release Helco at 1745.
No worries. I understood you were trying... Yeah, you're trying to help me out with my own question. I just, what I tend to do is look back at chat every 5 to 10 minutes, depending on what's going on. So right now, you know, we've got the global super tanker and it's all good. Don't worry. So you've been very helpful today, and I'm really grateful to have you here. All right, that's... This is the northern end of Lake Berryessa, I don't know how to say that. Berryessa, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and throw a dart at me every time I say that wrong. But it's northeast of Santa Rosa. Now this plane flies pretty fast, so you get an idea of just how big California is from these kind of views. So even though it's in one type of climate right now, if it's going to the northern part of the August complex, it's gonna switch. It's gonna switch to 3 different climate zones because the August complex spans 5 or 6 different counties, and it's a whole lot of latitude. I mean, if you were to drive, it would take you like 6 hours to get from one end to the other. So let's just watch this and listen to the pilots.
Signaling glass air attack. Aircraft release, command 1. Glass air attack information, I'd like to request 1 Type 1 tanker. Signaling to IP 5500, contact Charlie 3, air tactics.
But I thought you fell asleep on me last night, sounding 6, when you're like requesting bedtime story. I'm like, here I deliver. It was just like normal. I ramble a bit before I get to that point, but I look over and I was like, he's asleep. But yeah, I did not rescue any old ladies today, but I was prepared to jump into action. I mean, I can't apparently go to the mailbox without seeing fire units roll by, so I was curious because the first thing was an incident command vehicle and it rolls by into a neighborhood, but without sirens, just lights. Well, actually there were sirens for a bit, but getting closer, there were just lights. And then a ladder truck pulls up, and it's just lights, you know, once it got nearby. But I had heard the siren distantly, but it turns out to be a medical call. But oh man.
Helco, it's 1745, it's 1805 now. It's choose the seat of Mesa.
42, 1143 on tack. Inbound 7M Hella Base, TFR route 3500 direct to 7M helibase. If you have one available, we'll get the relief helico up right now.
It could be that the global supertanker is going to
tell low level. Anything to the west route will utilize TFR route 3500 to Sierra Sierra or anything in the west zone on the west route. West route is currently a no-go. We'll have to utilize TFR route 3500.
It's very possible that the global supertanker is going to drop near Calistoga and Santa Rosa, because I don't see it very north. In fact, it might start to loop around Calistoga. Altitude is only 5,375 feet right now, so it may just loop. It may loop over to Calistoga.
Decimal 4.
This is the live view of the scene above Calistoga.
Alpha Charlie, we copy. Visually, you were on command there.
Look, guys, there's been a drop right here in the actual webcam. This was just updated. This is within 1 minute ago. We've got a drop right there. Wow.
M helibase Division Whiskey on command. On 2.
Look, there's another splash right there. See the red? So they are dropping retardant there. Holy mackerel.
Those are 1445, 9250 Lima on tag.
Cool. Cool.
We need a drop, a few bucket drops near a structure in division uniform.
Helico on command.
It's hard to know what I should
Copy,
do.
and you were punching line down towards the vineyard that we're currently in, correct?
Have comms with 0 November Charlie.
Cool. Thanks, Elijah. Looks like we might see the global supertanker in this image if we're lucky from this webcam.
Branch 7, 9 ups on command.
So we see it looping around. In fact, let's look at this other camera. We may see it if it's facing the north.
Branch 7, 9 ups on command.
We may see some of the planes come from this direction. It's just north of Calistoga right now. That's got no visibility, so that's not a good one. But that was really cool seeing the retardant splash. It was down in this corner.
Branch 9 up on command.
This will be retardant, so it won't be directly on the flames. It'll be like
Branch 9, go ahead.
somewhere in front of them.
In an attempt to balance the ship, can you kick a Charlie or 2 out of Division Double Zulu on a 12-hour?
Yeah, I have all the resources actively engaged. Let me check with Zulu Zulu. Get back to you.
You can see the mountainous terrain.
Operations Daily on command.
So here's the hill with the webcam actually over there, but it's looking south. So let's just see if the plane showed up on the other webcam. Here. This is
Operations, go ahead.
it may have flown in front of it, but it should be.
Signaling us, Spring Mountain Road and Lane Tree Road, CHP reporting a tree on fire that is going to fall. Unknown structure threat.
Yeah, it's wheeling around.
Buffer, break, Division Whiskey, did you copy?
Division Whiskey copies.
It would be cool if we saw it on the actual cam.
Charlie, 71 Charlie.
Any moment they'll be telling it where to make the drop. I hope.
There's 217 on command.
Yeah, that might help people orient. But
Alco 9162 Charlie on command.
they're surprisingly agile, the 747s. They can kind of turn on a dime, which is really surprising. So it's circling around, looking at Calistoga. So I don't think it's going to drop up on the ridge like here.
Down 4 on National.
It may be dropping more like down there. So let's look at the different cameras we got.
Off last incident. Low return McClellan. 15 minutes en route. 4 goals on board, 5 hours of fuel.
So we know the webcams are up there somewhere.
Base helicopter 82 Bravo Hotel on hold.
My goodness, we just might see it in these two webcams.
Sure, we're 7 minutes out for pad 4, 82 Bravo Hotel.
45. Division Whiskey.
Clear for pad 4, 82 Bravo Hotel.
Up. That's negative. All we have up is 0, November Charlie, type 2 bucket. Okay, I'll try him on air to ground.
Oh, there it is, guys. Holy mackerel, there it is.
Copy.
Right click save. That's the global super tanker, I think. Right there on the webcam. Let's see if I can blow this up before the image leaves. That looks maybe like it. Could be it. Wow. Let's go see the next image. And it's gone out of the frame, but guys, it just turned in front of the camera. So, wow, wow, wow. Nice. I think that was it. Elijah says the fire has the potential to burn Calistoga. Well, it has from the beginning. It really has. So they're keeping it up there in the hills, which is so wonderful. But I don't know if it's made a drop.
0, November Charlie, Division Whiskey, on command.
Hasn't made a drop or done anything. I don't know. But that was cool. Oh, and here's another plane.
Attack on air to ground.
There's another plane up there.
Looking for a couple bucket drops in division uniform. I have the Latin long.
Wow, that is so cool.
Decimal 527-262 by 122 degrees. Decimal 512-239. On the ground is brush 217. It's a fire approaching the structure on in Division Whiskey. Or, correction, Division uniform.
He's currently have 0 November Charlie Division Sierra. I'll make contact, try and get him over to you.
East operations,
East operations.
Okay, so we do have Calistoga visible below.
Go ahead.
Sorry, they keep talking over me.
we got a hard northeast wind that just surfaced. We got a couple spots. I think we'll be able to pick them up. Elko up in the air now.
Now air attack's up. We can request Elko. You have clean air?
Negative, not with this wind that just surfaced. Attack, East Operations, are requesting Helco to Division Union.
There's our airplane, guys, right there. It's right in front of the webcam again. Right there. Right there. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Can I zoom? Yeah, right there. There's our 747, guys. Go, go, super tanker. Whoa, no. They say you got to go. Go, go, global super tanker. Okay, I know how cheesy that was, but hey, I'm excited. After watching all this devastation, I reserve the right to be excited about the airplanes. Pretty dang cool. Alright, let's go back to tracking it. It's kind of circling Calistoga, but not low enough altitude to do anything. Okay, it's kind of stuck.
7 fair right at that next Y.
Alright. It was just moonwalking. Oh, Crystal Roberts, you don't have to actually sign up for the Sentinel. You don't have to actually sign up to look at that thing. Just go to Sentinel Playground and you can click around on that. Make sure your ad blockers are disabled too. What I was using was Edge browser and it seems to play nice with it, so I don't know which browser you were using. I've got a beautiful voice. I hate it. I sound like a 12-year-old boy to myself. Every time I hear my own voice on the, I go, oh god, nasally.
10 slots air attack. Air to ground, go ahead.
But thank you for the compliment. Here's Calistoga on the left, guys. Here's the peaks on the right. So, actually, no. I'm disoriented. Okay, yeah, Calistoga's on the... Yeah. Alright, so the transponder didn't know where it was. Calistoga is below here, and it keeps circling around the mountains. We keep seeing it on these webcams. We don't know when it's going to do a drop. We're waiting for it to come by, but the global super tanker keeps showing up at this altitude, around 5,100 to 5,375, right above the fire above Calistoga. So we're just waiting to see if it's going to do another drop. Every time it gets in front of the camera, like the cameras are up here. Every time it gets in front of them, I try to switch back over and see if we can see it. Yeah, any moment now, actually. I haven't seen it on this one, but this one is where it makes... Yeah, there it is again. There it is again. See? Oh, there it is again, right there. Let me try to make this bigger real quick. Hang on.
62 Charlie, 66.
There it is. That little speck.
2 Charlie.
There's our global super tanker. That's my boyfriend. Alright. Whoops. Sorry about that. Let's just watch the image. I think that is the bee's knees. If only this was...
Yeah, we're ready to do this hose lay over here. I just want to confirm that it's still a go, with how confident you are with holding that road and everything.
Let's watch it come out of the clouds.
27 at 68, go left around the barn and then bear right down the pavement.
It's pretty low.
Helco 9162 Charlie on, command 1.
Correction 1761, did you go around that barn past the desert transport and then continue straight down a dirt road?
Negative. Right after those dozer transports, it turns pavement to the right, and you'll actually see a nozzle with a hose right there.
Hi, copy. We passed that. We'll go back.
Charlie on command.
keep waiting for them to say, drop it here, you know.
Helicopter to help with structure protection and zebra.
Information, Helco is still at the elevate, has not departed.
No further details. Beth Holman Hospital, Butte County Fire, 1821.
Oh, wonderful. The camera zoomed out, so we might be able to see the retardant drops in the frame. They would be down in this area, I do believe. We've seen other splashes.
Charlie, 7M elevate, contact air attack.
These are live images of the hills above Calistoga, looking to the south-southeast.
Glass air attack, come in, go ahead.
Trying to see if I can get either some retardant or potentially some eyes on what this fire is doing. We're trying to hold it to Sharp Road, and we had a significant wind shift and fire increase, and I'm not sure we have. I can't see the ridge across from us due to the smoke.
Sharp Road and Division?
Zebra.
Division, Zulu, Sharp Road, 9162 Charlie with the contact. I'll swing over, take a look at it.
Thank you.
There it is. There it is. There's our plane. Yes. So it's down around 3,000 feet. That just makes me so nervous for this plane. Look at it. This is some super flying.
On command.
Yes, look at that retardant drop, guys. Look at that red splash.
Glass air attack, command 1.
Glass air attack, 7M elevate.
I am framing that image and putting that on the wall.
1 is off of ready for Ogden. IFR flight plan, talking to the FAA now. Got 1 soul on board, 5 hours of fuel, 1 plus 4-5.
This information, 0 November Charlie, bingo fuel, in route 7M helibase, TFR route 3,500 below, direct to 7M.
Now that was super cool.
7M air attack back. Do we have Helco spooled up and over the fire?
That's negative. They are still on the deck.
I copy. And, can you notify Helco priority, bucket work mission, division uniform, contact, brush 17, structure defense?
Priority bucket work, division uniform, brush 17, structure defense.
Okay, we didn't get a drop that time, but we saw another image. Let's see if we see another drop. We can see the red on the landscape. That was a huge splash right there on that ridge. That looked like that landed perfect. Perfect on that ridge. So we do see that it's circling this place with the webcams. This is amazing. We're seeing the world's largest supertanker in action live. We're seeing the global supertanker dropping retardant all over the hills and ridgelines north of Calistoga at the Santa Rosa glass fire. So it keeps coming right in view with all of these
air attack, air to ground.
These webcams. Let's continue to watch the magic.
You guys down on Sharp? We got all the shift change guys up here up top where we were this morning.
Glass air attack, air to ground.
Up there is where the webcams are. And the fire's approaching the webcams. Over here in these hills.
4442, 1042. Did you guys make it down to Sharp?
Yep, it's wheeling around for another pass. Ooh, below 3,000 feet. 2,650?
Sharp?
Ugh.
Or division uniform, glass air attack, air to ground.
shift change, guys, to me.
Now 7 at Palo Bay, so we'll take a flight over and identify the traffic flight.
There she is again. Let's see if we can get a retardant drop image. Come on, be in frame.
Galena Glass Air Attack, come in.
Yes, look at that splash.
Glass Air Attack, Galena, Taker 23, ETA 1845.
There she is.
Galena Glass Air Attack, copy, Taker 23, 1825. 1835.
45.
Wow, 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 wow. That is just pure magic. Got a nice red line there. Wow, wow, wow. What a treat, you know. We usually don't see stuff like this, but you know what? They say that it's a double-edged sword. As soon as you get better visibility, you can hit it from the airplanes, right? But as soon as you do get visibility, that means there's more wind, and so there's more fire activity. So, and we've got some...
Zulu, Glass Air Attack, air to ground.
We've got angry black smoke around there, too. That's a big flare-up. Some big flare-ups. You can just see how different the picture was from this morning. This has really flared up.
Now 7 up Palo Bay. En route to Priority Bucket Work Mission Division Uniform. We'll have to take a look at your piece of work here on Division Zulu. We're overhead now. What exactly are you looking at?
East operations.
Multiple reports. Tree flare up 136, Pratt Avenue, St. Helena City. Crosses Silverado Trail.
Okay, firm. Break Division Whiskey, copy.
Okay, Elvis has left the building. So we see probably a return to McClellan, but that was a good series of at least 3 splashes right on the ridge, and it looked like it was a perfect drop. I mean, just judging by where I think they needed it. So the red slash was here, 3 different gargantuan drops here. So that red line is brought to you by the Global Super Tanker.
Across the Pratt. That correction. You wanted me to go to branch 2 for that?
Negative, we can handle.
Let's go look at other tankers and see what they're doing, because now we know that the Global is going back to the barn. Tanker 911 is still in the house. That's the DC-10. Looks like they're on their way back from their mission. Tanker 914, another DC-10, coming back from the mission. Yeah, GST 944, Global Super Tanker, leaving the area. I do believe that it's leaving the area right now. We can double check. So we've also got the others that were dropping on the August complex up there. So there, yeah, there's Tanker 911. Where's the MD-87s? I keep got a bunch of Marsh 2s. They've been running around.
St. Helena, Glass Air Attack aircraft release.
Glass Air Attack, St. Helena.
St. Helena, Tanker 944 released, empty. ETA McClellan, 1840.
1830.
Mike Elvis, guard 839 and 831, ready for departure back to NAPA.
Attack on air to ground.
Winds are calm. Be advised, you have guard 6 lifting. No other hazards. Other day, that's pilot discretion.
So, November Charlie, that's your, as we approach, we have guard in sight. Be no factor.
Priority will be priority number 2 behind Division Whiskey.
Oh, my ears. I muted that as soon as I could. Oh, my ears.
Guard 839 copies, click the left and the front east at our discretion.
So we are looking at the live camera images here of St. Helena 1 and 2, which are above Calistoga, just to the north and up the hill. And so the fire is actually making its way towards these webcams. So we were actually just seeing live the global super tankers splashing a big, giant, lovely red slash of retardant right on this ridge line. And so it made 3, it looks like successful passes at least. So it bounced in front of these 2 different webcams. As we can see, we're losing the daylight here, and so they'll have to wrap up air action pretty soon. Looking back at the map, you know, yeah, it's headed for McClellan here. So are the others that are leaving the August complex. But they did this afternoon, late afternoon, did some really good work. After around 2 o'clock, the sky started clearing. This morning was absolute just crap visibility. And just as the skies cleared, they went out and did an amazing work. East of Sacramento, we saw, just as somebody in chat says, hey, oh my god, yeah, I'll do the replay. Yeah, I'll do the replay. Give me 1 sec. We saw at Rancho Murrieta, we had a 500 acre...
Blaster attack aircraft release.
Hang on a second.
Going to glass air attack, mass 4, mass 6, release, empty, returning McClellan, ETA for both, 1850.
39 and 831, flight of 2 Black Hawk off glass elevation en route Mather, both with 4 souls and 2 hours of fuel heading 103 degrees with a 26-minute ET, 15-minute window.
839-831-1833.
Well, the big girls are headed home. Aircraft. Are they female? I'm not really sure. We still got a flurry of activity over here by Calistoga, so Tanker 40 is still in the house, and this is where our webcam is. Let's just see if Tanker 40 is going to fly into view. Just with the dying light here, see a little red splashes. It seemed like they were making some sort of retardant line in this journal.
7 flight cavities. 880-85.
Glass air attack here to ground, go ahead.
880-854, your winds are calm. You guys, you have multiple aircraft about to lift. I have a second.
It is 0 compass traffic about to leave. We'll lift their traffic for 80.
These are live images. Oh, there it is. There's Tanker 40 up there in the sky. Pretty neat. Isn't that the Marsh S2? Let's go.
Sierra Hotel, your winds are calm. You have multiple aircraft ready to lift. Positive AFM.
Oscar 30 Hotel, thanks.
No, it's whatever that is.
Got it. Okay, I was trying to get hold of someone out there, but give them a heads up too.
BE 180, what did I just say, 146. We're gonna call him.
Branch 2 on command.
We're gonna call him Bob. Tanker 40 is Bob.
We have an engine on that area off of Silverado Trail and Pratt. One engine can handle.
Copy, you have an engine at Silverado Trail and Pratt, and single engine can handle.
Hey, firm.
Yep.
Hey, looks like we got an aircraft here too, so I don't know what we're looking at. But that's definitely something in the sky. Whoop. And there it goes. So I'm just checking the local webcams here. I can't remember which direction this one's pointing. Axis High Hill.
East operations, go ahead.
Wow, this has gotten blurry, but look at the pink smoke as there's sunset from some of these
Fire
cameras.
reported at a CHP road closure, Spring Mountain Road and Dean York Lane in St. Helena City. This will be 2 miles west.
Break, Division Whiskey, you copy?
Whiskey copies.
So the critical situation that developed and is continuing to develop. Red flag warning doesn't mean warning. Red flag conditions might exist. Warning means progress. So if you ever have an evacuation like warning, that means evacuations will be in progress. If there's a storm. So advisory means maybe. Warning means in progress. Sorry, my voice keeps trailing off. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to fix the noise gate. Let me do that. The air conditioning is going on behind me, so sorry, I hope I'm much clearer now. So a warning, a red flag warning means red flag conditions are here. And just like storm warning means the storm is here. Advisory means maybe. So like...
Branch 9 on front, commence.
That has occurred. The red flag...
9, go ahead.
Red flag conditions have whipped up the wind.
Disregard that request. We found the resources elsewhere. Thank you anyway.
Hopefully this camera will
Copy.
focus eventually. So I'm going to mute that for a second until I actually talk about the airplanes. But you can see the whole cumulus cloud starting to form, pyrocumulus. Looks very mushroom cloud-esque. And the winds have whipped this up. Earlier today, it was nothing like this in the morning. And so we've got a retardant line drop here. We saw other retardant drops. Oh, look, there's one right now, just as I'm speaking. So that must be Tanker. That must be Tanker 40 right there. Wow. Wow, that is the coolest thing. Yep. So they're making a line on the north section of Calistoga. They're making a retardant line, and of course the dozer crews and the ground crews do the bulk of the work, and the aircraft is a auxiliary, like an all-important supplement to their work. But during the night, this will be a night shift ground crew kind of a work operation, and so we just continue to see, even though the sunset is. The light's fading and the sun is setting, we continue to see some really good tanker action work to protect Calistoga, because the situation changed. So the big tankers are mostly home right now, but the Tanker 40, that was our Bob, the BA 146, the British Airways. What was it? British Airways? I can't remember. What was I saying? British Aerospace. I'm sorry. Airways is a passenger line, but the Bob 146 continues to faithfully drop some red splash.
The west route down into Division Zulu. We're into Division uniform on the west route, 3,500, right on the edge of the TFR. It can be the one type 1 or another type 2 or whatever's available.
Box call.
Glass Elko, you were walked on, you repeat.
more aircraft. The west route down into Division Uniform and Zulu Zulu.
Any type, west route to Zulu Zulu and Uniform.
And have contact Elko once they get in the Calistoga drainage.
Contact Elko.
Yay, look, one more tanker drop. There.
Yeah, Holiday 7 Delta Romeo is ready to lift.
7 Delta Romeo, your winds are 5 to 8 out of the south. No dispatcher hazard. That's how it's going.
7 Delta.
How anybody can make that out is my guess. They must not have as bad radios as we do here. So, yeah, we keep seeing splashes right down here. So right down in this area would be Calistoga down the hill. So we see that they're making a red line around this as best as they can. And that Tanker 40 is still going. So here's the 15-minute time lapse as requested. And the funny thing is the aircraft are only in the frame for seconds, you know. They're really only in the frame for seconds. And I think the global super tanker was more than 15 minutes ago. So I'll do the 1 hour. But this is just growing in monstrous size.
The glass air taxi, Lena.
Airtaker aircraft release, MAP 1 release empty, ETA McClellan 1900, Tanker 40 release empty, returning Fresno 1915.
Oh no, it's Tanker 40.
40 confirming 1915.
Fresno.
1843.
No, Tanker 40 is going back to Fresno. Stay with us. You're our last hope. But that was some really good action. So the big, wow, there it is. You can see all kinds of aircraft making those drops in the 1 hour time lapse. That's pretty incredible. With the global super tanker covering this ridge all by itself, and all the others mostly down here, like the smaller craft were making the line at Calistoga. So it looks like they're trying to hem this in and just keep it up in the ridges. But you could see the smoke action today. We should do a 12-hour time lapse. You'll see what it was like this morning at dawn. It was just super, super lazy, you know, like almost a dead calm. And then boom, in the afternoon, just like they said on CALFIRE, the red flag conditions came when they just thought it was going to be a heat advisory for today.
Helicopter 104 is on base box, East 06.
With the possible fire weather.
01041844.
So I'm going to mute that a second. So what happened was yesterday, there's just going to be a heat advisory, and then as the day wore on, all of a sudden it's going to be a fire weather watch, and then it's going to be red flag warning, and it just transitioned in like a 4-hour time span. This is just the last hour, guys. The last hour. This is how much fire has chewed up the hills. Just north of Calistoga. And we'll continue to monitor the live webcam action. What's going to be startling is as soon as this goes into night vision, as soon as the sun truly sets, we're going to see the infrared, we're going to see the light all over in these hills and see kind of through the smoke.
Elko or the ground.
So I would stay tuned for at least until the night vision hits, or come back and look at it, because that will be one of those gasp, shocking kind of a things. When it clicks over to night vision, that's when you can really see what fire's doing. We can see orange flames.
Branch 9, go ahead.
Popping up. So this is the current condition.
Over here. What are your needs? Zulu.
Whoops, sorry about that, guys. I did an accidental full screen. Alright, so we are in the hills with this webcam above Calistoga, just to the north and higher in elevation, looking southeast along the ridge line. Mountains, hills, whatever you'd like to call them. They're not terribly tall. And we just watched the tanker action. And mostly the rest of the traffic is going to be probably helicopters for the night and maybe some infrared planes. So air attack 501 here is in a Mustang that seems to be just continuing to circle around. The Marsh 2 is around there doing drops. Okay, let's see if the Marsh 2 comes into frame.
Division Zulu, Elko, air to ground.
It may be behind the smoke, though.
Elko on command.
Craft release.
So far, no.
Inland Tanker 8586 release empty, returning Sonoma, ETA for both 1900.
Okay.
Elko, air to ground.
There's the Orion, the P3A, the Lockheed Orion, the quad prop. Hey, is that it? Nope, that's a speck on my screen. That could be it. Let's
Elko, air to ground.
There was a white speck over here. I think that was probably. It was probably the Orion, or it could have been the Mustang. But I love this guy, the Orion. November 923 AU. Let's just put that in there. Sorry. What I meant there was November 9er 23 Alpha Umbrella. I'll work on it, guys. I'll work on it.
Car 839 in flight 10 miles west of Sacramento, heading 87 degrees, ops normal.
Car 839, 1849.
Whoa, we just, look at that flame shoot up right there. That is serious. Once again, just so people are tuning in, look at that. The situation in the hills above Calistoga is really escalating. This is just the last hour of time lapse. When the wind picked up, look at what happened. This was not forecast 24 hours ago. These red flag conditions are a new development. A new development as of, in the morning, around 11 in the morning, they seem to be thinking that they might develop. So that's just what has occurred in the last hour. We see the global supertanker and others, many others, just slamming a retardant ring around it. Down here to the right, since we're looking south by southeast, down to the right, lower elevation is where Calistoga is at, and that's what they're trying to protect. And trying to just, of course, keep it from moving around. But the winds whipping up have really brought this thing and fanned it. Whoa, hey, is that our Orion? Right here, this is live. This is the latest image. Whoop. All right.
Fresno, showing 30 minutes en route, 3 souls on board, 1.5 hours of fuel.
Oh no, it's going back to Fresno, but I think that was our Lockheed P3.
Lockheed P51.
So these are live images, and I just muted it on accident, but he goes, I still have a few minutes till I start eating that lunch you gave me. Which was a hilarious reply to, like, can you stick around? Oh man, I love some of the humor here. But man, this is devastating. This is horrifying to watch. This was so calm this morning when we were checking on in, you know, at 10 in the morning and such. Yeah, just like Sounding Six is saying, it's absolutely true. And thanks for taking care of chat questions. I'm freezing into a meat popsicle. I'm gonna have to go turn off that air conditioning. But it's the Bambi buckets. Little buckets held by the helicopters. Those are the things that drop to water typically, and usually the fixed wing aircraft, like the planes. Those usually have the red splashes of retardant. So let's listen to the pilots for a second, and I'm going to mute myself.
Charlie 10, come in 101.
I'm going to turn off that air conditioning and refresh.
Charlie 01 is 3 nautical miles northeast of the 7 ML base with 10 souls on board. ETA 7 is 20 minutes.
01 Celia confirming 20 minutes 20.
Helco, on command.
Go ahead for Branch 9.
Yeah, I've got fire next to a structure. It's in Zulu, down almost to the valley floor. 1511 Diamond Mountain Road. Taking action with one copter.
Copy that. Were you able to get Zulu up?
I have one copter working at his current need. We are on the way to Union, and we came across this potential structure that's significant.
Copy. Try X-ray. I don't believe that's going to be in Zulu or Branch 9.
Coming out of Summit Lake, down into Anchorage. I believe you've been able to do it.
I'm with 98 Charlie right now. The line going all the way down into Peak Grade is just kind of chained together vineyards, break.
Part 839, 1855.
Alright, I'm back, people. Wow, we just saw another retardant drop in this frame. I don't know if you can hear the barking dog in the background, but hopefully not.
2331 Charlie. Kilo, command, go ahead.
So that looked like
Down
it was...
the main road, looks like that delivery came. It's in a pickup. Do you want me to bring him up to the pumpkins or drop it down here?
Yeah, that's probably... the DC-10 Tanker 9112 or the Orion.
Yeah, we'll be en route.
50 Lima contact. Rosa 2544, 50 Lima contact. Under 2544, 50 Lima contact.
Go ahead for those 2544. Yeah, it's numbers on this road, 46.
Alright. Have a fleet get in the dozer, 44, and then come meet me down here where we built off, cutting along.
44 doesn't finish with 44, just copy that traffic.
Talking about where we started that line?
Alright, so it's the... Hang on a second, I'm silly one. I'll check that out, Machine Goat, in just a minute. They've been running around doing spot fire work all day. Deer Park and Etna Springs was at risk earlier today that I know of, and they didn't... Hey, another drop is down there. So let me right-click, save that. So let's zoom in so you guys can hopefully see that.
Division Alpha, Division
No,
X-ray on command.
it was right there. Whoopsie. But pretty dang cool. If I don't catch it, it seems to update every like 40 seconds. It's hard to catch.
Division Alpha, Division X-ray, command 1 tone 2.
Yeah, you know, when I've looked at in vineyards, when they said fire reported here, fire reported there, there's so many vineyards here where I just shaking my head. And you know, if you own a piece of California's history, something where the bear plaque, the bronze plaque is on the wall, that's what they ran around doing in the 20s to denote places that were like 100 to 200 or 300 years old in California's history. If you own something like that, I think you should be required to groom your property to be fire ready. Just looking on Google Street View, a lot of these were fire death traps. And it's just, it was just going to be a matter of time before the whole thing went up.
Alpha, X-ray, on command 1.
You really, when a firestorm breaks out, you can't...
Glasser attack taker 912, release empty, McClellan, 1925, Charlie 3, release, McClellan, ETA 1915.
You can't expect them to be everywhere at once. They will triage buildings. They'll look at yours and say, wow, yours sucks for defensibility.
For Division Alpha, Branch 2, on command 1.
It's your responsibility to follow firefighter advice with your property. This lesson's learned the hard way, but I hate to see any kind of devastation, but so I just...
Division X-ray, Branch 2 on command 1.
Seeing the preventable losses is what's hardest. So we still see orange flames coming from the 2 webcams that are north of Calistoga, and we see orange flames going down towards the town. So hopefully their line will hold. We're going to continue to sit here and listen to it.
Division Alpha, Division X-ray on command. Go ahead for Alpha. Yeah, we have a structured threat here up on our division. Down at the bottom of Diamond Mountain, you have your water tender E100. Can I use it for a little bit? Yeah, affirmative. And just information, there is no Division Alpha. Branch 2, I'm running the whole deal, Alpha and Delta. I copy, thank you. But yeah, feel free to steal them.
Use them as needed.
For the next couple minutes, so we're going to get in a safe spot and eat lunch for a while.
He's like, can I eat now? Can I finally eat now? That guy was funny. Well, unfortunately, I don't have any new information other than what we were listening to.
Elko on command.
Looks like the tankers are leaving, but we still got that Helco. That little Helco down there. Alright, so I'm waiting for the switch into night vision mode. And then it's gonna tell a different story here. So here, if you have just tuned in, it was the last hour. We saw towards the sunset a major shift.
Correction, east operation, branch 10. East operations, branch 10. With the way the north wind's pushing, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to.
So what we're looking at is just this is the last hour. All this activity and flurry of airplane drops and crazy, like there's an airplane over there. The crazy wind activity, it picked up. The wind picked up and just blew this up into crazy proportions. So this is just the last hour. But they threw everything they had at this, plus the August.
From the switchback, Highway 29 down the Lollipole Road, ties into the retarded line. We started working of Highway 29 up to the Palisades. We do have a bit of a gap in between the Lolly Road and the Ridge line to the Palisades break. Operations Air Attack back information. We do the green octagon house mid-slope on the Lolly Road. We do have boxed in with retardant. And the structure right off Lolly Road, Highway 29, been pre-treated with retardant. There is two structures, two large barns and a smaller structure in an open meadow. Jericho drainage. We were unable to get retardant around those. Those are, I don't believe you have any resources either break.
With a 10-minute ET, 1904.
East operations, branch 10.
Fire intensity has decreased quite a bit on the hotel side down to Calistoga break.
We're going to kind of look at some ridges a little further out where we have time. We'll see where we end up with everything.
With multiple copters working in Branch 10 Division Whiskey uniform for structure defense break.
Branch 10, you broke. You're going to be coming down to the pavement.
Looking decent and
So some hopeful news down there. They're talking about Calistoga's hotel side of the fire being okay. Just as he says what they need to take a look at, he breaks up. So at least on the hotel side of the fire.
We pushed out along that ridge all the way to Brushy Peak. We're going to keep going. What are your thoughts on it progressing to the south from where you are?
We're working on a plan right now. One of the dozer boss is local here, and he's going to find a way south towards Coppola. We may be able to tie that in. He thinks he remembers in 2017 there was one drainage they couldn't get past.
From Bear Creek, you're going to have to drop down. You can run it along the vineyards along the top, Then you're going to have to drop down and come right behind the cupola place to cross over, and then you can take it back up from behind the place all the way to the top of the ridge again.
I copy.
If that's the case, that'll be a significant change in there, and obviously a bunch of structures that you've got to deal with.
We're still a ways off from that. Sounds like it's going to slow down that hole.
Just when I think I can talk, but so under these red flag conditions with the high winds, you can see that this is just the last, this time lapse I did was the last hour. How it really didn't look anything like this today, and then suddenly the wind came in and that blew away the smoke, but it increased the activity just tenfold, and so it just began running around in the hills north of Calistoga and southeast of these webcams. You can see the flurry of tankers that they just slammed at it, including the global super tanker that was working Calistoga today. But they've all gone home for visibility, so they're making... We're going to wait and see what the night vision cameras show us.
Returning Sonoma Air Attack Base, ETA 1725. Correction, 1925.
Air Attack 140, 1907.
So even Air Attack is leaving the vicinity. There's a couple of helicopters in the area still. One of which was going to go put out its own... just a little bit ago we heard a request, can I go put out this individual fire, like a spot fire that threatened the structure. I believe that was granted, so that's just another example of daily heroism here on the fly. But they just absolutely peppered the mountain area. It's called Robert Louis Stevenson Park, and Mount St. Helena is where these webcams are at, I believe. Etna Springs was threatened today, and so what we're looking at is the fire that's over here. So let me get rid of all these aircraft things. The Lone Ranger here, a Bell 212. That looks like a TriStar. That cannot be right. That's a helicopter, I believe. Is just still hanging around with some helicopters south of Calistoga. I Larkbeam. But all I've heard about today, and I was here off and on, was Etna Springs was, they were having a struggle. Deer Park again, a little bit of a struggle. And then up here with the fire exploding in the hills once it was red flag conditions. This is a live view, and it's still looking scary. It's beautiful. You get to see this orange moon over here. But this is where they put the line of retardant right here. And then they put it all the way down here, and that's to protect Calistoga. So we have heard them say something about being satisfied with Calistoga's hotel side with the lines holding. I don't know what that means. We don't have their access to their, type of maps. But look at the moonrise. The pink, purplish, violet, crazy kind of a moon. It's strange how the wildfires give us some really nice sunsets with the aerosol pollutions, but it's ethereal and unearthly. So here we see that the sky is pretty much a light violet lavender color with orange flames all over the hillsides. Sometimes...
Yards behind the winery at 3199 Sinolena Highway North, across the Valor's Lane, community of Sinolena.
Stay firm. Break. Division Whiskey, you copy?
Division Whiskey copies 3199 Sinolena Highway North.
So a new winery is threatened here.
Whiskey, Helco, on command.
Division Whiskey.
Let's see on Google Maps what it is.
Your island, or your finger that's burning out.
Division Whiskey copies. I think there was a structure above it, or two. Keenan Winery.
Yeah, affirmative. We couldn't get past the flame fronts and the smoke.
So while the bulk of the fire is north and it's up here from Howell Mountain over towards 29, and what we see when we're looking at the webcams is looking down that direction. We're looking from here to here. We continue to hear that on this side and in between Santa Rosa and in between Calistoga, they're putting out jeez, whatever that sound was, I just muted it. There's still fire in here that they're still working on, but the majority of the fast-moving, seat of the fire is up here, above Calistoga, north and in elevation. That's what I mean by above. But they're still trying to save wineries because the embers are drifting across constantly, sparking new things. There's still hot spots from the wind event the other day, and now that they have high winds and red flag conditions, they got their hands full. So they're even talking about not being able to reach this winery and other places because of, flames being in the way or roads being blocked. So this winery, we can hope makes it. Looks like it's an old building. But they said flames 100 feet away from here. So this is just continues to be heartbreaking to watch. Hopefully this place makes it. Looks like it's either old or they, it kind of reminds me of an old schoolhouse. Kind of strange. But the wind event blew down a lot of the power poles, and the trees did too, the burning trees. So they're still removing power lines out of the way, and road obstructions, and still trying to, clear the area. So let's go back to the airplanes. Air attack is on the ground, the tankers are on the ground, and we still have a bunch of heroic helicopters in the area, though. It's unintelligible radio chatter, but I'll turn it back on the moment that, oh, here it is.
Division Whiskey, on command.
We are waiting for this to click into night vision, then we're going to get a shock.
Whiskey, go ahead to Sierra. Information, Spring Mountain Road is now impassable. We have heavies falling across the road, a little wind kicked up, and we're marking it and doing a hard closure on Spring Mountain Road and then we want to make sure that 2200 doesn't drop down below. I know they're working in your far end of Sierra. And we're going to mark it on the Napa County side, on the upper side and the lower side of the black, where we're having all these snags come down.
Yeah, copy that. I moved 2200 back down onto the St. Helena Calistoga Road area. Do you have any work up there that you need them to take care of?
Oh yeah, I got a lot of business over here. If they want to come around to 3199 St. Helena Highway North, Brasswood Restaurant, if they could stage there and I can put them to work.
Copy that. Let me check in with Branch, and then I'll let you know.
Vision Whiskey copies.
Operation, St. Helena.
West operations.
Information, increased fire activity 965 Los Alamos Road, cross at Ventura Way. RP at this address is not evacuating. Community of Santa Rosa.
965 at Los Alamos Road, break branch 7, West operations.
Division Hotel, Dozer 1449 on command.
Okay, so they have to drop everything when a person won't evacuate and go help them, and that's
Papa, West operations.
why it's so important to just evacuate when you're told. Oh man. I think this is the address. But so far, the communities of Santa Rosa, they're on edge, but the fire's on the east side here for the most part. And it's not the main seat of the fire, it's the one that was just kind of, the second branch of the glass fire was started when embers kind of drifted over here into this area. We just heard about the sad closure.
Operations Division, pop.
Spring Mountain Road is now completely impassable, so they're losing their options for responding to certain places.
Delco, 7M, Helibase, Command 1, Zone 2.
Any minute we'll get.
Go ahead, sir.
We'll get night vision any minute.
Yeah, for Helibase Manager, losing visibility here at 7M Helibase. Got 10 minutes shutdown time.
Should be there within 10 minutes.
7M Helibase.
Inuita. Glass Elko on command.
Elko, Inuita.
Yeah, all fixed wing and rotor wing are coming off the fire right now.
Copy.
So one day we'll find out which one of these helicopters was the guy who really wanted his lunch. I think it was the guy who was just speaking. And that was some pretty funny dry humor. Hey, could you turn around actually and do one more thing? Yeah, because I haven't begun eating that lunch yet. That was classic. And so we just had a couple minutes ago.
Operations, go back, command.
You mentioned lunch again. All right, so they're leaving the vicinity. Yeah. And look at that flare up. We got to remember that it may not be bad. As long as the fire is burning within containment lines or where they want it to be, then that's totally fine.
Engine 1461, X-ray on command.
It's still hard to watch.
West, Papa, go ahead. On command 1, Zone 15.
You copy the call for service at 995 Los Alamos.
Yeah, affirmative, I'm in the area. Quebec. Getting in. Checking it out.
It looks like a volcano.
X-ray 1461. Yeah, just confirming both yourself and 51 have full complement still. Affirmative. Yeah, copy. If you guys don't have anything hard pressed right there in your area, can you guys make priority run up here to 1699 Diamond Mountain Road? We're in need of your hose. 99. That's affirmative. 1699 Diamond Mountain Road. There will be a water tender staged in the bottom there.
Base 2 Alpha Hotel is south 3.5 miles inbound for landing.
Alpha Hotel, Base copy, winds are calm. You have 2 Alpha Hotel will be landing shortly.
I'm not trucker enough to make out that kind of scratchy radio. So we continue to watch this crazy flare-up situation with the high winds.
2 Alpha Hotel, I'm right behind you. Should be off your right-hand side. Speed up factor. I'll be left traffic. My spot. Delta on the road.
Can we fundraise that guy for a new headset? Whew, wow. I mean, that's like somebody just told me there hasn't been actually that much change in avionics type radio headgear since like NAM. Okay, we just had the switch over. Now we got the... Dang it, it's not focused. Seriously. I don't know why these cams aren't just infinite focus lock. But hopefully it'll focus itself in a minute here. But we just switched over to night vision mode. They automatically do that when they just don't detect a whole lot of light. And then we'll truly begin to see the full extent of where the fire has been on the hillsides. It'll be a little bit different. Everything that's white is either light or heat. So like the moon, for example, is not hot, but it's the light, you know. But dang it, it really needs to give us some focus. We'll switch to another one for the moment. But this is the other cam. It's just looked a different direction. This is St. Helena north, and that's the St. Helena south. However, both were pointed in the same direction today, south by southeast, during the fire. So there's a bug on the lens. Whoa! It just swiveled around. That's pretty beautiful. We got a nice aerosol pollution situation there, if you can call it that. So it just swiveled around, and now it's at night vision mode, and no more beauty. Now it's all fire. So this cam has the pole in it much of the time. We can just see the extent rolling out to the hills in different spots. I wish it would... It says the y-axis down here, but I have no idea how to read that. I'm not well versed in the mapping thing here. So let's look at the other cam. It looks like it's still blurry. This one is at least in focus. I imagine that's the lights of Santa Rosa. But there's... Or it's Calistoga. I can't really quite make out where we're looking here. Probably Calistoga with Santa Rosa being over there. But if anybody here is a native here, do correct me. But we do know that these two webcams are up here on some sort of a tower on Mount St. Helena, looking to the southwest, or sorry, southeast. Looking at the fire. So this one has zoomed in. That's why it's so different. But we can see that here is where the...
Delta Romeo, are you on the ground? For Alpha.
This is where the retardant drop was for the global supertanker, and down here was more retardant drop.
Romeo, that's happening. We're going to be inbound.
So we don't care what the fire's doing in between. We don't care what it's doing back there. We just want it to go up to the lines and stop. But it's still like an incredible shock and awe kind of thing to watch as the fire flares up. We can do things like duplicate tab. Let's make a time lapse of just the last 15 minutes. You can see the moonrise. Yeah, at least it decided to focus itself. Alright, so we could do it again, and we can make a time lapse.
The other two aircraft on deck.
Yep, we got some of the tankers still splashing.
Hotel 7M Holiday. We have both the aircraft on ground. I copy, thank you, sir. We're outbound.
I mean, just before sunset, they slammed everything that they could at this. They had multiple helicopter drops with Bambi buckets. They had the global supertanker in the area, the P3 Orion, Marsh S2s. They had a couple of DC-10s. They had an MD-87. And boy, did they just swirl around here and do as many drops as possible. They also were working on the August complex as well, So the Zogg wasn't a priority because that didn't have the high wind conditions that the coast was forecast for, especially the Monterey Bay, Santa Rosa Bay area. So this is the last 1 hour of the fire. So we see that was the global super tanker. Then there's a bunch of the smallers down here. And so if you put this in view here, keep thinking that this is where those power lines are. This ridge here, there's the retardant line. So this ridge may become invisible as the night wears on, but they want it to stop at the retardant line. And it's classic firefighting. People have been telling me about the ridge. So here it kind of ends. We know this is a separate ridge in between that ridge that's burning. So we can go back to the live image. Here's the live image. But like I said, remember that this right here is a second ridge line with the retardant. So it can go ahead and go down there and go back up as long as it doesn't come closer to these telephone poles. And we can assume that it's where they want it to be. Down here too, we can just hope that these flames don't get closer to Calistoga. So this is the current image that keeps updating. And I'll play the last hour once again. And then I'm going to play a 6 hour because that might show you from the early afternoon. I don't know when it really started picking up, but it was afternoon, maybe after 1, that the winds really started. So let's listen to the pilot chatter too. Or maybe he's not going to talk. But one thing I find fascinating is down here in the valleys, like in between these mountains on the coast range, there's little valleys in between them. You see clearly that the smoke is going up the hill. It reaches the ridgeline, and the upper atmosphere winds, you know, the true wind direction winds are going different. These are going to the west. But as far as the valley was concerned, the wind was going in the valley up to the east. So this is going east, reaches the top, let's go west, and it turns back on itself. And so you can see how the firefighters have difficult times dealing with fires because the valley winds are different than the upper elevation winds. Sorry, altitude, not elevation. But yeah, elevation like ridgetop winds. Alright, let's listen to pilots for a minute.
Trying to see where you guys dipped off and started going down. So down to the base of that hill where that thicket was that we talked about out in the middle of nowhere. Where from there did you guys go? Yeah, firm. So that dozer line that was in place, and then you came up here and ringed a little Slop over for us and worked your way back down. Where did you guys start dipping off to go down this sharp?
They're wanting directions from each other. I think what we're looking at here is this is now looking towards Santa Rosa. Calistoga would be down here somewhere. This may be... Hang on, let me hear. I actually don't know which direction this camera is facing. Let's look.
St. Helena, X-ray on command.
Yeah, Calistoga is down here, and this is the fires that's in between Calistoga and Santa Rosa. So this one is looking at the fire.
Actually, 1143. So is it direct all the way down?
The main fire is up here that we've been watching
I mean,
them battle.
Is it drivable at all by vehicle, or is it
we can only hear the one guy asking questions, so I'm going to mute that. So they're talking about how much hose do we need, how many feet. Oh, let me just shut up a minute.
Yeah, St. Helena, X-ray, command 1 tone 2. Seeing if there's any update on the hose mod that was ordered for Division X-ray.
Okay, that's not important. So like I was just trying to explain, the two cameras, the two cameras are on the same hilltop right next to each other, but this one is looking beyond Calistoga to the mountains in between Calistoga and Santa Rosa. Whereas our first cam, where they were fighting the majority of the active fire, like the original fire, the original blast fire, is up here, and it's they were battling it down here at Deer Park, Etna Springs area. That's been for days, you know, that's what they've been doing this since day one, and it's crept up in the hills, and day by day, hour by hour, made itself running the ridgeline towards the northwest and trying to escape out this way towards the north, almost due north from Calistoga. So they've been trying to contain it on something called Rattlesnake Ridge, and down over here, a couple of major roads. And what we just saw was a helicopter tanker slam this area right here. So right here was the retardant line that they were putting down to protect Calistoga, and the global super tanker put this everything on either this ridge or this ridge, and this is where we see the fire in this image, right? So like here would be the telephone poles, right? Right here, and it would look, you can't see below, it's zoomed in, so you can see starting about here, or maybe the telephone poles are here, I'm sorry. And then right in this ridge would be where the global super tanker put down the retardant line, if I'm reading the landscape correctly, and over here is where the fire is that we can see. So I hope that helps orient you. And when we look at the other cam, of course, we see that it's pointed, whoops, not here. Hang on a second. This camera is looking across Calistoga in this direction, and there's still a lot of fire in between the two towns. So, two different fronts on the glass fire. Now I need to go order some food. So I'm going to leave it on this view. We're going to still listen to the pilot chatter plus the instant command on the ground. And I have to point out that as ugly as this is, nobody's panicking on the radio. There's no new call for evacuations, nothing. So they're worried about losing some structures. They're worried that Spring Mountain Road is now completely impassable because of big logs on fire that have fallen across it. But nobody has said, oh no, terrible thing has happened. They really just hit it hard with all these tankers. And so they were even saying something like the hotel side near Calistoga was looking good. So we just can, fingers crossed, hope for the best here. Like I said, if the fire is ever burning within the containment area, we don't care.
Just keep doing what you're doing. You probably do with the Gulf if you're on top. Maybe.
But look at that. Look at that incredible amount of heat and light and flare up there. And we can just see this in real time. It's absolutely unreal. So this is the moving seat to the fire. It's going to eventually approach the retardant lines that they just lay down. And down here is like the Deer Park area, where they're struggling to save structures over in Deer Park. So I'm going to leave the pilot chatter on and order some food. Thank you so much. Bon appetit. I'm glad that all of you are here. If you missed everything, if you missed the action, I'll just give you a taste of it. You might want to rewind a little bit. Oh no, that's a new spot fire. But just look what happened. This is the last hour. And so there's massive airplane drops. If you ever do rewind the video, be sure when you're done, put the live button again, and you'll fast forward to me actually being live. Otherwise, you'll just be watching everything an hour behind us or whatever. But we saw some amazing live on camera, you know, drops visible from the webcam, the global super tanker, like boom, boom, making several passes. So that's just like what happened in the last hour, guys. And the camera's just clicked over to night vision. And now we're going to see how incredible Now that we can see through the smoke, we can see the incredible wall of flames that's near Calistoga. So far, so good, knock on wood, and I'm going to go order some food. Wait.
7M elevate, command 1, tone 2.
Oh, Daniel Fire Trucks VIP, welcome to. The fire is 51K acres and 2% contained. Yeah, they didn't make any containment progress today. They just had to deal with the new development, but
East operations.
They're handling it well.
I heard a rumor there was 2 dozers sitting in staging.
That's affirmative. A dozer E220 and E289.
Can you repeat?
Dozer E220 and E289.
Copy, and they're at Big Tree staging.
Is that affirmative? You should for sure be able to reach E220 and they can get headed your way.
E20.
Station 7M elevate, command 2, correction, command 1, tone 2. Elevate, command 1, tone 2.
Elevate, Atlanta.
Yeah, all aircraft are on the deck. We are off the air for the evening.
Elevate, 1939. Yeah, branch 5, branch 10. Yeah, branch 5, branch 10.
Branch 5.
Branch 5, branch 10 is dozer 4340, the one pushing
towards Campbell Flat.
Not sure which one's pushing, but there's dozers going towards Mount St. John.
Still absent ordering food, but I'm going to do a time lapse here of just the last 15 minutes. Because wow, look at that. That's solid heat and light. That ridge is exploding.
Branch 10, branch 5.
It's the last 15 minutes, folks.
Branch 10, branch 5 on command.
Okay, I just looked over right before I walked away to order food. Looks like somebody has an urgent need. Paltiel Benjamin. What web address is this? The site, please. Need to forward the site to family in my home state, California, and I pray Duncan Mills survived the fires from the recent years on the coast near Jenner. Well, I'm using a variety of different sites, so let me just give you, this is the camera. This is the camera site called alertwildfire.org. So the other one that I've been using to track the fires is called CalTopo. And it's just CALTOPO.com. So CalTopo.com. CALFIRE, of course, is a link. I have that in my description. But what I do is I click on fire activity to see the same thing that the firefighters can see. It's space, satellites from space. So you'll want to click fire activity button. But that just means where the fire's been, like maybe an hour ago or even several hours ago, because you don't know when this is going to update. When you click on the Go 17 is very inaccurate, but it shows you where fire has been in the last 10 minutes to 1 hour to maybe 6 hours ago. So red is in the last 10 minutes, a new hotspot. But here's the thing. The hotspot is somewhere within the giant square. It's absolutely inaccurate. It just gives you a general idea that something big enough to be seen detected from space is out there. So here's where the webcams are at, and then here's of course where the fire's at. And we want it to stay up here. It's okay, it can burn by Sugarloaf Mountain. We just don't want to see it down here at Calistoga. They made lines over here today with the retardant drops, and they made lines here. And hopefully it'll stay. So this for example, this is the St. Helena South webcam. So when you get here, you're going to see the alert wildfire. You click that and click the correct county, and you see your variety of webcams below. And so the one we're currently looking at is Mount St. Helena South. Yeah, he wanted the campsite. Yeah. Calistoga water, I grew up drinking that too. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. Is this all you need? Because I can give you the links to the CALFIRE, the glass fire. Like that's the Zogg. This is the daily update. So this is the daily update reports, and I'll put this on in a minute too. Maybe they'll have a daily update for the night. Sorry, that's the candy fire. But when you go to fire.ca.gov, that's what CALFIRE is. Then you can go to glass or whatnot. I usually like to read fire info from InstaWeb, but glass and Zogg has not even been put on InstaWeb yet. I can't believe it. Just don't ask me why. So this is the information for the glass fire that you can get from CALFIRE too. And I just put the links in the chat. So the evacuation maps, the actual evacuation maps, for example, this one's for Napa County, and there's one for Sonoma County. That's in the description of the video. So just go to Napa and Sonoma County. And so, but you can check in general by zooming out just where is active fire with CalTopo when you click on the Go 17. And you can click on fire activity. This is current fire activity, where they've drawn lines of battle, for example, you know, when they've named the fire and drawn the line. And then the Go 17 tells you where is it actually at and where is it moving. So like, for example, when we were monitoring the Zogg, people were wondering, am I safe over here? Is my property over here safe? Somebody had evacuated. Is my property safe here? Are we safe over here? And when you click on Go 17, it's a good sign that there's no new activity over here. Just don't put your life on it, but it helps you, you know, it helps you to understand. Listen also, like, to what we're listening to right now. Listen to your local fire department, your local one. I mean, this is California Major Incident on broadcastify.com. I can give you a link. But you should go to this website and click on your local fire department. I have a really good app called Scanner Radio app. And just like we're listening to now, you can hear real time what's going on. You'll know about evacuation orders before they're given.
E2220, go ahead.
Because they'll say, hey, evacuate this town.
Dozer E220, are you there with Dozer E289?
Check.
Branch 4, Division Juliet on command.
Okay, I hope you're, if you still need any more links, let me know, but I hope that's the information that you need. FlightRadar24.com tracks the planes, but they're kind of down right now. So I'm going to go order my food.
A well-defined spot below Summit Lake, threatening both Summit Lake and Ingrade. That'll become my new priority to hold Summit Lake. The fires on the north side of Summit Lake and the west side of Ingrade, requesting one additional Charlie.
Branch 4 copies. Break east operations. Branch 4 to copy that traffic on command. E220. I'm not with 289.
E220, you ready to copy a phone number?
Yeah, go ahead.
707-339-1917. Place a call, please.
Hey, son. Division Lima, Branch 4 on command. Division Lima. Charlie, that you can free up to assist over in Juliet.
I'll send 9442 Charlie that direction to Juliet. Copy. Point of contact will be Division Juliet. It'll be City of Sac 31 for the TAC net. Route of travel will be up Deer Park, around Howell Mountain, coming into Angwin, and they can hail Division Juliet on the TAC when they get there.
I copy. 9442 Charlie. Division Lima on command.
Operations, Salina, Command 1.
Division Lima, 9442 Charlie, copies. Traffic will be en route.
Copy, thank you. To Salina. Salina, command.
East operations.
A flare up. The area has two addresses, 3456 and 3451, Silverado Trail and Santa Elena, between Glass Mountain and Crystal Springs on the east side of Silverado Trail.
Branch 2, did you copy that? Yeah, affirmative. We'll get resources over there.
Branch 2, 26 Alpha. We have resources in that area. Break. Engine 5. Did you copy that traffic? .3012, 26 Alpha, did you copy that traffic? .552, 26 Alpha. We're getting a flare-up along Silverado between Crystal Springs and Glass Mountain. Can you take a look at it?
Ow, somebody said something in chat just as I was about to turn away again. Alright, so yes, you did miss stuff. Yep, 5.7. This is live. This is incredible. This is really, the hills are really on fire north of Calistoga. They're within whatever lines, I believe, that they just made.
Get some resources down there and get some eyes on it.
Like I just said, in between Crystal Springs on Silverado Trail, that and Glass Mountain, they've had some flare-ups. But this thing here, I think it is burning within the lines, but it, I'll just show you the last 1 hour time lapse that we had. We had the global super tanker slam it, we had DC-10s, we had the Orion out here, multiple helicopters, Marshas 2s, MD-87s. They tried to ring this with retardant as best they could, especially to protect Calistoga, because when the winds picked up, I can tell you earlier today this was lazy action. It was poor visibility and lazy action, and as soon as the winds picked up, not only did you get visibility, but you got the explosive fire behavior. So they're running around, putting around lots of spot fires out. And this is just Another one of the last hour time lapses, but I would suggest going back and watching the some of the tanker drops. We had a lot of excitement last hour and a half, and then the Pepperwood cam is getting a lot of activity. Okay, let's take a look. Is this the Pepperwood? This is High Hill. That's the Zogg fire at Rainbow Lake. Let's take. Thank you for the tip. That's the Bear Fire, so that one's not relevant. Yuck, that's also the Bear Fire. Nighttime is you can really see what's going on. So let's go to yeah, there's no control over the situation. They're just handling the situation. So yeah, 2% containment is about as worthwhile as it sounds. So, but at least it's something. They did something, and it's, you know, they've handled it. They're protecting the structures like they've wanted. Yeah. So the Pepperwood East cam. Yep. Not only is that cam getting a lot of action, but the other cam from Mount St. Helena, looking this way, gives you a bigger view of that. So this is looking past Calistoga, which is down here. That's looking at the fire in between Santa Rosa and Calistoga. So there's two main parts of the glass fire. This one, the southern part in between Santa Rosa and Calistoga, that we see here. Wow, just really, really exploding too. And then up here is what we've been watching with all the tanker drops, the one north of Calistoga. So it's hard to know which one to really focus on. I'll switch back and forth occasionally, but here we continue to see if the lines will hold. Calistoga is somewhere down this direction. We just don't want to see fire go that way too much. But they got a long night ahead of them. But they're holding steady, and unless they're panicking on the radio, then everything's okay. You know, everything's okay. So the fire can burn as bright as it wants within containment lines, just not past them. So I'm gonna really go order my food right now.
Leaving November on command.
I'm in still immediate at the Walnut Flat. And if Buchanan's available on the UTV, his local knowledge would be really, really helpful to us, along with the ability to rapidly navigate some of these roads.
Branch 4, Division leaving November on command. .9437 Lima, branch 10 on command.
I would call the Slop over 20 acres, 15 to 20 acres. Moderate fire activity, moderate rate of spread. It's entirely topographic driven, and it is not spotty.
guys just now make it down to Campbell Flat and 4340?
You're broke.
9437 Lima, branch 10. Do you have cell service?
Negative, not at this time.
I copy. We're going to bring 2 private dozers in to tie in with you guys at Campbell Flat, and they'll be able to go over the plan with you to head east and tie into the line that we're going to put in.
Yeah, okay. Where do you want me to meet him?
Is dozer 4340 down in the flats now?
I believe they're tying in off the Brushy Peak Trail right there where the tennis courts are, up in the flats up there.
I can see him down in the flats. I just wanted to make sure if he's down in the flats there, if you guys hold up and we'll get the privates in with you and go over the plan.
Yeah, you bet. We'll meet him up there.
I copy. It'll probably be about an hour before the private dozers get in there to work with you guys. Is it just the Lima that's down there, or do you guys got privates with you?
We have 2 other privates with us.
And you're running VTAC 11?
Yeah, that's firm.
Copy. Division, leave it November on command.
I copied the message. If you're looking at the map where the division break is and the 2400 contour line is, the slop over is literally burning east on that knoll, and it's backing down towards Walnut Flat. Deer dip to Summit Lake. Kirk. Understood.
East Operations Division, leaving November on command.
Division Lima November, go ahead.
You are in a position to place a phone call?
Yeah, you ready to copy my number?
Affirmative, go ahead.
707-889-4225.
I copy.
Zone Safety, East Operations on command.
East Zone Operations, Safety Davis, go ahead.
Technically up, where did the dozer line tie in from where we were?
East Zone Operations, East Zone Safety, go ahead.
Failing it. I'd rather put it early.
Salina West Operations, do we have a night operations in place now?
West night operations, Salina. A flare up behind the residence at 1708 San Ramon Way, across the Yerba Buena Road.
St. Helena 9 you can continue to give those to the branches directly.
Branch 7, Salina. Salina command. Go for branch up. Branch 7, a flare behind the house at 1708 San Ramon Way, across the Yerba Buena Road. Branch 7, copy.
East Zone Operations, East Zone Safety on command.
Cover for East Operations, go ahead and repeat.
Yeah, this is Safety Davis on the east side.
Safety Davis, I'd like you to go to Silverado Trail and Deer Park for a engine crew member with sudden onset of flu-like symptoms. I'm having the incident ambulance meet you at that location, and if they need a ride to CalMat, we'll have the ambulance take them in.
Copy, Deer Park and Silverado. Is there an identifier for the engine?
No, Division, no, Nora Papa will meet you there.
I copy from Whitehall.
Lima November.
Okay, I'm back. I had to take care of some stuff in the other room, and so I was chatting on the cell phone. Wow, Sounding Six. Wow, thank you so much for the offer. You are super. In fact, you have earned the Queen's favor. Here, Scram, whoever's sitting in your chair, come sit. Come sit on my right side here. So let me look back at chat. What's been going on? Dang, we continue to look at this crazy situation up at Calistoga. So it looks like it's holding. Let's, from what you guys have been hearing, has it been okay? Has it been holding? So I'm going to look at the other. We've got time lapses and such. That's High Hill. So we've got 3 live cams. We've got St. Helena. This is looking north/northeast of Calistoga. This is looking beyond Calistoga in the mountains in between it and Santa Rosa. We've got another, so many spot fires and smaller fires in between. Some of these are lights, you know, in vehicles, but mostly this stuff is fire, so that just remains crazy. Here's a time lapse for anybody who's just tuned in. It was incredible. We saw lots and lots of, they slammed as it exploded in size, you know, because of the winds that picked up later today with red flag conditions. They did an amazing job of slamming it with every tanker imaginable, and they put like a ring of retardant around this, and so far I think it's holding at Calistoga. And thank you, Ant, for giving us the new information about the evacuations. Etna Springs was looking bad. You know, Deer Park is still a struggle. But as far as the town of Calistoga is concerned, they seem to be satisfied with things holding. So let me go back up and see if I can get actual foods. But thank you so much, Informant, for the evacuations and information and advisories. We just heard that somebody with flu-like symptoms was being carted away in an ambulance, I guess, and it was somebody who was, you know, fighting the fires. We've been seeing a lot of that lately, and so we can just hope that they're going to be all right. Yes, so I will read everything that you just said, Informant, about the evacuation info, but if you need it right away, I've got the maps, you know, the links in my chat are the evacuation maps, the links to CALFIRE, which give you written instructions about evacuation, and these will give you the, you know, this is the official Napa County, for example, map. Sonoma County has another one. Don't ask me why there's not one map. But each county has their own about what's mandatory. And then you have this overlay here about the hot spots. So like up here, we're watching from our webcams, and we're looking down at Calistoga. But this is the big horseshoe of fire that we keep seeing from this camera. So, oh boy, maybe I'm gonna get a dinner. Let me look over. So, yeah, Sounding Six is my daddy. Bugs. Behave. Sounding Six is my patron, and the patron saint of steak. So I will go ahead and look over at the see if I can get that food going. Yeah, because I'm sick of pizza. It's not sustaining me, and I really haven't been taking care of myself like I should have. Just pretty much every waking hour has either been helping people evacuate, helping them move back in after being evacuated. I had one day off to myself, which didn't last very long because the fires kicked up with the Santa Ana winds. Came back that midnight. Instead of going to bed, I stayed up for another 14-hour broadcast or something. So I gotta quit doing that to myself. But I appreciate your support so much. Somebody got me a pizza, and I ordered everything, and I told them where to pay for it, and then I ended up having to pay for it because that stupid restaurant was like, but you won't be able to sign for their credit card. And it's like, you know what, you never do have to sign for a credit card with COVID. That's the rules in place. You can just say, sign for me. Jeez, we're not supposed to share the pens. And that was just the stupidest thing I'd ever heard. So I'm struggling to use my wallet and just went ahead and paid for that. But you know, with an actual like gift certificate or something, and I can get whatever I want. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, patron sounds better than, I don't even know what that word is, or if it's kid friendly. Actually, I haven't heard it, so I'm not going to say it. But yeah, sounds like that, better than that word, absolutely. And I absolutely do appreciate everyone being here and being supportive in the channel. And we do still, I'm going to restart it. We have a kind of a lull.
The Capital One Venture card, you were...
Okay, we are in commercial mode, but I do believe they're still speaking here on the channel. It just gets quiet about this time of night as a shift change. But what I'm going to do here is let's do a 15-minute time lapse. You guys could see how crazy this has been. It still continues to be. We don't see it breaking out of containment lines, I don't think. I mean, they hurriedly made those lines just before dusk. But I really don't know what we're seeing here. You know, this is the last 15 minutes. Just huge amounts of flare-ups. This is a ridge line that has blocked our view. I don't think that's a fire line. Oh, let's listen again.
On command.
I'll be right back after ordering food. Steak?
Go ahead. Fire activity up at the zone break between our division's uniform and Sierra in the 4000 block of Spring Mountain. If we could possibly move a couple of those 2200 units that way, and I won't need them down here in on Highway 29.
All right, so I'm sending them over the top to Spring Mountain. Is that correct, or you want them around the other way?
No, bring them up to Spring Mountain at the zone break by Pride. They were working the Pride Mountain Summit Drive area, and with engine 17.
Copy that. 2200 Charlie, you copy that, Travis?
Division Hotel, 44 Charlie, command.
Oh boy, it says email, you have just received an Uber Eats gift card. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It arrived. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright, so I'll be sure to do that thing where I take a picture of my food and then share that, you know. It was more than a, what was the joke? I don't know. Well, I have to go back looking up there. But yeah, I super appreciate your support. Thank you. This is a good boost to morale as well. So I will go ahead and let you know what I get. So we'll be right back, guys. I'm ordering the food.
You're on command. Sierra Sierra on command.
Traffic for 4471 on command.
Can you take the resources you have up there?
Can you repeat?
Ugh, I hate that. It hurts my ears as much as you guys.
I copy, tying with engine 17, Spring Mountain area.
How did he copy that?
RTAC.
Yeah. Alright, I'm muting that for a second. What the heck is that? It's like that movie, you know. I'd like to order with a side of also, could you add what was that, Wayne's World, the movie? And they're like, okay, and there's a complete read back of everything that he ordered, that he wanted to order at the drive-thru. And they're just like, ah. Alright.
Division Hotel 44 Charlie, command.
We continue to monitor the glass fire. I'll be back after ordering food, I swear.
44 Charlie, Division Hotel on command. Place the call at your convenience. Division Hotel.
Completely clear, and the kind of that edge of the ditch is clear all the way down to the end of the emergency vehicle. I'm not seeing anything at all other than your personnel, and what I can't search is actually anything in the
Now, if anybody is tuning in, by the way, you can go back to the last 2 hours and see this in action. This was incredible to watch this explode, and the tons and tons of tankers that worked so hard to ring this retardant around it. We saw the global super tanker. You can see the airplanes flashing back and forth. So 2 hours ago, we were all cheering them on and watching this live and listening to the weather worsen and everything. But just when you're done watching those highlights, remember to hit the live button and you'll come back to live and see what's happened. I'll play that once more, and then I'm just going to leave it on the live thing. I continue to order my food, and then I'll be back talking with you guys. But yeah, we had an incredible last couple hours right before darkness fell, and they're gonna have a long night ahead of them. There's some big flare-ups now.
H20, go ahead.
Same view, just nighttime.
We're just checking one last thing. Yeah, H20, we're negative on any heat sources of any type of signal. And Charlie just shut up, and there's no not time to form it. So really our only option would be to try and fire it. Still going to be a speed task.
How do you copy? Fire's made a good run, and we don't have time to plummet and complete that. The only option really is to try and fire it.
Engine 4471, engine 17 on command.
Yeah, engine 4471 here at the county line on Spring Mountain Road. Where do you want us to report to?
Are you on VTAC 13?
Firm.
East Zone Safety, East Operations on command.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Elizabeth. Once I'm done ordering, I'll be right with you. Yeah, you know, Ant had really good evacuation info where he was posting that up there. And you know what, I'm just going to read it before I finish my order. Informant has been really a good asset to the channel. He says residents near the fire asked to remain vigilant, and that the evacuation orders, evacuation centers are Crosswalk Community Church, 1st Street in Napa, and Napa Valley College, Napa Vallejo Highway in Napa, and let's go back up to all the addresses on Highway 29 from Tubbs Lane to the Lake County line and Old Lolly Toll Road remain on evacuation warning. West of Highway 29 from the Calistoga city limits to the Lake County line. North of Highway 128 from the Calistoga city limits to the Sonoma County line. So it's you know, big swath of land, and I'll put it back on the evacuation map for a second too. So this is Napa County's evacuation map. You barely even see the town of Calistoga under there. So St. Helena is under warning, which means prep to go. It doesn't mean you might have to go, it means prep to go. You'll probably have to go. So that's all the orange stuff here. If you're red-green colorblind, that might be terrible. But this stuff in here, you can click on it. In my description of my channel, you can click on everything. If you're colorblind, it'll just tell you you're on warning, or if you're on mandatory. So yeah, it's just really rough down there right now. But the red flag winds here, they didn't really forecast them. They thought it would just be a heat advisory. But here they are. So I'll be back with you guys in a moment. Let's look at these live images. They're just incredible. For now,
112 departing the north complex, returning to Reading, 1-5.
oh, that's a pilot checking in. So far, I think the lines are holding at Calistoga. Oh, that beeping sound. But it's tense tonight. It's really tense, and they're still fighting around Deer Park, and in between. I mean, this is the hills above Calistoga right now, and in between Calistoga and over here is Santa Rosa. Here's Calistoga. Look at all the fires still in the hills between, threatening new wineries and more property. It's really a sad situation. And if you have the time, don't forget to hit the live button, but go back to the last 2 hours, and it was a pretty intense battle with air tankers and lots of action. We saw amazing air tanker drops. Even the global super tanker was here. We were cheering it on. So this is just before sunset. You can see all the planes just dive in there and splashes of red. But this was very, very calm this morning. And just everything changed about noon to 1. After 2 p.m. I look back here going, holy mackerel. And so they threw all the airplanes all the airplanes they could at it. I'll show you the last 1 hour here and continue to order my food.
But I have got in with 50 Charlie and they're en route.
And by the way, it's not all doom and gloom. I'm going to mute him for a second. It's not... He said structures will be hit shortly. That's ominous. But it's not all doom and gloom. There's a retirement community that was saved by the firefighters earlier. They said if it's going to make a push over the line, we're going to have to defend structures and go from there. So I'm going to shut up now, order my food, and we'll just stick with the live images. This is just the last 15 minutes. Looking at chat, that picture is amazing. No, I'm putting on aviator sunglasses. I'm pointing both fingers at you. Thumbs are up now, like shooting guns. No, you are. Well, dang it. Every time I need them to talk, because I need to do something else, they stop talking. Grr. Okay, I'm halfway done with my little order here, but I just need something to fill the silence, because this is kind of depressing to look at this image without any sort of context. It's like a bad kind of meditation. So let me see if we can get a update, like an update, a community update or something. Hang on.
Hi, my name is Mark.
Okay, hang on, I found one.
Glass incident in Sonoma County. The glass incident currently overlaps not only into Sonoma County but also into Napa County. So the fire is set up into two zones. We have the east zone, which is all of Napa County, and the west zone, which is in Sonoma County. The fire did originate, one part of the fire did originate in the Napa County area, and then a second fire started shortly thereafter in the Sonoma County.
Dang it, as soon as I start playing the update, somebody wants to talk. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, now they're not going to talk. Alright, so I'm just going to be playing the update, and you're going to hear the audio. We're watching the thing live. Then if anybody wants to watch this with the visual aids, I'm going to put this link in the chat. So here you go. Here you go. Now I continue to order my food.
As a result, over the past few days, has burned together over both the county lines. So we'll start in the east zone.
What? I just turned on the guide. What are you saying, pilot? Or incident command? It never fails. All right.
With that, we have fire that is threatening the community of Calistoga. We do have a lot of resources engaged in active structure defense in what we call Division X-ray. Outside the city limits, sparse structures along there, but we're doing some active structure defense and doing everything we can to keep the fire from progressing towards the city of Calistoga. Currently, the city of Calistoga is under an evacuation order, so it is evacuated, and we have traffic control points up at Highway 29 and Tubbs Lane, keeping any traffic coming into the community of Calistoga, and then all the way south at Highway 29 in Deer Park, and then along the Silverado Trail, so that we can isolate the areas of the fire and keep people safe. Outside the city of Calistoga, moving up into what's Division Hotel in Branch 4 and Division Juliet, the fire that's pushing northward, it's moving towards the Lake County line. We don't believe it's going to burn over into Lake County because there is a fire from earlier this year, the Hennessy fire burn scar that's there, that will act as an area control line to stop the progression of the fire to the north. But we may end up having to do some firing operations along Highway 29 to stop the lateral spread of the fire. The fire isn't moving aggressively at this point in time, but is chunking away. It's in some very tough country to work in, very steep, very rocky terrain, not easy to put any control lines in, and the different part of the topography that allows us some advantages as far as putting in control lines is just not there for us. So it's a bit of a puzzle piece to try to put together there to get some sort of control lines in place up in Branch 4. Next community that's at risk is the community of Angwin. And that community was threatened by fire pretty directly about 24 to 48 hours ago. We've been able to herd the fire around most of the north of the community, and we're seeing some success there, getting some control lines. The actual downtown portion of Angwin and the college there are in good shape, and we have a lot of resources in there protecting that community. but the fire is progressing towards the Pope Valley area, not making any hard runs, but it is slowly moving that way, and again, we're working on some control lines to cut that advancement of the fire off towards Pope Valley. Moving down past the community of Deer Park, took a pretty heavy hit from the fire, and there were a number of structures destroyed by the fire in the Deer Park area, so we're doing a lot of tactical patrol in that community, doing a lot of heavy mop up and putting in some final control lines to tie that in so that we stop the lateral spread of the fire. The Silverado Trail is a main roadway that goes essentially north and south through the community, parallels Highway 29 through the Napa Valley, and that's been impacted by fire. We have used that as a bit of a control line, and we have had some extinguishment of a lot of the burn area there, hurting it around a lot of the structures and a lot of wineries. There are a lot of wineries, as you can imagine, in the Napa Valley, especially in the Highway 29 corridor and the Silverado Trail corridor. So we've had some very active structure defense in protection of those that infrastructure throughout there. And some of this has been self-mitigated, and we're in heavy tactical patrol, which means we've got engines out there moving from structure to structure, extinguishing any hot spots or fires so it doesn't cause any further fire spread along the trail and into the actual valley floor itself along the Highway 29 corridor. So a lot of calls for service in that area, and keeping our limited resources that we have available very active in extinguishing those fires. The community of St. Helena is not having any sort of direct threat. We do have an evacuation warning in place throughout the Highway 29 corridor, and that's just advising people that that if we do pull the trigger and have to do a full evacuation order, that they are ready and prepared to go, and will be advised well ahead of any sort of advancement of the fire. Moving on to the other side, to the western side of the valley, Division.
Don't count on that. Don't ever count on that you're going to be notified well in advance of the fire. As we've seen with a lot of the fatalities lately, don't go to sleep near a fire without monitoring the radio and sleeping in shifts. Don't ever count on the authorities being able to tell you when to leave, because when stuff gets out of hand, they can't go to every door and knock on it. You know, they will be helping people left and right. If things ever got out of hand, you are on your own to evacuate yourself and find out about whether or not you should go. So that's the one big correction I would make right there.
Uniform is a critical piece, so we're looking at where it ties into Highway 29. And currently, as we speak right now, they are starting to perform a backfire operation in that area, and what that will do is tie into a backfire operation that was done down in the Sonoma, near the Sonoma County line, which will create a buffer and seal off that part of the advancing fire front. So that is an in-depth operation. It's going to take many hours to accomplish, a lot of resources, and they're doing that as we speak. Over the Sonoma County line, now we're into the western zone, and in Division Kilo through Sugarloaf State Park, we were able to do a firing operation there, and so that had success, and we're in the process of getting that mopped up and getting the heat taken out of that, and that's all the way down to Adobe Canyon Road, just above the community of Kenwood. And the intention of that was to stop the lateral spread of the fire to threaten the community of Kenwood. And that's going to be very critical for this piece of line and also for Division Uniform to be buttoned up, because we are anticipating within the next 24 to 48 hours a change in the weather where it's going to get hotter, it's going to be drier, and we're going to see a northwest wind. The original start of the fire was a northeast wind, but we're going to see it in a slightly different direction, but again, very hot, dry temperatures like we saw at the start of the fire. That causes us a lot of concern because of the potential spread of the fire. The velocity of the wind isn't going to be as intense as it was on that original day of the fire, but it is going to have enough where it's going to be 20 to 30 mile per hour winds according to our meteorologists. And so that gives us a lot of concern in this part of the fire, because it would have a potential to push that part of the fire. As we move down into the Division Mike and the Branch 5, then Papa along the Highway 12 corridor. This is basically between the communities of Kenwood and the southern part of the city of Santa Rosa. Fire has been mitigated for the most part. A lot of hot spots. We're in a heavy mop-up mode. Some of it just self-extinguished into the light grassy fuels. A lot of it also due to the firefighting efforts there, and so that's been mitigated, but it's being heavily patrolled so that we get all the hot spots there, because it did have a threat to not only the southern part of the city of Santa Rosa, but also to the community of Oakmont. So we've got a lot of work being done in there. We had fire get into Amador State Park, and they did a firing operation about 2 nights ago. A lot of success with that, utilizing the trail systems, and they're aggressively mopping that up so we take any hot spots out of there. Again, this would be something that could be affected by that northeasterly or northwesterly wind that we are anticipating. As we move up into the city limits along Calistoga Road, through to about the end of the city limits, this is all looking really good. We still are mopping up hot spots throughout, but the fire forward progress has been mitigated. As we get outside the city limits into more of the county area, into divisions Sierra, then we do have more active firefighting going on there in Branch 9, so we have a lot of resources, and again, it's one of our priority areas that we're working on diligently so that we can keep the fire spread from keeping it from crossing Calistoga Road. And then we're back up again into the county line and over to Calistoga. So connecting the dots between the two zones, working between Branch 9 and this will be Branch 2 to mitigate the fire efforts. Like I said, changing the weather, we've been seeing a little bit of a southerly push, which is an onshore wind push. It isn't bringing much of the moisture up and the humidities, but it has been pushing the fire in that one direction. That's gotten us a lot of problems. Now within the next probably 24, 48 hours, so we're going to see a change in that wind, hotter and drier temperatures, so it's going to change our focus of our priority where we're going to have our suppression efforts on the fire. Also with that, the smoke conditions have been such that we haven't been able to fly our aircraft a lot, and we do have aircraft available to us, and we are getting more aircraft. I was advised today.
So basically that was the morning update, and well, from 4 hours ago, and so we know that they did get their aircraft, but it was later in the day when the winds picked up, when they finally could see what they were doing, but that also fanned up the flames. So I hope that helped there. I'm going to turn back on the firefighter chatter and continue to struggle to order my food, because Uber Eats says I have an account and that my phone number is taken already, and that I don't have an account. So alright, let me try to figure this out. But if anybody has any urgent needs, I'm looking back at the chat. I don't know that anybody is asking me any questions. Okay, so mods, you can handle that. But we continue to see this incredible live image, and I can go back every once in a while and show you the crazy time lapse of when stuff hit the fan earlier today. So we saw lots of retardant drops. We saw lots of airplane action. They slammed it with everything they could right before all the planes had to
Branch 7, Salina.
land at dusk. And so they got a long night ahead of them, though. Look at this.
Strike Team 9120 Charlie, Division Juliet on command.
Night West Operation, Salina.
St. Holy on that off, go ahead.
Night Operations, an RP in the community of Bennett Valley on Burnham Ranch Road. Looking northeast, saw a bright flash followed by a small glow. Look at my map, be from Bennett Valley towards Annandale, kind of towards Kenwood or Oakmont area.
Copy. If you still got them on the phone, if they could pin it down a little bit better for us, that's an awfully big area. And then just so you're aware, 9 has the comm. The zones are 12 hours, and any reports that you get, you can go
with the branches or divisions.
Battalion copy. They said northeast of Bennett Ridge. They couldn't give any further details than that. That's just what they were looking from Bennett Valley. I can go to branch 7 or branch 5 with the information if you'd like.
Yeah, if you could.
Branch 7, Selena.
Selena Division, Quebec, on command.
Division Quebec, Selena.
I copied information. I'll get a hold of Papa. We'll take a look in the area.
Division Quebec, 2109. Unreadable. Operation Selena, will be on tone 15 or tone 2 for the evening.
Oh, I just saw that you will be hitting the hay. I wanted to show you a picture of the steak I ordered, you know, and I'm still struggling to log into Uber Eats. But thank you so much for that kind gift of the food. Just everybody, you know, give Sounding Six a hand there. He's been such a bro feeding me here. I don't have the time to go get food or cook. And boy, I can't wait to have some sort of a good hearty meal. So you have a great night, and then check back in tomorrow, and I'll have pictures of my food for you. But thank you so much. I can't tell you how much of a morale boost that is. So you have a great night there, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm still here, guys. I just need to order food. Meanwhile, we'll listen to the firefighters. Some of the stuff they say is kind of grim. They're preparing new evacuations, like the community of St. Helena. The winds, I hope, will die down here. It looks not as bad as before, but we still continue to see some pretty intense images during the night, so we'll continue to monitor it like that. There you go. So we'll continue to monitor this live and listen to the pilots. If there's some silence, sorry, they just don't talk as much during the night. And I'll be back with you soon.
Quebec on command 1, tone 15.
Quebec, Selena.
From the last caller for the call for service, did you get a callback number?
Seven 529-5845.
Helena. Additionally, they were calling from 5112 Burnham Ranch Road in Bennett Valley.
Go back.
Branch 10, those are Bob Johnson on command. Branch 5, those are Bob Johnson on command. Johnson, Branch 5. I can't seem to get Branch 10. Can you confirm where he's bringing the two private noses in? A phone call to him. Helena.
Branch 10.
Dozer Bumps Johnston is trying to hail you on command 1 tone 15. He's unable to get a hold of you. Branch 5 has the details.
Yeah, I copy all landline Branch 5.
Strike Team 9120 Charlie, Division Juliet on command.
120 Charlie.
We're going to change the plan a little bit with the, since time seems to be in our favor down on that side. The goal will be to have your strike team head up ink grade, prepping around all the structures off of ink grade on the western side, and if you can relay to 75 Gulf for them to start prepping along the road of ink grade from the bottom up to 1599 and limbing up the tree line and getting rid of as much brush as they can.
The copies will be prepping ink grade. Additionally, we're going to have to reevaluate the plan for Sadness Springs area. There is no Black and Vineyard place to tie in and make a point.
I copy. If we can just have the dozers continue with what we were originally going to do and have them tie back into Etna Springs as long as they have captured the resort in that line.
Copies. I concur.
And confirming you're in a place to relay to 75 Gulf.
Affirmative. You stand right here. Branch 2, go ahead on command.
Good. I'm down here.
Till tomorrow morning. I copy that. Water tender 20 off the line. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Water tender 432.
I'm still with you, struggling with my order. I'll be back soon. Any questions you can put in chat.
St. Helena, Division Whiskey.
50 St. Helena.
Information, Spring Mountain Road between 3600 block and Dean York Lane is closed due to down trees.
Division Whiskey 2126.
Additionally, above 3660, Division Sierra Sierra will have to take the calls above, and Division Whiskey will take the calls in St. Helena up to Dean York Lane.
Water tender 432 on command.
Water tender calling Division Juliet on command. Go ahead and repeat identifier.
Division Juliet, water tender 432 and 431. Location Beacon Titan would be the fifth frigate.
Affirmative. If you can start making your way up out of Pope Valley, and we'll tie in at White Cottage and Summit Lakes Drive.
Quebec, Atlanta. Quebec, Atlanta. Atlanta. Whiskey. Got an additional report from 29 in Deer Park looking west. This RP was a CHP officer.
Is this for the tree up on the hill?
They see a flare-up, flames to the west.
Copy. We have engine 317 at scene, or if it's to the west and a little bit south of St. Helena, that would be the firing operation on uniform.
They're at Highway 29 in Deer Park. Describing west, I don't have a better direction than just to the west of them, but I copy.
Copy. I'll head down there and face-to-face with them.
137. Whiskey, engine 317. Whiskey. Yeah, I'm at the tree. It's a good 200 yards inside the burn. Fairly dirty burn up here. It is 150 foot plus per tree, burning itself in a standing column. There's a few small spots burning up here, but this is all inaccessible to anything less than four-wheel drive type 3 to get up in here.
Copy. And all in the black?
All in the black, up against the vineyards. It is a little bit dirty, but it's all in black and then separated by vineyards.
No threats of the line?
I would say no. Anything that comes down is going to land in the vineyard, and there's additional flare. You know, we could maybe deal with it, but it's just going to burn till it topples over. There's no action we can take anyway.
Okay, why don't you sit on it until it's mitigated?
Quebec, Salina.
Division Quebec, Quebec.
Did you make contact with the RP in Bennett Valley? She called a second time a few minutes ago, giving us details on a map, saying the flashes are coming from the Kenwood, Glen Ellen area.
You say Kenwood, Glen Ellen area?
Affirmative.
We tried calling the RP. RP did not answer our phone call.
Salina up at time 1409, East 4.
Branch 5, Salina. Command.
Minutes. I'll take the call.
Branch 5, with an RP calling from Bennett Valley, specifically 5112 Burnham Ranch Road. Quebec was investigating. He called the RP, didn't answer. They're looking from Bennett Valley northeast towards the Glen Ellen Kenwood area, seeing flashes and glows.
Copy, I'll investigate.
2142.
Can I get the spelling of that road?
It's 5112 Burnham Ranch Road, BURNHAM, and Ranch Road in Bennett Valley. I also have an RP phone number. Quebec attempted to make contact with no success.
Copy, I'll take the phone number.
707-529-5845.
Branch 5.
Yeah, Branch 5, Branch 10.
Branch 5.
With the way the wind's pushing and everything, I would guess probably 2 or 3 hours until this thing might start possibly impacting that line or St. John Mountain.
5 copy.
9120 Charlie, go ahead for Juliet on command.
Juliet, my Charlie. Would you like us to cut locks on gated driveways?
Yeah, affirmative. If you could cut the sink, cut the link, and leave the lock if possible.
Absolutely. Copy, thank you.
Friends, I'm never gonna get my steak. I've been trying for 2 hours to order this thing. Uber Eats, you suck. Here I have somebody giving me a free meal. Twice people have in the chat tried to buy food from me, as this is week 4 of every single waking hour covering the fires. And twice apps just won't let me check out with gift cards or anything. So I'm just gonna starve to death here officially. I give up. I've been trying for 2 hours to fix Uber Eats. If anybody knows how to deal with that, please put that in the chat. And I'm just gonna go back to I guess I'm just gonna go back to trying to find something to eat around here. I can't believe it. I got all psyched up for steak and the place order button doesn't work. So I really haven't eaten a thing today except for a handful of Cheerios or something. So I really have got to take a break to scrounge something. Anybody in chat need any? Oh, hey Morris, how are you? Elizabeth, man. So I put you guys long enough. Put you guys off long enough. I'm just gonna come back here and find something around the house. No, everything's open till midnight. It's absolutely not too late. Bugs. And the great, it says place order button is just grayed out. So I went to see customer service and there's no way to do that. So I had to make a brand new account too, and even with a brand new account it's not working, because initially they said my phone number was taken. That has to be by somebody else, because I've never made an account before, so I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Tried it on 3 different browsers. There's no button for place the order. It says add a payment method. I added this gift card I just got. It says gift card applied and there's no place order button. So yeah, I'm at the real site, secure and everything, of course. Typed it in the URL. I didn't Google it or anything. So there's a lot of people that just say the place order button just doesn't work. So I wish you could bring me food, Elizabeth. Yeah, thanks. That would be cool. So yeah, thanks that you don't mind waiting for me, but it just makes me mad. The whole idea was to quickly tap this, you know, on a different window and get food, so I didn't have to leave now to go make it and do stuff. And so this makes me terribly guilty here. How is there's new activity on the Lions Head East, getting close to Highway 26, the Mount Hood Highway.
Kilo, Branch 5 on command.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that, as long as it's not threatening Warm Springs again. But I'm completely wasted, like, have no energy, no blood sugar, and starting to get a grinding headache, so I have to do something about food. But every moment that I try to do anything, there's just something new to look at. This is the worst fire season in memory. You know, even talking to the old timers, I bet they haven't seen anything like this since the 30s. So, Highway 26. Like a spot fire. That's well within their containment lines, though. They made a containment line from here all the way to here. We were calling this the caterpillar defense. So I don't see anything new. Are you sure it's outside of the containment lines? Inspect element in the browser for the clickable, non-clickable button. Yeah, I just got off a Reddit post where somebody did that. There was some sort of a JavaScript error. But 3 different browsers with all the ad blockers turned off and cookies turned on. I'm throwing my hands up. I'm at the point where I can't troubleshoot, because if you ask me to do basic math, I don't know my middle name right now. And that's what happens when you just have no food. Okay. I'm just not one of those people that can fast. I mean, as soon as I run out of food, it's just like, boom, this car is going to come to a stop. Alright, still have my ear infection. It's just gotta work through it. I'll monitor the situation at the Lions Head fire, but meanwhile, you know, Santa Rosa is a big threat. They've still got tons of firefighters over there, and what's the current wind at Warm Springs? Let's check out NOAA weather on my phone. I just don't like the company, you know. It's like cold and weird and impersonal. Thought about driving for Uber before, but just the horror stories. All I need is to mace some drunk guy in my own car and ruin it, right? Alright, so Warm Springs is low 47 right now. Northwest wind around 6 miles per hour, becoming calm after midnight. So the northwest wind means it's blowing to the southeast. So yeah, we'll continue to monitor that. Where did you get that info, Bugs? Yeah, I mean, I can come back here and then get a little rest. But yeah, I'm about winding down for the night. But whoops. I do want to answer questions anybody has right now. Yeah, we have to also end the stream before 12 hours and restart it again. Wow, with 40 viewers. I absolutely hate that. What YouTube makes me do is end the stream and restart it, even though I've been pretty much broadcasting 24/7 since this all began, except for last night's outage. Yeah, I had a 170-hour stream for an entire week, and it never got uploaded to YouTube, even after 48 hours of, quote, processing. So in the fine print, YouTube throws away all videos that are live streamed if they go on more than 12 hours. Yeah, so they can just... I'm going to hold back all the choice words, but I'll be looking for a new platform in the future if that video doesn't show up on YouTube, because that was the same time when I was broadcasting live. that lightning struck my house or the yard outside while I was broadcasting. That will never happen to me again. Knock on wood. Then 1 hour later, lightning struck the same spot, and I screamed again. Live on screen. You know, this, I've got witnesses. This is the same night that lightning struck Torin, one of the chat regulars here, ex-firefighters. It struck his neighbor's car right outside his place, too. That was one crazy night, and just to be done with one of the proudest accomplishments ever, 28,000 views. I kept a stream going for 170 hours, constant fire information and links, and firefighter chatter, and just to find that they threw that away. I mean, that's the hard way. That's how I found out they threw that away. Sherlock Jones says, I got lightning outside right now. Oh, Bugs is saying in 18 years it's happened outside my house 3 times. You probably have more opportunities. No, I decline that. Thank you, Zeus, if you're listening. I don't want more close call lightning encounters. Thanks. That is not at all what I am getting at right here. Oh no, the gods love irony. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Yeah, Zeus tried to assassinate me twice. Whether or not he's given up remains to be seen. So, yeah, so I'm gonna make a taco. I don't have tomatoes, but I've got some. I think I have a taco somewhere in the fridge. I'll be right back, folks. We're still listening to the firefighter chatter. They're being really quiet right now. So we have 2 different cameras, 2 different views. This is the same fire. This is the one across from Calistoga, looking at the mountains in between Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa's on the other side of the mountains. So they've got their hands full over there. They got their hands full up here in the mountains north of Calistoga. So we have some pretty crazy time lapses here. So like this one. You know, this is when they were still dropping the retardant. You can see the splashes of red and the planes going back and forth. This was right before it went to night vision mode. You can see the shifting winds, how the smoke was going uphill, because in the valley, the wind was blowing it uphill. Either that or the heat was just sucking air from the amount of heat dropped up here. I don't know. Then you could see the wind change once it reached the ridges and upper atmosphere, go in the opposite direction, going all the way towards the west. So here the wind's going towards the east, reaches the top of the hill, goes towards the west. It was just kind of crazy to watch. So what we end up with is the current view. But if you have missed the broadcast about 2 hours ago and before then, that's when the crazy tanker action happened, and it got really heated with the high winds. So before, let's see, it was about 7 o'clock that was dusk. So if you can rewind back to where it was about 6 o'clock on the channel 2 hours ago, just look at the highlights. You'll see the amazing tanker action and how it got out of hand with the red flag conditions. I mean, their lines are holding, but the fire is doing what it wants and going where it wants, away from Calistoga, and the spot fires have come back with a vengeance, and they're running around tonight trying to get a handle on things. So we have 2% containment. Mostly the fire is just kind of doing what it wants, but it's been funneled away from the town of Calistoga for now, knock on wood. We hope that line holds. We need a whole lot of splashes right before dusk.
Division Kilo Branch 5 on command.
Be right back. I need a taco.
Branch 5, Kilo Kilo on command tone 15, go ahead.
Up towards the very top, looking down, and just see what the fire's kind of doing up top there.
Yeah, I can make my way up to the top of Great Pine up there near the division break, so you're talking?
Yeah, affirmative, kind of looking down on the White Hall.
Do that.
Traffic for 61 Charlie.
I copy that, fine. As long as it's almost time with his crew, essentially that's the captain. I'll have to come down and we'll start.
sounds okay. Strike Team 9111 Charlie, Division Juliet on TAC. Branch 2, Salina.
Delta, St. Helena.
For branch 2.
Branch 2, reported flare-up at 1100 down a wheel across the Silverado Trail at behind Sterling Winery.
Yeah, we'll get resources rolling. Branch 2, engine 558 engineer.
Medic 6311, medical for a fall, 19384 Mountain Meadow North, across of Donkey Hill Road, Lake Red, 2222.
Seems like Middletown is far away. I mean, Asterix far away. So once it reaches this, it's a downhill. Is that what you're saying? Let's look at the wind direction. The wind's blowing due west, pretty much. Yeah, right now it's blowing the fire back towards itself, at least at the upper atmosphere. So for the moment, fingers crossed for that place. Elizabeth Hyde says it's trying hard to get to Sterling Vineyard. Yeah, a lot of the vineyards going up. I can't believe the castle burned. That was a very defensible structure, unless around the back I missed something. How the heck did that happen? I forgot to check, excuse me, on that other vineyard, the one with the German name. So sorry, I gotta eat. What was it called? SCH something? Now that looked totally indefensible. But the castle had all sorts of... I mean, it even had a moat. How did that go up in flames? It had a manicured lawn all the way around it and a moat. It had a tile roof. Questions. I have questions. I guess I could just Google it, the vineyards that were lost. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse here. I'm hoping that the winds have died down. It seems like they have a little bit. But those reports that we were hearing of the popping and the flashing, the other places that we're spotting, they said they needed a new game plan. Words like that let us know that they're in for a long night. There's one entire road has been declared impassable. The fire is on two sides of Calistoga, on either side of that valley. Multiple fronts and little spot fires everywhere. It's just at least there's more humidity at night. Look back at chat. Oh, yep, 5.7 says that's where the conspiracy theorists step in. That's when I step in with common sense and say, y'all, it's pretty typical when you live rurally to have a propane tank near your house. There's also huge natural gas lines here, so a lot of people have gas in their house. So what happens when a home starts burning where the gas hasn't been shut off? A gas explosion. That's what happens. That's what happened in Santa Rosa the first time when they all went crazy, and there was this guy who walked through one of Santa Rosa's neighborhoods and said, "Tell me how that happens. Tell me how this entire house gets turned to ash." And then the out in the street, the recycling bin didn't burn up. Oh, for one, they don't burn, they melt. Plastic has a melting point before an ignition point. And it was out in the middle of the street, not next to, not near anything else that was flammable. And by the time Santa Rosa was hit, the fire was big enough to make its own weather, and so it sucked all the air up. When you have huge pyrocumulus clouds, just like an atom bomb or a volcano or a giant wildfire, all that heat rises. And what does air do when it rises?
Glass Communications, Division Sierra.
It sucks the air up there, and so all these homes that were on fire because of the gas lines burned to the ground because the gas was fueling the fire. and the fire went straight up. So it went up and burned the treetops and burned the homes to the ground. And homes generally do burn to the ground when the firefighter is not attempting to put them out. Santa Rosa back then and the Tubbs fire had so many things to deal with. They were calling in mutual aid from San Francisco. It took them from San Francisco more than an hour to get there, and when they got there they were confused because they didn't know the whole city, and half the landmarks were gone and the signs were pushed down in the wind. So that's why the trash can didn't burn. They don't burn, they melt. They have a melting point that's lower than their ignition. There's two types of plastics, thermoset plastic and the other one. Only thermoset plastic burns, the other kind melts. And you're taking notes, guys, you know, conspiracy theorists. It's just like when firefighters rescue people from a building, they like it when you're wearing wool. Wool will protect the burn victim the most. It really doesn't burn, it singes, right? It's like burned hair.
Glass communications.
But if you're wearing nylon, you know, or if you're wearing synthetic clothing or rayon or anything like that, that's made out of plastic. And so that's when the burn victim dies later, because their clothing melted into their skin. And you can't just give somebody a 90% skin graft all over their body if they're wearing synthetic clothing. So even if you're like in a fire and flames hit your clothing, plastic just melts. You know, that would take a heck of a lot different temperature to have any other effect. And so when I saw the burned up trash cans over at Paradise, sometimes I'd flip them over like the big recycle bins, and you would see a blister of heat, like if the lid was still on. So the hot air inside of the recycle bin.
Fire on Diamond Mountain, is that anything we need to deal with?
Hang on.
Sierra, St. Helena, go ahead.
Business Sierra, St. Helena. We're moving those resources in CAD from the shady to the glass assistant. Just clean up on our end, nothing for them to go to.
Copy, thank you.
You know, even the kid, Luke, who gave us this awesome report about the Zogg fire's progress, because he was up there evacuating. Even he knew what the heck the flashes were. If it's blue, it's the transformers going up on the power poles. I've seen that happen before. Boom. Doesn't take a storm, doesn't take a fire. Just they need to be overloaded. And B, the other pops and flashes are the propane tanks, typically by, like in the back of the gas stations behind people's homes. A lot of people heat their homes with propane, and people don't realize just how rural this used to be until recently. Wine country stuff is a recent invention. In the 30s and 40s, none of that stuff was out there. In the 50s, this was all cattle ranch stuff out here. You know, this was the wild. This is where your cabin was for your fly fishing. You know, this is where people were mining and stuff, and declining hot springs things, you know, like ancient Spanish settlements and missions country. You know, this really wasn't anything like it is today. And so those older buildings are still like that. But even Luke the kid was describing the popping and flashing, and he knew that it was the propane tanks. He goes, I've already seen a couple propane tanks pop. Go ahead and look at his good reporting. You know, it's you could tell when somebody's a city folk, you know, kind of person. You know, they've never seen an animal butchered or a fish gutted, you know. Oh my God, I'm totally in the woods. I don't know what to do. That's kind of like, you know, all right. Yeah, Luke was super cool, wasn't he, Sherlock? So, and I'm sorry, I do keep mistyping Calistoga with 2 L's, and I don't know why. Yeah, but I can't go ahead and blame people for ignorance because the media and the television isn't training anybody on it. Even CALFIRE, I got enraged that they were talking about why the forests were dying, and they just mentioned drought, and they did not mention the giant beetle infestation that's been going on since before the 90s, that they warned if the Japanese beetles are not controlled, every single tree in California has the potential to be killed. I'll say that again, every single tree in California has the potential to be killed by the beetles if that's not controlled. And that was ignored. So the creek fire, 80 to 90% of the trees were already dead. I mean, go to InstaWeb and look that up. That's what they reported. That's why they had such a huge, crazy fuel load in the creek fire. And the majority of those images they showed on CALFIRE were the dead beetles. And the beetle killed trees. That infestation is absolutely mauling all the industries on the West Coast. It's just absolutely affecting the timber industry, but the nurseries, the gardeners, the property owners. This is causing standing dead trees above people's homes, and they can't really afford to get rid of all of them because there's just millions in the state now. I mean, this is causing extinction of some of the rare trees. And then when the fire rips through because the trees are dead, then you get the extinction of the rare flowers and such. The things that unfortunately colonize right after a fire are the invasive weeds. It's just a perpetuating problem here. We need to stop with it. And the good news is they have a sonic weapon now that makes the beetles not reproduce. I mean, the technology's out there. It's about time we actually funded it. I'm willing to bet the government really hasn't spent a dime on trying to figure out what will kill these beetles. But it's a huge menace, and I can't show the copyrighted video from National Geographic, but I bet they did a good job covering it. I'll look for more non-copyrighted stuff, but I'm just going, wow. Yeah, they don't know about well water and septic tanks. Yeah, well, neither did I. I was totally city before we bought rural property. I didn't have any clue about being fire smart. My dad was smart. He didn't know either. So what he did was he invited over the firefighters to dinner, and we feasted them and then said, say, what should we do about our property? And they said, if you want us to defend your property, you have to make it defensible. And he explained all the reasons, and that's what I teach here. Here I'm a kid absorbing all this, and that began my fire education. It was really not that difficult to have your property survive when everybody else's do not, because you were sensible and just got rid of, say, trees, especially pine trees and conifers, away from your dang building, very far away from your house, more than 100 feet away from your house. You cannot have a pine tree above your house in a fire because the wind will knock the pine needles right into your gutters and right on your roof. Then the pine tree goes up in flames, and then the flaming bits of the branches land on the roof, and boom, your house is gone. It was crazy during this fire yesterday, the day before, on Plum Lane it was. I looked over there because there was a report of a wildfire, and I said, that property over there is defensible and this one's not. I bet this one, sooner or later, they will regret having these pine trees growing over their buildings. 3 or 4 hours later, that place was on fire and burnt to the ground. I hate being right like that. This is not something I'm bragging about. I was horrified and still am. But this